Hi guy videos, its speed is 1.2. Leave a like same speed or leave a comment to change the speed. King of Iron Mountain. Killer of heroes. The demonic boar of the Dingle Peninsula. This boar that was perhaps one of the most well-known unique grade demonic beasts of the continent first appeared 88 years ago at the tip of the northern continent, Dingle Peninsula. Those lands were incredibly cold but had a remarkable abundance of natural resources, and the mountain range had so many mines that it was called the Iron Mountain. The miners that one day visited the mine to look for iron, silver, and gold ended up witnessing a shocking scenery. Kadok. Kadok. A large boar was greedily devouring everything inside the iron mines. That was the first eyewitness account of the one who devours everything, the King of Iron Mountain. What do you think is the difference between unique grade demons and demonic beasts? Below that, student Marie? Maybe their strength? Marie replied after tilting her head and thinking about Professor Dana's question. The topic about unique grades was something that was also very relevant to herself. Strength is like a natural passive skill that goes with unique grades. One of their most powerful abilities is the power to rule. Power to rule? It is said that unique grade demons give off a different energy compared to other demons. We call that the alpha energy. Alpha energy. You know how we have alpha entities of groups, sometimes even among grade 2 and grade 1 monsters, right? The ones that are stronger than their kindred that give out commands? As Professor Dana said, there were oftentimes leaders, the alpha entities, among demonic beasts that traveled around in groups. These entities were more powerful than their kindred and could even break through the restrictions of their grade to become incomparably stronger. But even those alpha entities cannot give out commands to demons that are of different species to them. Their ruling ability does not go through. But unique grades can give out commands to every lower-graded demon. Exactly. You have experienced it yourself, right? Marie used to control the demonic beasts of the forest when she had run away to the hunting grounds. It was the same even when she was feeding the Fong boars who did not dare fight against her. NNN? But, Mississippi. I think it was a bit different from ruling them. She said while reflecting on what happened at the hunting grounds. It was true that the beasts of the forest couldn't fight back and offered her their blood, but that wasn't because of a conscious command from her. Those frightened demonic beasts had simply been unwilling to fight back. It was the same even with the Fong boars. Although Marie did command them to have a better time feeding them, that was slightly different from ruling over them. The Fong boars had simply been overwhelmed by her and were fearful. Right. But that is mainly because of your race, student Marie. Race? We have 3 types of demons, right? Demonic beasts, demonic spirits, and demi-humans. It's a very simple classification, but the effect of alpha entities do depend on this as well. Can you make a guess? As expected of a professor, Professor Dana naturally suggested Marie to think about the answer herself, and as a clever high-achieving student, Marie was quickly able to come up with an answer. Does the degree of the ruling ability of alpha entities change depending on races? Exactly. In other words, unique-grade demonic beasts would have trouble giving commands to lower-graded demonic spirits, while unique-grade demonic spirits would have trouble commanding lower-grade demonic beasts. This was apparently due to the language systems of each race. Does that mean I would be able to command other demi-humans? That still requires some research, but the general consensus is a no. Do you mean it's impossible? Yes. Demi-humans are former humans that awaken into demons, right? Because their intellect is above a human level at least, they are apparently immune to the ruling power of demonic aura. I see. It seemed that she wouldn't be able to command them even if she were to come across other demi-humans. That's a bit of a shame. Demi-humans are tough, so they should be good at farming. Student Marie? I wasn't thinking about anything. Oh, okay. What was that just then? Marie shook her head to get rid of the scary thoughts that appeared in her mind. She wasn't someone who would have such violent thoughts in her mind after all. Miss Dana. Yes? Why, you see, I have been recently experimenting with making potions and elixirs at the laboratory. Yes. I've heard about it. I heard there are a bunch of people from the magic department that are lining up to buy your elixirs. Is that true? Ugh, yes, but it's a bit weird for me. Why? The potions made with the blood of a high-class vampire should be priceless though? Professor Dana jested that she wouldn't have to worry about money all life even if she did nothing but sell her blood. It's embarrassing. Dana reminded herself that Marie was still a teenage girl. It was normal for her to feel repulsed by the idea of feeding her blood to someone else, unless it was someone special, for example. But what about it? Actually, I want to make the potion more delicious. Wasn't she repulsed until just then? Why would she bother making it delicious? Professor Dana tilted her head in doubt. Why? People would line up to buy a bit of your unprocessed blood for gold coins, won't they? Actually, the thing is, such and such. Who? Now this is a very interesting idea. The effect does change depending on the materials and such, but this. Do you think it will be possible? Theory-wise. It looks like there are no problems. But we would need a lot of materials and precise experiments. We would need some clinical experiments. We might even need a night too. May I please ask for your help? It might be a bit strange of me to say this, but I'm quite an expensive and busy person as well, you see. Maybe if you share a little bit of your blood, Student Marie? Would this much be enough? Whisper whisper. Nod nod. Professor Dana and the second-year Student Marie shared a firm handshake as a symbol for their successful negotiation. Kuhum. We kind of strayed off the topic. This experiment with the King of Iron Mountain is on the magnitude of a unique grade demonic beast's alpha ability. Is that why you purchased a bunch of demonic beasts? Yes. If we could analyze this ability and be able to control it at free will. Theoretically, that means humans would be able to control most of the demonic beasts and spirits around the world at will. It was a more incredible experiment than Marie had initially thought, and was one that was compellingly attractive to mages. If this experiment succeeded, humanity would be able to practically nullify the risk of demons. I've also purchased grade 1 demonic beasts like the King Tyrant and Melting Dragon just for this experiment. My article will definitely be included in next year's Towers Academic Journal. Grade 1 demonic beasts. They were extremely powerful monsters which most grade 1 knights and mages would team up to fight against for safety measures. There were semi-unique grade demonic beasts as well, but there were essentially 0 organizations in the world that could capture these alive, so it was impossible to buy them with the experiment budget. But aren't hundreds of fang boars more expensive than those 2 monsters? Professor Dana did purchase them at a low price since they were easy to catch during the breeding season, but the problem was with their maintenance cost. Grade 1 demonic beasts were monsters in a different plane that could survive without eating anything by changing the mana in the air into energy, but on the other hand, fang boars needed to have as much food as their own weights every day. A few days of the experiment and the maintenance fees of the fang boars would quickly drain their budget. Marie was in the middle of calculating how long it would take for the budget to run dry when a different work partner visited Professor Dana's lab. He was the professor who had been working at the academy for 10 years with eye-catching afro hair and black sunglasses, Fermac Damon. What's up? Professor Dana, I'm here. Oh. You're right on time. Should I have come earlier? No. You came at the perfect timing. We just finished organizing the rune that will be carved on the King of Iron Mountain. Rune? Marie tilted her head after hearing Professor Dana's words. They were supposed to be experimenting with the alpha ability, so what was this rune for? I guess I haven't explained that part yet. The King of Iron Mountain is currently being sealed. I am aware of that. That seal was done by using runes 80 years ago, by the previous chairman, Sir Biren, Senior Professor Josephine, and the knight who used to be praised for being the strongest of the times, Tates Valtazer. Do you need rune magic to lift the seal? Yes. And we need a highly proficient rune mage for that. I see. Professor Fermac is a famous rune mage after all. His tales were well known and it was even included in the magazines published by the Guardian Alliance, the Guardians. A stylish high-class knight who merged boxing with rune magic, Fermac Damon was a hero who even defeated Basilisk, a semi-unique grade demonic beast along with a party. But isn't it dangerous to lift the seal? It is a unique grade demonic beast. Haha. Here in the laboratory, we have strict Legion-ranked restriction systems and layers of gravitational pressure devices. Even if it's a unique grade demonic beast, it won't be able to escape from this place in a weakened state after 80 years of confinement. The confident voice of Professor Dana made Marie feel all the more anxious. NNN. This always leads to a problem in all the novels I read though. But what else could she do? As a mere experiment assistant, she could only trust Professor Dana and move on. Besides, there was something she heard from Corinne. I have a plan. Although Marie wasn't sure how he would carry out the plan now that he was outside the city, she still trusted the boy without any suspicion. Alicia's idle life went on day by day. The refreshing spring breeze was on its leave as soothing heat was slowly starting to seep into the ground in this early summer. Inside the hot deep fryer, the potato croquette was resting on the frying basket after being scooped up from the scorching oil. Here you go. After buying a potato croquette at one of the street vendors of the academy, Alicia took a big bite into it. The melting sensation of potatoes and the deep fragrance of oil filled her enclosed mouth, but there was something lacking. I used to eat this a lot with Mr. Corinne. This was the store they used to visit after training at the training rooms to replenish energy while having some unhealthy food. It might be because she wasn't with her usual company, but Alicia wasn't 100% content with the food today. Training together, having snacks and discussing each other's skills took a lot of time, and it was thus very common for the two of them to also have a meal afterwards. It had only been a month since the matter with her older sister had been handled, but in that short period of a month, Corinne had become a very important person inside Alicia's mind. Maybe I should just go back and read a romance novel. Reading romance novels was a new hobby of hers. While going to the library for the group assignment, she happened to come across the romance novel section, and those served to be a decent pastime activity. She especially liked it when she could link the male protagonist to someone else. Tap tap. It was then. Someone tapped her on her shoulder. Who is? Wawak? A red werewolf. That looked a bit closer to a dog instead of a wolf had been touching her shoulder. Hey, are you Doggo? Nod. One of the abilities Marie gained after awakening into a vampire was the familiar of blood. Doggo was the familiar born from her blood that could also be considered as her child. Its name was very adorable, but as someone who knew about the monstrous power of this familiar, Alicia couldn't help but feel slightly frightened. Flick flick. Do you want me to follow you? Is Senior Marie calling me? Nod nod. She wanted to ask why, but it's not like Doggo could speak in human language, so Alicia decided to obediently follow it from behind. There were times when Doggo would come and take Corinne with him, so Alicia was quite used to this turn of events as well. Actually, how was Doggo able to find out where Mr. Corinne was every single time? Was it because it was a dog? But rather than a dog, Doggo was similar to a magic formula that didn't even look like an organism. Let alone a sense of smell, it was very questionable whether it even had internal organs like other animals. Woof. Alright. I'm coming. Alicia hurriedly chased after Doggo after he shouted at her to hurry up. Before long, she arrived at the laboratory in the western region of the academy. I wonder why she called me. She didn't have much connection with Marie, the second-year senior. Since she met her quite often while traveling around with Corinne, she did greet her every time, but that was it. What's her relationship with Mr. Corinne? They looked very close. Alicia wasn't aware of the things Corinne had done to save Marie. Because she only knew about the false announcement of Chairman Ariu Kazar and Senior Professor Josephine, it was natural for her to be oblivious to the nature of their relationship. However, one thing she did know was that Marie and Corinne's relationship was far from being a normal senior-junior relationship. The fact that Marie had a connection with Corinne, which she wasn't aware of, was something that subconsciously caused Alicia to feel a slight sense of distance. She herself wasn't really sure about the nature of her feelings though. Woof. B1, first basement floor of the laboratory. Even though this floor was only for the professors and staff and did not allow student entry, Alicia was easily able to pass the check thanks to Doggo being in the lead. After seeing Doggo, the securities immediately let her go through. When she arrived at the basement, she realized that the underground lab was completely different from the dark and somber image in her mind. Wow. The basement was incredibly enormous. At the center was a hollow space that connected B1 all the way down to B3, and going along the sides was a platform which appeared to have been made by carving out a rock, that led to the rooms where mages were conducting all sorts of experiments. Alchemy, demonic beasts, astral experiments, cultivation of magic plants, dissection, magic engineering. There were all sorts of experiments taking place, and Alicia could also see through the windows of the rooms several students that were here as either assistants or observers. As expected of one of the dream jobs of mages, it was on an entirely different scale. Woof. Oh, okay. Can you please not bark? It's scary. She was led to one of the labs on B1 and felt puzzled after smelling something. Is this food? Ah. There seemed to be demonic beasts that could be eaten by demonic beasts, and Alicia did hear how researching about that was also one of the jobs of mages. Those things would become poison when consumed by a normal person, but knights or mages with enough immunity might receive some positive enhancement from it. Excuse me. Senior Marie? Boiling inside the laboratory was an experiment beaker holding something murky inside as it gave off a savory scent, and next to that was Marie gazing at the beaker with an extremely serious gaze. What if I add a bit more of this here? No, it's too much. That's going to take away from the main ingredient. Alicia carefully walked up to the girl with watercolored hair that was immersed in the experiment, and spoke to her. Senior Marie Nim? HAHT. Marie jumped in the air while letting out a cute gasp. After seeing Alicia, she settled her startled heart. It was you, Junior Arden. You surprised me there. Sorry. For bothering you while you were in the middle of an experiment. Was it a very important one? It's nothing. I was just doing this and that during the short break. Alicia heaved a sigh of relief after hearing her say that it was nothing, because she had often heard rumors of how mages utterly detested being interrupted during their experiment. By the way, why did you call me? I did come because Doggo told me to come, but... NNNN. Actually, Corinne wanted me to explain something to you during this time in his stead. He did? There seemed to be a message left behind by Corinne, who had left for the grading test a few days ago. So Alicia readied herself. Oh right. Before that, would you like to have a sip of this? Marie said while pointing at the liquid inside the beaker. All sorts of medicinal herbs had been added to the murky liquid inside the beaker that was constantly bubbling up. Is this a potion? I guess? You can say that. I would be glad to have it, if it's good for the body. It will definitely be good for your body. I've only added nice ingredients to it. Wow. Really? I haven't had things like this in a long time. I used to have them quite often back in my hometown, but I was busy earning a living after coming to the academy, you see. I didn't have time nor money. I see. Would you like to try? It should be tasty as well. Tasty? Since when were potions and elixirs supposed to be tasty? Especially for potions like this that were similar to an elixir, they only showed their effect once per person, so taste wasn't even a consideration for most. But the savory scent spreading out of the elixir inside the beaker was a sign that Marie wasn't lying about the taste. It's hot, so take your time. We also have to check its safety, so... Yes, I will. What was that at the end, sorry? Nothing. I'm very happy to have such a tough junior. Even though the last sentence sounded a bit strange, Alicia carefully started to drink the boiling medicinal decoction, thinking that Marie wouldn't give her something dangerous. Up? What's wrong? It's delicious. Like, the taste of my hometown? I can even feel that from it. Really? Marie started writing down something on her notepad. Taste, check. Safety, check. Poison, check. More experiments required just in case. It's over there. The place we came to under the guidance of one of the staff members from the Alliance was a large mansion built in the middle of a mountain. According to the mission, it seemed that the owner of this mansion became pessimistic after a failed business idea and committed suicide with his entire family. It would have become a well-known venue for a test of courage in modern Earth, and that would have been all, but this was a fantasy world. In this place, demonic spirits were born from the grudges of the dead. In other words, a tragic end like a family suicide was highly likely to end up creating a demonic spirit. The grudge itself shouldn't have been enormous, but the land wasn't good for us. This place is near the center of the ley lines and has been a long-time favorite of demonic beasts, so it seems that the spirit ended up swallowing a bunch of demonic aura. Can't believe he decided to build a mansion in such a place. It's probably because of that bad instinct of his that he failed his business. Because of the tragedy and all sorts of unfortunate events, this haunted house became extremely dangerous. Since it was a stationary spirit, it couldn't move anywhere else to wreak havoc, but should nonetheless be immensely powerful in its home grounds. The demonic spirit that had to be defeated this time was the haunted house itself. What do you say? Will you investigate this as well? Just letting you know, lighting it on fire is not going to let you remove that house. Old Man Heyman waited for my response with an expectant gaze, asking what kind of detailed plan I'll use this time to play with the demon. Unfortunately, investigating a demonic spirit was meaningless for me. Because of one of the 3 rules engraved onto my body, the restriction I do not perceive spirits, I couldn't even sense them. So, I will deal with it in 30 seconds. I do not perceive spirits. I was unable to perceive spirits because of that restriction, but the rare occasion that allowed me to either converse or deal with a spirit was through their possession. There were some demonic spirits that were able to possess things or organisms. For example, Sabancia Duke possessed an organism, and that was why I was able to talk to him. In this case, it was similar to a poltergeist caused by possessing objects. This demonic spirit had possessed this house instead of a living being. A large mansion built in the middle of a mountain that turned into a haunted house after the mass suicide of the family. What would be the thing that had to be done to send the ghosts away? It was simple. All you had to do was destroy the whole building. A physical demolition was usually the best solution for a lot of things. Just to double-check, the mages failed at burning the house, right? 2 grade 2 mages used fire magic but couldn't destroy it. The defense of the demonic spirit was tougher than expected. And you can't make it too strong since it could turn into a bushfire, right? Exactly. Lighting the house on fire to destroy the haunted house was impossible due to the interference of the ghost possessing the house, but increasing the intensity of the flame was also impossible because it would result in a bushfire. In the end, the most low-risk and low-cost method to resolve this problem was by entering the building to defeat the true body of the demonic spirit. It will be difficult by using a normal method, because that house has completely turned into a demon lair. Well, it should be over in no time. Are you really going to follow me though? After hearing my pompous declaration that I would defeat the haunted house in 30 seconds, Old Man Heyman stated that he would follow me and see with his own eyes. He was done preparing by just covering his hands with gauntlets. Just letting you know, I won't be able to protect you. Humph. Who do you think you're talking to, young brat? I had never seen Old Man Heyman fight before, because he was closer to a skills NPC back in the game. He was a veteran knight who even reached grade 1 in his youth, so he should be fine by himself. Alright. Let's get ready, get set. I bent my back like an athlete preparing for a sprint. In my eyes, the haunted house appeared like a normal discarded and shabby mansion, but it would appear like an ominous lair of demons to the eyes of Old Man Heyman and the members of the Alliance. Well, that had nothing to do with me though. Go. Pabek. Kicking off the ground, I marched into the haunted house. Old Man Heyman was following from behind, but unlike me who was going straight forward, he was constantly vigilant of something. Kugung. A branch soared up from the ground before slapping down like a whip. Now, you dodge the attack with a jump and use your spear to cut off the top core of the root. One jump. My sudden commentary made Old Man Heyman tilt his head, but this was only the beginning. Straighten your spear as you go forward, and the terrace window will break as glass fragments fly at you. Slide next to it and enter through the door. 5 seconds. When you're inside, cut the clock on the top right-hand corner followed by 3 jumping stabs. Crush the nails popping up from the stairs without worrying about the ceiling. Go down, step on the middle carpet and it'll go crack. Crack. 12 seconds. Audible will be next to the magic circle line the middle leaf T basement, which you cut and scratch the magic circle to weaken the spirit's telekinetic ability. There'll be a candlestick to your right, so kick a tan gokanas plush a galash fiery with the spear. 16 seconds. Climb up the stairs now. The door will break with a thud. And a portrait will fly at you. Stab those ugly eyes and make them pretty, and dash to the stairs. While carving rune letters here and there. Now. When you go back up there will be uncomfortable sand chairs flying at you, which you better dodge by yourself. Go to the unmoving wall and carve some rune letters. Next up will be cutleries, and I will to debuff when you get it to block them. 21 seconds. There is a dressing table to the right. Pick it up and block. The chandelier will also jump and stab. 25 seconds. That is it with the flying furniture. While this ghost is going, who the hell is this guy? With an ugly look on its face you activate all the rune magic all at once. Fiery E. Rune magic Kenas, resonant activation. Now it will burn by itself so just leave the house. Real men do not turn around to see explosions. That is all you have to do. Boom. 30 seconds. Easy. That's super easy, right? That was similar to what I had seen in the last video left behind by the legendary streamer Starry Guy who used to dominate the Korean streaming websites. It was a video that I could only view in my memories now. Haunted House Mission. This was actually one of the missions that could be chosen after entering the second semester. Just like the unique grade demonic spirit quest of Sabancia Duke in the Great Library, it was a choosable side quest. That's probably when this demonic spirit reached grade 1. The mission itself was very simple. In order to defeat the grade 1 demonic spirit possessing the haunted house, you had to dodge all sorts of furniture that was being thrown at you to destroy the magic circle hidden inside the basement and so on. However, because of all the disgust-evoking patterns and mechanics of this mission, it received countless comments of people that wondered whether this was an RPG or a Souls-like game. Because of that, the haunted house mission became one that could be used to prove your skills with the game. Congratulations. I'm sure you'll be becoming a semi-grade 1 knight without a doubt at this point. Old Man Heyman congratulated me with a bright smile on his face as if this was something that concerned himself as he tapped me on my shoulder. Now that I was a semi-grade 1 knight, my monthly support fund as well as my mission-accepting qualification should have both gone up. A higher grade also signified an increase to my authority, and meant that I would be able to proactively intervene in the upcoming scenario. There is a port city called Zaire nearby. I know an amazing restaurant there. Let us drop by and have some food before we go back. Zaire, is it a place that sells sashimi soups? At the same time, it was the city that had that thing inside, which was one of the reasons why I selected the demonic spirit subjugation mission of this area in the first place. Ho? You know that place? Are you okay with raw fish? I love sashimi. Good. Let me introduce you to the best sashimi soup restaurant I know. While listening to Old Man Heyman, I stole a glance at the mountain behind us. A red dog was silently gazing at me. Good. It was still following me without a problem. At B4, the fourth basement floor of the laboratory building, were cages of all sorts of sealed demonic beasts and spirits that could only be visited by very few members of the academy. A bunch of dangerous demons including the grade 1 demonic beasts, the melting dragon and the king tyrant were sealed inside for an experiment, but the strongest one out of them by far would be this boar here. King of Iron Mountain. Looking at this large boar that weighed at least dozens of tons messed around with Marie's mind. If the size was the only thing that was impressive about this monster, then Marie would have simply considered it a slightly bigger pig because she had seen several monsters that were even bigger than this back at her farm. However, the most overwhelming aspect of this boar was the absurd amount of demonic aura that was emanating out of it. The bristles of the boar were a mixture of crimson, red and blue, and its skin was as tough as an armor that no weapons could possibly create a mark on it. Unlike the colorful hairs on its skin, the fangs of the boar were polished sharp like a masterpiece created by the god of blacksmiths. Unique grade demonic beast. King of Iron Mountain. This was a unique grade. This was the beast of an immeasurable power that was on an equal rank with herself, if not above. The legendary demonic beast that reduced the northern Dingle Peninsula into rubble 80 years ago was currently sealed by all sorts of magic circles and tough chains forged with hundreds of tons of magic stones. It's almost like Huaran. Perhaps this was the expanded version of the chained nun clothes that were restricting Huaran. Now. Please bring the Fong boars here. Following the command of Professor Dana, the staff members brought the Fong boars from their cage. They were furiously screaming inside the small cage, but they started to feel timid the moment they saw Marie. For safety purposes, everyone except for student Marie and Professor Fermac, please leave the lab for the time being. The staff members of the lab immediately began leaving the room after her words. Now, the only ones left behind in this vast underground room were the demonic beasts and a small number of people. Student Marie. Can you try controlling the Fong boars for now? Ah, yes. Marie approached the monsters as requested by Professor Dana. Come out. She commanded the several Fong boars that had been replaced to another cage nearby after opening the door. The monsters started crawling out with pitifully trembling legs. Student Marie. Can you please give out some simple commands? Okay. As previously discussed, Marie started giving simple commands to the Fong boars by telling them to sit, stand, run and lay down. Most of them tried their hardest to follow her commands, but a few of them wandered around, not knowing what they were supposed to do. I don't think they're listening to me. It is probably because of an issue with the communication between demi-humans and demonic beasts. Low-grade demonic beasts do not have the intellect to understand your commands. It would be a different story for similar beasts because their language systems were also similar. Professor Fermac. Please unseal the king. Roger. In response to Professor Dana's request, Professor Fermac approached the sleeping demonic pig. I will now use the unsealing rune to remove the first seal. The first seal was the one responsible for sealing the consciousness of the demon boar. Casting a rune to remove that was a fairly tough job. Rune magic was a language system where each of the letters contained a magic definition. Only by engraving dozens of rune letters onto the demonic pig without a single mistake would one be able to complete a meaningful unsealing sentence. Now that rune letters had become a dead language in modern times, there were only a tiny number of people that could use rune magic to this level, and Professor Fermac was one of them. It said they removed the seal a few times over the past 80 years. I wonder who did those? The small doubt in Marie's mind disappeared when she saw the demonic boar twitch with the activation of Professor Fermac's rune. KRRHH. It howled with a voice that resembled a ferocious carnivore than a boar. After opening its eyes, the boar glanced around with a pair of eyes that gleamed ominously in blue. Korara. The roar of the demonic boar reverberated across. At the same time, it shrunk its body and twisted and turned in order to snap the chains that were binding itself. Groups 1, 3, and 7. Activate hypergravity. Group 6, fortify the chains. Professor Dana shouted through the in-ear microphone as mages outside began to activate large magic circles one after another. The grand demon-suppressing magic circles of the fourth underground floor of the laboratory had mana supplied to them as the chains began to tighten around the monster. Kugung. On top of that, the gravity-increasing spell installed on the ceiling was turned on as it helped suppress the demonic boar. Each one of the activated spells were grand magic circles that had been maintained and improved over the past 80 years to restrain this monster. KRHHH. After perhaps coming to the judgment that it couldn't escape by itself, the demonic boar roared out loud as the Fong boars began to respond to its call. Kurek. Queek. Student Marie. Professor Dana shouted, and Marie glared at the Fong boars while commanding them, stop. It worked in the past, but this time, they were giving off a strange response. Queek. They weren't immediately running in at Marie, but they appeared to be resisting against her command. It didn't take long for them to eventually make the decision of pouncing at her. Humph. When Marie smacked the ground with her staff, water budded like fruits around her before striking the monsters down. In the blink of an eye, she knocked the 3 Fong boars unconscious and turned her gaze to Professor Dana to ask what to do with them. Huh. Maybe it's because they're both boars? It snatched the control away from us way too easily. What should I do with these guys? Marie asked. Just keep them unconscious. We can have some boar cutlets later or something. Can I take a few pieces home? Of course. Marie was glad that there was something she could cook for the boy, but her joy did not last long. One of the cages of the plaza outside the room cracked open with a thud. Emergency! Emergency! Demonic beasts of Cage A107 have escaped. What? Don't tell me. The demonic beast that escaped from the cage entered their room in an instant. Goo-woo. With a strange scream that sounded like the mix of a flute and a trumpet, the monster glared at Marie. A manticore? A chimera, which had the body of a lion and the tail of a snake that was as big as the demonic boar, glared at her before jumping at her. Blood spear. She created a large number of ice lances and fired them at the monster. However, the clever and agile manticore displayed an acrobatic jump while escaping from the attack range of the blood spears. Doggo. Marie was just about to summon her familiar, but Professor Fermac held her by the shoulder and stopped her. Save your power for now. After standing in front of her, Professor Fermac took off his sunglasses and postured himself in a boxing stance. Using boxing, which appeared like it would only be effective against humans, to fight the large monster weighing dozens of tons seemed like a questionable choice, but... Shadow Servant. A human figure suddenly soared out of Fermac's shadow. It was a shadow clone created by Professor Fermac's specialty. The Shadow Servant was a spitting image of Professor Fermac, and even its boxing stance was the same as his. Othala. Raidho. Professor Fermac disappeared in the blink of an eye. The only one that could perceive his super rapid acceleration was Marie thanks to her monstrous dynamic vision, but even she had trouble following his movement with her eyes. Goo-woo? The manticore showed a puzzled look on its face after seeing Professor Fermac reappear in front of itself. Meanwhile, both Professor Fermac and his shadow were taking in a deep breath in preparation for a massive attack. Ducking boost in dash. Crushing the ground, he raced beneath the monster. Right as the manticore was about to sense a foreign being underneath its belly, Professor Fermac's left arm penetrated inside from underneath as if he was reaching for the sky. Southpaw screw demolition. Quang. Quagong. 2 thuds echoed out, shaking the innards of the manticore, and was soon followed by a large amount of blood gushing out of the monster's throat. Kung. After killing the enormous manticore with just one move, Professor Fermac opened his mouth while cleaning his gauntlets that had been drenched with the blood of the monster's innards. Professor Dana. Something's not right. It was then. Kura. The demon boar let out an inexplicable roar, as all the demonic beasts nearby responded to its cry. Kayak. Sethi. Sai. Quack. Quayawak. Whether it be low-grade or medium-grade demonic beasts, they all roared out loud in alignment with the cry of the King of Iron Mountain. What's going on? I didn't see anything like this in the records. That wasn't the end. Professor. This is not good. The demonic beasts are driving their heads into the iron bars like crazy and are trying to escape from their cages. You must escape. The reactions of the demonic beasts were definitely abnormal, but Professor Dana cool-headedly responded to the problem. Follow the manual, Z17. Activate the anti-demon pressure spell and the blockade at once. We shall reseal the King of Iron Mountain as well for the time being. Activate all the magic circles right now. Her response was superb. Remembering the manual in this dire situation, she commanded the members of the lab to activate all the spells installed on the 4th underground floor and promptly decided to reseal the demon boar, which was most certainly the cause of this problem. At this point, it was hard to expect another experiment of a similar kind, but she prioritized the safety of people over her academic desires. However, there was one thing that even Professor Dana hadn't been able to expect, and that was. This is Group 2. We cannot activate the magic circle. Same with the sealing spell. Damn it. Someone has messed around with the magic circles. What? Professor Dana gasped in utter shock, but that wasn't the end of their source of grief. Crunch. Crunch. Professor Fermac. After seeing something, Marie hurriedly looked for Professor Fermac and pointed at the demon boar with a visibly flustered look on her face. Well shit. Professor Fermac widened his eyes as he looked at the demon boar. The king of Iron Mountain, the demonic boar of the Dingle Peninsula, was chewing and devouring the magic stone chains that were restraining itself. Damn it. We have to stop it. Student Marie. Yes. Crystal Lance. Marie quickly created a large transparent spear in the air. Formed with combination magic, it was a large and frozen lance that was even tougher than it appeared. It was a high-grade combination spell which she never used against humans. Her lance pierced down at the defenseless blue hairs of the boar. Quang. The crystal lance shattered from the collision, but the boar was still surprisingly normal. That's weird. How did that do no damage? Even though she couldn't break through its defense, she did succeed at catching its attention. Professor Fermac managed to approach the monster while its eyes were on Marie. Professor Fermac swung his strongest fist at the unprepared body of the demon boar. His fist that even killed a manticore with a single strike drove deeply into the red hairs of the demon boar. Kung. It was like throwing a pebble at a giant rock. Professor Fermac's strongest strike was nothing but a pebble in front of the monster. That can't be. The demon boar turned its eyes to Professor Fermac as their gazes collided in the air. As soon as those blue eyes landed on him, strange letters began to form on its fangs. Runes? Thurisaz Fehu. Quang. A great amount of heat emanated from its fangs and struck Professor Fermac as a colossal amount of light and heat swallowed the underground plaza. At the end of that fluctuation of pure mana. Chic. Boom. Crack, crack. No. Professor Dana's powerless denial of the truth echoed in vain. The chains and the magic circles that were restraining and suppressing the monster were all crushed into shatters. After undoing all the seals that were restraining it, the demon boar arrogantly gazed at the surroundings before letting out a thunderous roar. Black large square 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 black large square. Clang. Clank. Crack. Kung. The sounds of breaking iron bars could be heard from everywhere. As a result of the demonic beasts throwing themselves at the bars to obey the call of the unique grade monster, the cages ended up breaking at last. Emergency. Emergency. All the demonic beasts that were sealed on the 4th underground floor were released. Emergency. Emergency. Code Veronica. Code Veronica. All the staff are to evacuate. The securities are to use every magic circle available and activate the golems. Seek. A long and large body reaching 40 meters in length slithered its way. It resembled an amplified version of a white snake that was made by increasing its size by 100-fold. The name of the monster was Melting Dragon, and was better known as a fake dragon, a pitiful being who had to boorishly slither across the ground after failing to become a dragon. Grrrhhh. Following the Melting Dragon from behind were 2 large feet smashing through the ground. With ankles that were as thick as the feet of an elephant supporting its weight of 100 tons, its legs destroyed the ground with each step and its slapping tail crushed everything behind its path. It was a large monster that appeared to be a combination of a brown bear and a monitor lizard. This being that was referred to as the tyrant in its homeland had become a target of fear and earned the name King Tyrant. Melting Dragon and King Tyrant. Both of them were one of the top strongest entities out of all the Grade 1 demonic beasts. Activating golems. Ready to intercept. Code Veronica. We cannot let them step out of this building. There were about 100 elemental golems that were made by making an elemental contract on a tough body made by mixing in magic stones. They were one by one killing the monsters, including fong boars that reached roughly 1,000 in numbers, but... Hooah! King Tyrant walked to the elemental golems, and a sweep of its tail swept the golems away. The sheer power from its weight was overwhelming. Golems were supposed to be the ones suppressing their foes with weight and size, and yet now that they were in front of an enormous monster, they became like powerless ants. They weren't the only ones, there was also the Melting Dragon that was recklessly marching forward while ignoring the attacks of the golems. Hiss. Letting out a shrill voice, the large snake destroyed the elemental golems. After straightening its long back, the Melting Dragon spurted out a huge amount of acid at the ceiling. Cheek. The ceiling melted from the acid and fell like rubble. It created a hole in the blink of an eye as the floor of the 3rd underground floor crumbled at once. Walk. Several people that hadn't been able to evacuate in time fell along with the rubble into the open mouth of the melting dragon. Khajiit. Assistance. Assistance required. We cannot stop the higher-grade demonic beasts without the magic circles. Most of the magic circles that had been installed to halt the demonic beasts were damaged. Now that the magic circles weren't working, the laboratory didn't have enough combat potential to fight against 2 giant Grade 1 monsters. Khajiit. Besides, the Grade 1 demonic beasts weren't the only problems. The monsters that Professor Dana gathered for the experiment with the unique Grade Demon Boar reached several hundred at least. And, no. If these monsters leave the academy grounds, there were way too many monsters inside the laboratory, including the Fong boars. Assuming what would happen if these were to enter the academy and go to the city wasn't very difficult. It was then. A Beowulf pounced at Professor Dana, who was trying her best to halt the flood of monsters. Kook. Consecutive lightning. Using the lightning skill that allowed her to defeat multiple Fong boars already, Professor Dana incapacitated the Beowulf. Her proficient control with lightning immediately turned the pouncing Beowulf into a stake, but that Beowulf wasn't the only one sprinting towards her. I shouldn't have bought this much. She was too excited from this rare opportunity to conduct a large project, but regrets were called regrets because they were late. Right when one of the Beowulfs that survived from her lightning attacks was about to swing its vicious claws at her. Kong. Key? Several blades suddenly flew in from somewhere before penetrating through the puzzled Beowulf. Papaback. HNN? Boss's insight is becoming more and more frightening. The one who suddenly saved Professor Dana was Doron Warsky of Flying Swords, who could manipulate 5 magic swords at once. His sudden appearance made Professor Dana blink her eyes in doubt. Student Doron? Why are you? It's for an observation. He definitely hadn't been expecting something like this to happen on the day of his observation of the laboratory, which he applied after receiving money. Come. The flying swords danced in the air. Those magic swords that were crafted with high-class magic stones erupted with fire and lightning as they scorched the incoming demonic beasts. KRRHH? As if his fancy use of magic swords was eye-catching, the King Tyrant turned its gaze towards Doron before thumping its way towards him. Debris fuse. Create golem. Hudaduke. The remains of the crumbled elemental golems merged into one. Although their bodies were broken, their crucial cores were still intact, and those cores heeded to the call of the golem mage. Great Siege Golem, Junk Golem. After dozens of crushed golems were added into one, it created an enormous siege golem that was roughly the same size as the King Tyrant. It had the shape of a 2-legged weapon that truly tugged the heartstrings of a man. KRRHH? Feeling an enormous pressure emanating behind it, the King Tyrant turned around and immediately caught sight of the siege golem that was swinging a fist that was about the same size as its head. Boom. Good. I can control it just fine. Chronoladen the Golem Mage was marveled by the power of the Great Siege Golem, created by himself. It really worked. The formula he taught me actually worked. It was the Golem magic formula that Corinne Lork talked about a few days ago on the fly while forcing him to train at the training rooms while talking about how stamina was power. Saying that he discovered a book about it at the library, he casually told him about the formula and what he requested in return was today's observation at the laboratory. Chronol gulped while thinking about how Corinne's request was a perfect fit as if he had predicted this event. Quang. The sharp claws of the King Tyrant created a slash down the junk golem. Although it was a golem forged with the fusion of dozens of smaller golems, it still couldn't escape from the limitations of its materials. Slowly but surely, it was being pushed back. As expected of a Grade 1 demonic beast, it was able to push the junk golem back, but that might be natural because Chronol wasn't very experienced at using a massive golem. Root reinforcement. The golem was about to collapse, but that was when something supported it from falling down. At first, Chronol thought it was another attack, but upon a closer inspection, he realized how abnormal the tree roots growing out of the walls were. It was definitely a supernatural and sudden growth of trees. The only one that was capable of doing this was. Seriously. How did that man even know this? Druid. Druid of the Avalorn Forest, the freshman student, Yule, appeared in a timely manner to support Chronol's junk golem. And how did he think of this? Supporting the junk golem, which had a weak inner structure, with tree roots and reinforcing it. It was something that was hard to think of without having a profound knowledge of both nature magic and the formula of a junk golem. Anyway, we will take care of the King Tyrant. Thank you, guys. Oh right. How could I forget that? The Melting Dragon. The Melting Dragon was about to go to the 3rd floor. Professor Dana quickly turned her gaze towards the ceiling. The melting dragon was trying to swerve its way through the hole on the ceiling by twisting its long body, but was being stopped by a swordsman. Kung. Shiik. The body of the melting dragon melted after a single groan. The long snake fell back on the ground with a thud as the swordsman then landed on its body. Hugh. Did we do it? Hiss. I knew it. It's still alive. The one who stopped the melting dragon from leaving the laboratory was the successor candidate of the Arden family, Alicia. Student Alicia? Professor Dana widened her eyes in shock upon seeing the freshman students appear one after another. It was true that they were welcome reinforcements. After all, even though they were students, they were all grade 2. The academy did have enough power to subjugate these monsters that were wreaking havoc inside the laboratory, but the problem was the chaos that was bound to occur if all these monsters were to leave at once. So these students stopping them and buying time was something to be extremely grateful for. But... why are you all in the laboratory? Professor Dana's response was very reasonable. Despite the urgency of the situation at hand, everyone replied at the same time to her unconscious question. For observation. The plan that was forged by the boy who currently wasn't even present inside the academy was sailing without an issue. And as for the most important cause of this incident. Blood Realm. The demon boar was locked inside the blood-colored barrier casted by Marie and was forced to defeat her before others. It was a clash between two unique grades. Although Professor Dana was feeling very flustered from the sudden turn of events, she still couldn't help but feel curious about the outcome of their fight as a scholar. After completing the haunted house quest, we arrived at the port city of Zaire. It was because Old Man Heyman brought me to a famous sashimi soup restaurant to congratulate me on my promotion to semi-grade 1. Thin slices of flathead sashimi mixed with cucumbers and a spicy cold soup with a bulky ice inside. Kia, that feels good. Add a few shots of soju to this, and it's going to be absolutely perfect. Haha. Looks like you know how to eat, young man. He seemed content after seeing me gladly dive into the sashimi soup. It would be rare to find someone like me who enjoyed sashimi soup, because modern Eastern food might have appeared repulsive to the people of this era. How about you buy us a bottle of soju? Young man. You're a student. And I'm an instructor. Although he scolded me, which was a natural response as an educator, he didn't seem offended by it or anything. This was a chance. These past 3 years as Corinne Lorque. Legally I was still underage, so I never had the chance to drink alcohol so far. I did hear other people call me a juicy at times after seeing my face, but these damn bottle shops were so strict with checking ID. This mixed world of the Middle Ages and modern times did not allow me to drink alcohol. Do you know? The sorrow of not being able to drink beer with chicken at Mr. Yoon's chicken restaurant? How does it feel to not be able to drink soju with Korean barbecue? Me, a former resident of the #1 country in terms of alcohol consumption, was being held back from drinking. But this was a rare opportunity. We have a saying like this in the East, sir. Drinking is something you must learn from adults. I wish you could be my lifelong teacher who teaches me how to drink, sir instructor. How was that? Did that sound okay? Old man, you know me, right? Yeah? I respect you this much, so a bit of alcohol should be okay, no? You. Sir. I never knew you were such a well-mannered and respectable young man. To think we still had such a nice and promising youth in our world. Haha. Good. Excuse me. Can we get a bottle of soju each? Sir. Uh-huh. Do you have plans on driving a magic carriage today? Is one bottle going to be enough? Do you need to drive? Should I call a taxi for you? Ho? Ha ha ha. Good. Before long, 4 bottles of soju were placed on top of our table. Hoo-hoo. How long has it been since I last drank alcohol? Licking my lips, I was just about to open the bottles but... Woof. No. This can't be. Why now of all times? Woof woof. What? Where's this sound coming from? Did someone bring a dog here? The noisy customers of the sashimi soup restaurant confirmed the ominous feeling I had. I carefully turned my gaze to the entrance, and found a red dog that looked like it was made from clay staring at me. Fuck. That was my first alcohol in a year though. Gritting my teeth and bidding farewell to Old Man Heyman, I walked outside and headed somewhere with the blood dog. This dog was a clone created by one of the self-replicating abilities of Doggo. It was similar to one of the abilities it used during Marie's boss fight. The important thing was that this clone was connected to Doggo. This clone and Doggo shared the same senses. Before leaving the academy, I requested Marie to have Doggo create a clone to chase after me, and come looking for me if something was to happen. In other words, the fact that Doggo's clone came to me meant. Looks like the seal of the King of Iron Mountain has been lifted. The thing I had been wary of finally happened, and Marie alerted me of this event through Doggo's clone. Even though Marie was at the academy, she was at an absolute disadvantage, because the King of Iron Mountain was her biggest counter. I also sent the named freshman characters to the laboratory under the pretext of observation, but they alone wouldn't be enough to defeat the monsters of that building. There were still strong professors staying behind at Merkava Academy, so they should somehow be able to come out on top, but a victory full of scars was not the ending I was looking for. In other words, I had to return myself in order to perfectly deal with this incident. However, it would take 3 days on a magic carriage to return to Merkava from Zair. Even if I were to depart immediately, I would arrive after the academy was half destroyed. Of course, this was why I chose the haunted house mission, and this was why I had come to Zair. Hugh, this place is still the same as always. The place I came to was a cathedral in Zair City. Knock knock. Anyone inside? Oh. Hello there. An old and virtuous-looking sister of the cathedral welcomed me with a benevolent smile on her face. I am a student of the academy that was dispatched on a mission. I couldn't attend the weekend service because of my mission. Can I please use a prayer room? Oh? You are a guardian. Sure, of course. I showed her my Merkava Academy ID card and she invited me inside without any suspicion. The ID card of the academy was a proof of identity that worked anywhere. After working down the corridor, I looked for the third prayer room and went inside. Fundamentally, the religion of this world took after the one that everyone knew of back on Earth. Because of that, even the prayer rooms were similar to the ones I saw back when I was following Mom to a prayer house on a mountainside. But the thing was that the religion of this world was a shocking hybrid of Catholic and Protestant. Let's see, was it this? I carefully observed the wooden cross that was stuck at the center of the prayer room. When I carved a rune there. Geeing. The dimensions widened, revealing a mature blonde-haired beauty inside. Chairman? I thought you were at the tower. Corinne Lork? Josephine Clara. The dimensional witch gave a dumbfounded look after seeing me. Lady Josephine was a master of dimensional spells. She could use it during a battle, but the main purpose was to teleport a long distance. You might ask, were there no limitations to her long-distance dimensional spells? The answer was no. Lady Josephine could go anywhere she wanted as long as she stayed inside Merkava City, but things would become different if she wanted to travel outside the city. Her dimensional spells required traces of her mana to be present at the destination. Merkava City was a place she had been living in for over 80 years, so that place had more than enough, but her traces had already vanished from other places. This was where markers came in. A marker was where you carved a specific rune letter inside that causes the suppressed mana inside to burst out and leave a trace. It would automatically send a signal to Lady Josephine so she could move anywhere to where her marker was at least once. But it became her habit to teleport whenever there was a signal, which became the cause of the Josephine Clara sealing incident. Corinne Lork. She glared at me with a sharp gaze. That was natural, because the chairman should be the only one who knew of this marker. Answer me. How do you know about this marker? She threatened while pointing the wand at me. Inside the prayer room that could barely fit two, the dimensions around me were locked and were keeping me hostage. I would lose all my limbs if I were to move here. It would be great if you could undo this spell first. Nonsense. Her voice was sharp, but I could sense her fluster from within. It was about time for me to show myself to them, but there was a more pressing matter at hand. Apparently the King of Iron Mountain is wreaking havoc right now. Aren't we short on time? How much do you? Let's deal with that first. Right now, Senior Marie is holding it back, but everything would be over if it leaves the laboratory and comes outside. There must be a lot of questions in her mind, but now was not the right time. At least not just yet. Let's kill the boar first. One of the 3 best facilities of Merkava Academy, the large laboratory, which went all the way down to the 5th underground floor, regained its light. The reason why the laboratory, which was intentionally kept dark to cut down on energy wastage, was suddenly dazzling bright was because of the huge ruckus that happened at one of the floors. Hundreds of fong boars were noisily creating a fuss while the enormous snake was destroying everything in its sight. Fighting against the 2-legged beast King Tyrant was the Junk Golem, a combined cluster of dozens of golems. All the demonic beasts of the laboratory were attempting to escape from this prison in harmony. Such a thing was originally something that was impossible to happen. Even though they were all classified as a demonic beast, a slight difference in their species meant they were unable to act together in a strategic manner. Even aside from the Fong Boars, there were the Grade 3 Demonic Beast Owlbear, Grade 2 Demonic Beast Beowulf, Semi-Grade 1 Demonic Beast Giant, Grade 1 Demonic Beasts Melting Dragon and the King Tyrant, All of them were from different types of species, and yet they were doing the same thing on repeat with one objective in mind. This is unreal. I did see several alpha entities lead a pack, but this was on a whole different scale. Without even bothering to compare this to all the experiences that he went through over his long years as a mercenary, Doron concluded that this was a very strange turn of events. The only reason he wasn't shocked was because he had already seen something similar beforehand. The similarity between that recent event and this incident was that they both had a foe that was classified as a unique grade. So that's the nightmare of the Dingle Peninsula, King of Iron Mountain, huh? The demon boar of the Dingle Peninsula that was commonly introduced in legends and fairy tales. The monster that murdered countless heroes was now controlling the demonic beasts of the laboratory. But what most of the people here did not know was that this was half the chaos that was originally supposed to happen. The demonic spirits that were supposed to be affected by the demonic aura of a unique grade monster to rampage about, and the unique grade monster itself that was supposed to destroy the most number of things were both being kept in check ever since the beginning of this incident. Blood Realm. If not for the large blood-colored barrier that was locking the experiment room like a prison cell, the demon boar would have demolished this building and taken a step under the sun already. KRRHH. Dragging the chains that weren't fully removed from its legs, the large monster stood on its 4 legs. The overwhelming pressure emanating out of its entire body was enough to make everyone shiver. I thought it was seriously hard to believe even after Corinne said it, but a historical monster of the past that was considered as nothing but an experimental subject after being heavily sealed. Marie, who had heard the prediction that it would escape from its seals beforehand, vacantly murmured to herself. The entire body of the demon boar was covered by deep dark blue hairs. Even the skin seemed tough as if it had turned into iron, and the fangs of the monster were gleaming in a sharp light. Its thick legs caused the ground below to crack on repeat. Doggo. The blood familiar unhesitantly showed itself in response to the call of its owner. Even though its name was a very amicable one like Doggo, this familiar was as threatening as its owner. He should be a good addition to fighting against that monster, but that wasn't Marie's intention. Go out of the realm and help other people. GRRHH. Doggo immediately refuted against his mother's command, but Marie had already resolved her mind. It's okay. Trust me and go. Doggo turned around with a grumble, but he couldn't help but create a few clones to stay behind. Good boy Doggo. GRRH. The blood dog that was growling back immediately turned quiet after a single compliment from his mother. Hope we can finish this before your daddy comes. KNNGG. Doggo scoffed in dissatisfaction again. Even though he loved his creator and mother, he didn't seem to be very fond of his biological father who provided him with most of his blood. Kura. After commanding the small dogs that came out of his body, Doggo left the barrier onto the outer world. Go. Marie turned cold-headed immediately after the commencement of the battle. The small demon dogs dashed forward following her command. Woof. They pounced at the boar's ankles with screeching howls. Their teeth should be able to shred most medium-grade monsters to powder, but the boar continued walking without even sparing them a glance. It elegantly took steps forward as if showing off the dignity of a king. While dragging the little dogs that were biting onto its ankles, the boar stood right in front of Marie. KRRHH. The blood boar gazed down at Marie. The large boar, weighing 60 tons, approached the vampire girl and pondered how to devour her. Don't be too careless. I'm a unique grade just like you. That was when water drops exploded right before the eyes of the demonic boar. Blood bomb. They were water bombs that were amplified several times through Marie's specialty, mana amplification. The bombs exploded right in front of the boar's nose, with a magnitude far superior to normal water bombs. Kugung. Even the building itself quaked from the thunderous explosion, but the boar only wobbled a little from that attack. How about this then? Combination spell, multi-shield. Kwang. An enormous cluster of ice soared up from beneath the belly of the demon boar. The shield of ice that was large and strong enough to pierce through castle walls carried the boar all the way up and crashed it into the ceiling of the blood realm. Marie did not stop even after pushing that large monster away. Mana amplification. The air heated to her call. As a genius mage, her manipulation over mana was now so delicate and profound that she could even control nature itself. Combination spell, blood ice. It resulted in a crimson roar. The large ice was created at the cost of all the molecules in the nearby space. It was such a grandiose spell that others had trouble believing that it was cast by one single person. Piercing through the shield that pushed the demon boar up into the sky, the spear at last landed on the monster. The pillar of ice blood soared into the air and drove the boar deeper into the roof of the realm. If the laboratory hadn't been built with all sorts of incredible materials with plenty of defensive spells cast on top of that, the building would have crumbled from the aftermath of her attack. Wapa. What the hell is that? The soaring frozen fountain of blood gathered the eyes of the noisy crowd. Let alone people, even the demonic beast shivered at the face of an overwhelming display of power. Kawang. After crashing into the roof, the enormous body of the demonic boar fell straight back down on the floor with the thunderous echo of a missile. The crater and cracks caused beneath its body was proof of how destructive her blood ice was. In fact, one would commend anyone if their body could be intact after that attack, but... Crack. Crack. The pebbles and the dust scattered down, revealing the blue hairs of the demon boar. Seeing its body that was unbelievably unscathed, Marie widened her eyes in shock. It really is, like what Corinne said. Senior, you won't be able to defeat it. While explaining the plan, he gave a firm declaration. The reason for that was the primal rune the boar swallowed that was thus engraved onto its heart. Primal rune, oh. The reason it turned into a demon boar after crunching on the oldest steel. Paradise exists. 100% resistance to physical/magic attacks. That was the reason why this monster could only be sealed without being killed even with the sacrifices of countless heroes. King Tyrant. Rather than a demonic beast, this specific Grade 1 monster resembled a monster enemy that would appear in large mecha games and novels. It was a massive monster that should be killed immediately upon sight instead of being captured, but was captured thanks to a mage that was crazy for experiments, paying a huge amount of money for it. Ironically, you could say that the scale of this laboratory building being large enough to house even a monster like this was the reason why things turned this bad. Damn it. Everything's breaking down just from its movement. Do something. The irritation at the predicament made the tongue of the veteran mercenary coarser than usual. Yule. I need more support. Can that really move? Fighting against the King Tyrant was a trash giant. Formed with the formula provided by Corinne Lork plus Yule's reinforcement, the junk golem reached 13 meters in height and was definitely not small even when compared to the King Tyrant. Supporting the junk golem was a fusion of multiple cores of elemental golems that had been destroyed by the rampant demonic beasts added with the tree roots created by the druid of the Avalorn Forest. Kuuu. King Tyrant, the monster at the peak of the food chain, dashed forward at the potential competitor of the ecosystem that threatened its position. Its large claws that could tear down a whole mountain were swung at the junk golem. Quang. As one would expect from the sheer size of those claws, its attacks were incredibly heavy. The junk golem wobbled from a single attack from it. Can you please control it properly? My Wickerman is probably better than that. You said you can only use that in the forest. Just focus on enhancing the snapped joints. Yule, the druid of the Avalorn Forest. Golem mage Chronoliden. These two were the so-called mecha members of Heroic Legends of Arhan. Several mecha fans among the players loved the idea of summoning the Wickerman and the junk golem at the same time by using those two named characters. Originally, those two powerful abilities were supposed to be acquired towards the end of their character scenarios, but Corinne had told them about it ahead of time. It was thus natural for both Yule and Chronol to be inexperienced at handling their summons. According to the formula. Yule. Can you enhance the fists, please? What are you trying to do? I will explode 5 of the elemental golem cores at once to scatter a large amount of mana. Go, Liden Warrior. You even gave it a name? The junk golem, Liden Warrior, drove an uppercut at the King Tyrant with its right arm. While the monster was befuddled by the sudden strike to its jaws, the junk golem pulled its left arm back like a bowstring. In that instant, the joints cracked open around its left elbow. Inside was a portion of elemental golem cores that had been providing energy to the junk golem, overflowing with energy like it was about to explode very soon. Posture/balance control formula, check. Magic booster formula, check. Target tracking radar, on. Nature's weapon wooden fist equipped. Forced explosion of elemental core X5. System all green, you have control. Goo. Master form junk wooden golem, elbow rocket. A heavy punch flew forward with the explosion of mana acting like a boost. Backed by that immense force and weight, the punch drove deeply into the King Tyrant's face. Go, Master Form Junk Wooden Golem. You can do it. Master Form Junk Wooden Golem. What is going on? Seeing the genre change in front of her eyes, Alicia couldn't help but drop her chin. But there was something Alicia wasn't aware of. Yule the druid with knowledge on how to create the Wickerman and Chronoliden who knows how to create the junk golem, with the two in the party plus a certain hidden piece, it was possible to create over Master Form Superfusion Nature Golem Wicker Warrior. And, now is not the time for this. Even aside from the King Tyrant, there were a lot of demonic beasts that were running in at her. While slashing through one of the roaring fang boars, Alicia witnessed the overwhelming fountain of mana that asserted Marie's dominance even through the barrier of blood. Marie's magic was so powerful that it shook the building from its core. It was incredible that she could use such a mighty attack, but what was even more incredible was the demon boar that was completely unscathed after receiving that attack from the front. Can I really kill that monster? Corinne had told her that she was the crucial key in defeating that demon boar. But let alone that boar, she had to worry about the large snake in front of her first. Hiss. The melting dragon charged in with a low hiss. This large yet fake dragon stubbornly chased after Alicia for interfering with its escape. Yoot. Throwing her body, she barely escaped from the marching melting dragon. Even though she was a grade 2 knight, she would still have all of her bones crushed if she was to get hit by that tackle. Singular Sword of Arden, crushing steel. A fierce stab with aura pierced at the exposed temples of the melting dragon. Kong. Wah. But the resulting sound was that of clashing steel, unlike the sound of a blade cutting through flesh. It seemed that grade 1 demonic beasts, which were like raid bosses for guardians, had ridiculously tough skin. Can I really kill this without using domain severance? Corinne chose Alicia as the key member of the subjugation of the King of Iron Mountain. The reason for that was naturally because of her domain severance, and that was why he had given an earnest request. Never. Never ever use domain severance, he said. Even though it was through the vampire senior, Alicia could still tell how serious he must have been when saying that. With her current stats, Alicia could only use domain severance once. Without using that powerful ability, she had to stop the demonic beasts from leaving the laboratory building. Miss Yule and Mr. Cronel are taking care of the King Tyrant. Professor Dana and Mr. Doran are trying their best, but there were too many demonic beasts on this battlefield. There were so many of them that they couldn't even spare the time to care about the remaining grade 1 demonic beast, which was the biggest threat of them all. Alicia was the only one that could fight against the melting dragon. Although she did become much stronger after being enlightened into the domain, she still doubted if she could defeat the grade 1 demonic beast, melting dragon, by herself without relying on domain severance. Kuraawa. It was then. A powerful roar bounced across the walls of the building and resonated sonorously, which momentarily gathered the eyes of everyone present. Doggo? A huge dog of blood that reached 2 meters in height jumped onto the melting dragon. Kukakakakak. Doggo repeatedly smacked the melting dragon with a loud roar, but its scales were inexplicably tough. As if trying to chase out an annoying bug, the snake tossed and turned in order to drop Doggo. See? The snake hissed while opening its mouth. The acid of a melting dragon was about to soar out of its throat. Even a magic organism like Doggo would melt immediately if he was to be hit by that acid headfirst. Run away. Singular Sword of Arden, soaring heavens. Jumping into the air, Alicia attacked the head of the melting dragon as fast as a lightning bolt. The fake dragon's head plummeted into the ground as the acid powerlessly flowed out of its mouth. Doggo. Now. Doggo kicked off the ground. Like a magic bullet, he started a destructive march that he once used when trying to crush Corinne to pieces. His form resembled a rampaging train with broken brakes. The moment he kicked off the stone floors of the laboratory and sped through the air, the melting dragon opened its mouth in an attempt to swallow Doggo as a whole. HAHT. That's Danjaro. Kadak. They collided. In the blink of an eye, the venomous fangs of the melting dragon were crushed. Kadak. Kadududak? And it was followed by the sound of the inner flesh being torn to pieces. Rip. Cheek. Soon, Doggo raced out of the snake's tail along with the explosion of the snake's inner organs. Awoo. Drenched in blood and organs of the melting dragon, Doggo raised a scream of victory. No one is normal. Honestly, Alicia even pondered if it was alright for her to be here or not. Jying. That was when the dimensions opened in the middle of the laboratory. Alicia knew what this spell was. Professor Josephine? It seemed that the master of dimensional spells, Professor Josephine, had finally arrived at the laboratory. Lady Josephine soon showed herself from the portal, and the good news was she wasn't the only reinforcement. Whoa. Looks like everyone's doing fine. Corinne Lork. He, who should be out of the city for the grade reassessment, arrived along with Josephine. Mr. K, Corinne Dash? Alicia knew he would be back before everything was over, but she definitely wasn't expecting him to arrive like this, so she widened her eyes in surprise. How did you meet Professor Josephine? Tell me the situation before that. Where's the boar? Senior Marie is holding it back for now. We have to help but. Alicia turned to Marie, who was keeping the demon boar busy with Blood Realm in the middle of one of the rooms of the building. What she saw next were hundreds of demonic beasts camping outside the barrier. They were waiting as if they would pounce at Marie immediately once the realm was gone. It seemed nigh impossible to approach her through that horde of monsters. King Tyrant should be alright now. And Melting Dragon, what did you even do to that guy? Woof. Doggo gave a fierce bark and showed off his achievement. What's your plan, Corinne Lork? Should I throw you into the barrier with my magic? Asked Josephine. Her idea was very reasonable. Even though she was a semi-unique grade mage and was immeasurably strong, even she couldn't defeat hundreds of rampant demonic beasts in an instant in an underground setting. It's okay. Miss, you can just help us defeat the demon boar. What do you mean? Instead of replying to her question, Corinne responded with his actions. Raising the silver spear, he tapped the ground once. Wah-wah, wah-wah-ek. In that instant, astonishing flames started to rise from everywhere. The hundreds of demonic beasts that were pushing the guardians back suddenly started being scorched with black smoke leaving their bodies. Are they being scorched from the inside? Wakak. Wah-wah-ya. Squeak. Quack. Coo-woo. Flames started rising from the undigested stones that were inside the bodies of the demonic beasts. Like white phosphorus, they simultaneously began to burn. The synchronized screams of countless monsters, including fawn boars, were so noisy that even Professor Josephine turned dizzy from it. Resonant activation of the silver spear. With enough time and tenacity, you can even do things like this. Corinne's lips curled up as he gazed down at the burning demonic beasts. Gulp. Professor Dana of the magic department gasped while watching the scene unravel before her eyes. Let alone historians and guardians, everyone regardless of gender and age would have imagined something like this if they had read about the great legends and the myths of the old times. Unique grades. What would happen if the historical legends, those immeasurable monsters, were to fight against each other? Combination spell, Snow Flower. Thurasas Fehu. The absolute zero coldness that threatened to freeze everything in existence was swallowed by the exploding heat of mana. Their mana output was in a whole different league. Their fight was beyond the realms of human comprehension. Even though the two unique grade demons were casually using these spells as if it was nothing, those spells were like a tempest of destruction. If not for the blood realm that separated everything with a barrier that only allowed herself and her familiar to cross it, the aftermath of their fight would have reached the entire building. Professor Dana was shocked by how each of their spells were powerful enough to easily destroy an entire floor of this building, and was relieved by the fact that it wasn't leaving the realm. That was unique grade. The legendary Great Demon, King of Iron Mountain. Elder Rank Vampire, Marie Dinaref. Black large square 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 black large square. The monster charged forward. The four-legged beast weighing 60 tons left an afterimage behind its path as it marched towards its enemy with gleaming fangs. Even though it had simply kicked off the ground, the resulting gust was destructive in itself. Multi-Shield, Blood Snow Barrier Fortress. The original combination spell, Multi-Shield, which was formed by freezing moisture, was supplemented with the blood of a vampire. It was truly as tough as a fortress, but it wasn't enough to stop the demonic boar. Kwaong. One strike made the Blood Snow Barrier Fortress crumble to pieces. Even after destroying those tough fortress walls, the demon boar did not stop advancing forward. Uck. It seemed that even the girl with watercolored hair wasn't expecting the monster to break through one of her strongest defense skills this easily, and gave a frown. Right as the boar was about to collide with her, Marie's body vanished from sight. Using its insane dynamic vision, the demon boar's gaze chased after her body and realized that it was a crimson dog that moved its foe away from its path. Doggo? What about the outside? Before asking that question, Marie instinctively looked outside and noticed that the laboratory was being splendidly burned down. Corinne's finally here. There was something Corinne had requested of her while explaining his plan. It was to feed 1,000 pebbles and stones to the demonic beasts of the laboratory. Of course, those weren't normal pebbles, and they were stones that had the rune letter, Kenas, engraved on them. The plan was to feed those stones to the demonic beasts under the pretext that it was safer for her to feed them, and use resonant rune activation to kill them all at once. This disastrous scene of the burning laboratory was the result of that plan. Higher-level demonic beasts like Grade 2 and Semi-Grade 1 were able to withstand the attack somehow, but lower-grade demonic beasts were immediately scorched to death by the flames rising up from their innards. That meant that most of the monsters outside that were keeping everyone busy had been dealt with. KRRHH. At a corner of the Blood Realm, Doggo dropped Marie back down on the ground. Watching from outside the barrier next to them was Corinne. Corinne. Thank you for your hard work, Senior. I did my best. Everything became a lot easier thanks to your help. Can you open this for us? Only Marie and her familiar were able to enter and exit out of the Blood Realm. That was common sense, but there was an exception. You can just come in, Corinne. HNN? In response, Corinne reached forward with his hand as it easily passed through the barrier made of blood. You're right. You are always welcome, Corinne. Oh. Corinne walked back and forth out of the Blood Realm as if it was an interesting experience, but he soon stopped and opened his mouth. Can you still remove this for us though? Because we need to kill that guy. Okay. Marie removed the Blood Realm in an instant without any hesitation. That was when the heavy thud of something falling down quaked the entire laboratory. Hoo-woo-woo. The large body of the King Tyrant fell on the ground with a remorseful roar. Standing on that body and declaring its victory was an enormous golem. Nice. We did it. Defeating a grade 1 demonic beast as 2 people. We got lucky. One by one, the named characters gathered together. Golem Mage, Chronal Laden. Druid of the Avalorn Forest, Yule. Mercenary of Flying Swords, Doron Warsky. Domain Wielder, Alicia Arden. Unique Grade Vampire, Marie Dinaref. The party was far beyond being simply good and was even extravagant, but they were still unsure of victory because the enemy was a great monster that befit its notorious fame. And besides. GRRHH. Kia. The stronger demonic beasts that survived through Corinne's resonant rune activation slowly gathered to form an army. Those monsters that should have been fighting recklessly without any order or cooperation had gathered under the single flag of a unique grade. They were about 30 in numbers. Fighting against 30 grade 2 monsters at once was already a tough task, and yet behind them, there was even the unique grade demonic boar. KRRH. A short howl echoed from the boar, followed by Marie's immediate shout. Everyone, scatter. Everyone reacted fast. Both knights and mages instinctively sensed danger and retreated. The only ones that did not listen to her advice, the demonic beasts, were caught up by the relentless march of the boar. Kaduduk. Pabek. A tyrant. The charge of the Soul King that destroyed everything it touched like the blades of a blender had no regard for allies. Its march that ripped everything into shreds without caring about the demonic beasts under its path reminded one of the poem from 80 years ago that was sung by a bard describing the tyrant. King of Iron Mountain requires no minion. Before him there can be no safe bastion. For the king has no mercy for you all. Run, O foolish mortals. We cannot stall. Here comes the tyrant to devour them all. Laden warrior. In order to fight against the enormous boar that was charging in a straight line, the junk golem started dashing forward. You idiot. You can't go head-to-head against that. Corinne's shout was buried under the crushing footsteps of the golem. The siege golem had proven its strength by defeating the king tyrant. Its destructiveness was marvelous, even more so after receiving the enhancement of a druid. Even a unique grade shouldn't be unscathed after being kicked by this giant from the front. Forced explosion of Elemental Core X7, Flying Knee Kick. Goo. The powerful kick was made by sacrificing most of the elemental cores that were left behind in its body. Even a unique grade demon boar would get injured if it received such an attack to its skull. Kajik. The marching demon boar collided against the leg of the golem. The result was very obvious. Pang. The leg of the junk golem, which was made by combining the remains of golems that weighed tens of tons, crumbled in an instant. Like a balloon, it popped and vanished when it reached the boar. This can't be. Chronal and Yule were greatly astonished. They probably weren't expecting the strongest knee kick under Yule's greatest support to be crushed this easily. Chronal, hold on to it as much as you can. You need to last 30 seconds at least. Go. Eek. He hurriedly started moving the junk golem. Holding on to the demon boar that did not even slow down after destroying one of the golem's legs, he tried his hardest to slow down the monster. Yule. Grow your plants. You must hold it back somehow. You make it sound easy. Despite shouting back, Yule followed the order given by the party leader. She wrote an Ogham letter through her staff. Using the profound abilities of a druid, she grew plants from the literal bottom pits of nature. Doron. Attack the sides. Don't use the magnetic and the heavy iron sword. Focus all your mana on the lightning and fire spirit swords and go as fancy as you can to grab its attention. Those 2 swords require a lot of mana. I won't even last 3 minutes if I use them in full scale. Is that still okay? It doesn't matter. That's all you need to do. Explode your swords at the end if you need to. The important thing is to deal as much damage as possible using your magic swords. What a cold thing to say, boss. He grumbled but still followed Corinne's command, because Corinne had never given a wrong order as a party leader. A strategist that raises the best and safest options in a timely manner, there was no reason for him to disobey as a mercenary. Quang. Large plants shot out of the ground. The huge bean sprouts that were amplified by the secret skills of a druid reached out at the demon boar in order to stop the giant monster. After losing both of its legs, the junk golem clinged onto the boar using its arms and its weight. Thanks to that, the demonic boar had been slowed down a fair bit. Durek. Creak. Rip. Kajik. However, the boar was still moving forward. The golem weighing tens of tons was being dragged along the ground, while the huge vines were being ripped without being able to stop the monster in its tracks. Are you serious? How is this even possible? This was a unique grade. A monster that couldn't be measured by human standards. Something incredibly different from people. It's going to use it soon, muttered Corinne. Primal rune, oh. That was when the hairs of the boar turned red. Huh? Wait? What? The demon boar simply walked out ignoring the plants and the golem that were holding on to its legs. As if they weren't fully wrapped around in the first place, it naturally walked out. Doran. I know. The mercenary's sword started to dance. The sword of fire and the sword of lightning. Those weapons had been upgraded into having the best grade 1 magic stones that he received as reward from the academy after Marie Dinareff's incident. His swords were truly remarkable. Bolts of lightning danced around with tall flames to sear both sides of the boar. Primal rune, oh. This time, the hairs of the monster started turning into blue. The swords of flame and lightning reached the demonic boar after its hairs finished turning blue. What? Doran felt nothing. Although he was flying the swords around with telekinesis, he was the one controlling them. He should be feeling some type of collision if they were to come into contact with something. However, he didn't feel anything just then, as if he had slashed through thin air. Corinne. Yes, I know. Send Doggo forward. Only Marie, who had been fighting against the King of Iron Mountain until now, was able to understand what was going on. Doggo. The familiar of blood heeded to the call of its owner and marched forward. Its destructive vigor was by no means less than that of the large monster. Kung. Relying on pure speed, the blood dog pounced forward. After being hit by the dog that was even faster than the speed of sound, the demon boar's body wobbled for the first time. KRH. It worked? The party members cheered out loud, thinking that they had finally managed to land a meaningful strike. The primal rune that was swallowed by the demon boar, the statement that paradise exists and the power that stemmed from it was like a play on words. In order to kill the King of Iron Mountain, there needs to be both physical and magic attacks. It's quite a common pattern. Prime. The 8 letters required to head into paradise. As something that existed but not anymore, the paradise gave out incomplete notions of power. In the case of the demon boar, the notion was that paradise existed. This concept was realized in heroic legends of Arhan but in an imperfect way that had 2 conditions. Red hair gave complete resistance to physical attacks. Blue hair gave complete resistance to magic attacks. And the gold hair, its final resort was. Kronel and Yule. Try your best to hold it back as much as you can. If it slips out of your grip, do it again. Doran, attack from medium range. Alicia and I will be waiting for our turn at the back. Corinne, what about me? Marie asked. Leave all the attacks to Doggo. Wait until I give you other orders. Okay. Everyone. Do not worry about what comes next. This is a fight for our lives, and the result will be decided shortly. Pour out everything you have and we will win. All the guardians present were lost for words. They were shocked to see someone who was sure of victory even in the face of a legendary opponent with such absurd abilities. Black large square 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 black large square. A roar that seemed to be knocking on the world sonorously echoed across the building as the large body of the King of Iron Mountain started to move again. Following its shout was another simple charge, but there was no one here who did not know of how destructive and powerful its attack was. Yule. Kronel. The junk golem with no legs and the half-crushed large plants pounced at the monster. Rather than an attack, it was closer to a grappling move. Those annoying things started to slow it down again, so the demon boar immediately changed its hairs to red. It ran away. As soon as the hairs changed its color, the arms of the golem and the plants ended up slipping out as if they couldn't even come into contact with the demon boar. Doran. The lightning spirit sword and the fire spirit sword started to dance and struck down at its sides as if it had been waiting. Due to the magic stones inside and Doran's skills, the flames and lightning bolts of these swords were on a similar level to the high-grade spells of mages. However, the boar started turning its hairs to blue and escaped from his attacks again. That was when Jio. It was the same pattern as before. Doggo threw its body at a rapid speed and marched in at the side of the demon boar as soon as it started changing its hairs to blue. Kung. The power behind the attack was enough to send its onlookers shivering, but Doggo realized that something was different after marching at it. The color of the hairs hadn't changed, the monster had stopped changing the color of its hair in the middle, and they were still red. A feint. Showing its change to the magic-resistant blue hairs was a trick to attract Doggo, who was proving to be the most threatening foe. Smirk. The old and great monster of the past gazed down at the young beast. At the same time, its fangs gleamed in gold. Thurasas Fehu. Kwang. Those runes destroyed everything nearby, and that destructive light sent Doggo flying. Doggo. Senior. Retrieve your familiar. Use blood spear. Marie regained her temper after hearing Corinne call her from the side. She retrieved Doggo, who was starting to lose his shape after being crushed. It was possible to resummon him after sufficiently replenishing blood and mana, but she didn't have enough blood to do that right now. Blood spear. She created dozens of blood spears in the air. After being amplified by her specialty, those spears were several times stronger than normal medium-grade spells. Blow it away. Without even bothering to dodge the attack, the demon boar dashed into the tempest of spears. Its hairs turned blue. Despite ignoring Doran's swords like it was nothing, the boar used its primal rune to fight against Marie's attacks. Its first priority now was Marie Dinaref. Kagagang. The spears began to break immediately upon contact with the boar without leaving a single wound on its body. The boar and Marie were now less than 10 meters apart. Marie still had more than enough mana. She could continue pouring out newly created blood spears for hours without an end. The only issue was that the enemy wasn't keen on giving her the time to use all her mana. Let's do this. Thud. The spearmen kicked off the ground, making everyone doubt their eyes. No one was expecting there to be a fool who would charge back at the march of the demon boar. He jumped into the air, but was still in the path of the boar. In the middle of the air, in a situation where he might lose his body without even having the time to land back down on the ground, he bent his back like a bowstring and Crumbling Mountain, Secret Arts. One strike, one shot, thunderous strike. He used the strongest ability of a spearman. The demon boar that was holding off against Marie's magic bombardment with its blue primal rune was flustered by the unexpected yet destructive attack. That single strike was even stronger than the bombardment used by a unique grade mage. Seeing that incoming spear, the demon boar immediately realized that the attack had the power to leave a massive wound on its body. Did it have to change to red hair? As the boar quickly accelerated its thoughts, it spotted the vampire pointing the staff at its body in its slow perception of the world. Mana was gathering at the tip of the staff. Even though she was already creating tens and hundreds of blood spears, she was casting another spell on top, which was in a different league to what she had used thus far. The boar immediately noticed what their plan was. As soon as it changed its hairs to red in order to avoid the tossed spear, it would be swallowed by that massive spell. It was bound to receive a large amount of damage no matter what happened. Primal rune, oh. What would the monster choose? What did it choose to allow, and what did it choose to resist? Huh. The first one to let out a stupefied gasp was Kronel, who had been controlling the golem. He was appalled after seeing the change that started from the butt of the demon boar. After him were Doran and Yule, who were likewise flustered upon seeing the new color of the boar. Gold? Right. Gold. Covering the lofty king of Iron Mountain was neither blue nor red, but was the lustrous sheen of gold. Kong. The spear bounced off. Unable to do any damage, the silver spear powerlessly bounced off the body of the boar, and the same was with the countless blood spears that were being poured on the monster. Golden hair. Its ability was purely absurd, complete resistance to both physical and magic damage. The king grinned. Satisfied, it contorted its lips. As always, the battle was decided by the last resort that it had been hiding from everyone's sight, the ability that made it invincible for 5 minutes. No one was able to fight against the king in front of this power. Alicia. But the king's vanity lasted only a second. Next to where the spearman landed, 10 steps in front of the boar, was a swordsman with bent knees and a lowered head. Amidst the confusion of the laboratory, caused by everything being crushed, destroyed and crumbled, was a swordsman keeping her calm like the tranquil ocean. The king looked at her. They were only 10 meters away. It would take 0.5 seconds for its current unstoppable march to reach her, another 0.5 seconds for its fangs to penetrate through her stomach, and zero point 0.5 more seconds for it to be trampled on the ground after being shredded into pieces in the air. Overall, it should take less than 1.5 seconds. The opponent was just a feeble and tiny human that should be gone in less than 1.5 seconds. That should be it, but if so, why was the swordsman making the king feel this uneasy and vigilant? The king's instincts and its speed were incomparably fast. But its judgment and its change of plans were slow. Singular Sword of Arden. Facing off against the boar that was hundreds of times heavier than herself, the girl unsheathed the demon-slaying sword. Domain Severance. Sheik. The sword cleaved the dimension. As the colossal body of the boar came crashing down, the boar fell while splattering its blood everywhere. I was probably the only one who saw what happened in that short decisive moment. Everyone who hadn't been able to see her entry to the domain and her slash inside the domain doubted the scene before their eyes. Alicia herself was barely holding onto her sword with her shivering right arm. That was probably the strongest strike she had ever pulled off in her entire life. I supported Alicia, who was about to powerlessly fall to the side. It was very commendable that she was still holding onto the sword despite her condition. Is it dead? Alicia asked me to confirm whether she had been able to deal the final blow to the monster or not. Not yet. She sent an astonished gaze at the fallen beast. Even after being hit by her strongest attack, the demon boar was still alive. Golden Hair. The last phase of King of Iron Mountain, the demonic boar of the Dingle Peninsula, was where the final boss became invincible for 5 minutes. It was truly a disgusting mechanic, but there existed a secret way around this phase. And that was none other than Domain Severance. Domain Severance was like a killing move in a suspended world, but it had another effect in the game. 100% physical and magic penetration. The reason why Alicia Arden was the strongest counter to all the boss characters who loved having a bunch of physical or magic resistances was simple. There was nothing in the world that could block her sword strike when she was staring into the gap between dimensions through her eyes of the boundary. The normal way to go through that last phase was by running around for 5 minutes from that demon boar, but Alicia could defeat it in one strike. Her strongest attack as a result of the combination of the domain and the eyes of the boundary were exceptionally overpowered. There was a reason why she was called the true Alicia after her scenario quest. As expected, one well-nurtured Alicia is way better than 10 people. What are you talking about? More importantly, is it okay to leave that monster like that? Isn't it going to run around again? Even after being slashed by Alicia's secret move, the boar was still alive. That was natural, considering the sheer amount of HP it had. No. It's about time for Lady Josephine to get to work. Swish. It was then. As soon as I finished saying that, a grandiose magic circle appeared at the ceiling. What is that? That's the repaired version of the broken Grand Magic Circle. I had asked Lady Josephine to repair the Grand Magic Circle of the laboratory while we were stopping the boar. That was the normal approach to the boss fight back in the game as well. She finished repairing it that fast? Everyone seemed surprised by the works of the Great Witch, but this wasn't the end just yet. The golden hair pattern is a strong ability, but it can't use the primal rune again for some time after that's over. In other words, now was the only chance to kill the demonic boar. It was very rare to even get a chance to kill someone or something that contained a primal rune. We would gang up against the monster together in the original game to barely beat it, but we had a unique grade mage in our hands. Senior Marie. I'm ready. Marie started using her grand spells against the demon boar that was powerlessly being pushed down by the magic circle of suppression. The spell of pure destruction of a unique grade vampire was exceptional. Several members of our party that recognized the intensity of her attack immediately retreated to the stairs in a hurry. Professor Josephine. I leave this building in your hands. It's all you. Damn it. A rare profanity left the mouth of Lady Josephine. After gathering all the energy inside the laboratory that came from the ley lines, the great mage started using her spell and goodbye. Grand magic of blood, pure crimson spear. The spear of the strongest output that she had been building over time struck down to kill the King of Iron Mountain. The nightmare from 80 years ago. The killer of heroes. During the last moments of the demonic boar of the Dingle Peninsula, the spearman did not miss the primal light that shot out of the crumbling body of the monster. Kugagung. The empty plot of land behind the laboratory, that barren land with no passers-by, echoed with the sound of a mechanism as a path appeared out of nowhere. A man was walking out of that secret passage which should only be known by 2 people of the academy. In his hand was a well-polished magic stone. The letter engraved on that was the primal rune, the rune swallowed by the demon boar, which was the root cause of this incident. Primal rune. The 8 letters leading to the paradise. They were the remnants of the divine ages of gods in the past that could not be broken by anything in the world, but it was possible for the rune stones that served as the shell to break at times. 88 years ago, that rune stone had been swallowed by one of the boars of the Dingle Peninsula. Because it just happened to give semi-immortality to its owner, no one had been able to take it out of the monster until now. But today, the unsealed demon boar was subjugated and the rune stone in its body ended up breaking. Where would the primal rune go after losing its shell? The answer was simple. After roaming the air and finding the closest rune stone, it would land inside it, and the closest rune stone this time was the one being held by the man who was hiding nearby. He had finally achieved his goal. It was a joyous event after 10 years of hard work, which he had been aiming for ever since he first infiltrated into this academy following the command of his master. Has everyone evacuated from the building? There are still some monsters coming out of the entrance. Kill them. Don't let any of them come out. Everyone was focused on the entrance of the building, which was on the complete opposite side of the empty plot of land. The man simply had to leave the secret passage and leave both the academy and the city. That wasn't very difficult. The monster had been defeated with more ease than he expected considering its fame as the King of Iron Mountain, but that made sense because it had been sealed for over 80 years. The man with afro hair walked out of the open doors of the secret passage out of the laboratory, and walked onto the empty plot of land behind the building. For some unknown reason, at the center of the land were traces of a campfire and a log chair which was being occupied by a man. The man sitting on the chair was a famous freshman who was known by everyone in the academy, the grade 5 knight whom he had intentionally sent outside the city during this time. Surrounded by a cold and sharp breeze, the man gazed back with a wild sneer on his face. Corin Lork. Grade 5 knight. An irregular who defeated the unique grade vampire Marie Dinaref, as well as the great demon, King of Iron Mountain. How is my senior brother Valtazer doing? My dear nephew Firmac? He greeted the long-awaited king subject, Firmac Daemon. Advanced chapters available on our site, illustrations on our Discord. You can rate this series here. How is my senior brother Valtazer doing? My dear nephew Firmac? Nephew. Firmac was probably suspecting that I was a martial brother of his that he wasn't aware of, but you're the disciple of the renounced disciple of my master, so that makes me your uncle. Come show your respects to your elder. Uncle. Don't tell me. He seemed to have finally noticed who I was. That can't be. That woman shouldn't be able to leave the palace right now. How could she possibly take in another disciple? It's not like you need to believe me. His decision after seeing me use the same spearmanship as his master was very wise. From Firmac's knowledge, his master should be the only spearman out there who used 6 ways of the spear to reach the void. Therefore, judging from what I showed him, it should have been highly likely for me to be that man's disciple. But why would his master not tell Firmac about another direct disciple even though he was here for a mission that was given by him? As a traitor, or rather as a subject of the King of Paradise, what would have been the right call for Firmac Daemon? Ignore. Ask for help. Ignoring was the safer option. Even after ignoring me here, he could still reveal his identity at a later date. Asking for help was a foolish choice, because one rune mage was more than enough for this plan. He didn't even need to receive my help for this plan, and what if I didn't have the same master as him? What if I was antagonistic, and what if I had nothing to do with them? Instead of bearing the risk, he decided to ignore me. On top of that, Firmac added a clever move. He sent me outside the city using the reassessment of a grade 5 knight who performed well against Lunia Arden as the excuse. The subjugation of a semi-grade 1 demonic beast and spirit would normally take a week or 2 at the very least. Considering the time it takes to travel back and forth, I wouldn't have been able to come back before it was over. Meanwhile, he could create a ruckus with the King of Iron Mountain incident and escape after the whole thing was over. My identity was something he could ask his master and king at a later date. He probably wasn't expecting me to return using a long-distance, dimensional travel through Lady Josephine's marker. Professor Dana's experiment and Senior Marie's incident were great events for you, right? Because you have been waiting for the right opportunity. The boss of the first arcade, Marie Dinaref's incident was a coincidental accident, whereas the outbreak of the 2ND Arc's boss, King of Iron Mountain, was a thoroughly devised plan. One of the key requirements of the 2ND Arc's boss fight were the questions about Ariu Khazar's right as the chairman, which was triggered by Marie's incident. In this iteration, it was substituted by questions about Marie's safety and security issues, but the important part here was Chairman Ariu Khazar's absence at the academy. The absence of the primal guardian that was created with the strongest rune stone must have been the best opportunity for Firmac, who had been waiting for it for over 10 years. You are not going back with that primal rune. Firmac's eyes widened behind his sunglasses. That wasn't something a mere student should be aware of, and the only ones that knew about it were his master and Did Josephine? No, that can't be right. If the Guardians were aware of his existence, they wouldn't have watched this happen in the first place. I could sense his confusion from the torrent of undecipherable information. A normal villain would have gone, "Who are you?" and lingered on the topic, but... I see. So you're my enemy, huh? He concluded it with that one sentence. Yes. I am your enemy. Fermac Damon. The real mastermind behind this incident, who lifted the seals cast on the final boss of the second arcade, King of Iron Mountain, that would later appear with the King of Paradise as one of his 4 attendants. He was known as a famous Grade 1 knight in the world, but no. At the very least, he was a semi-unique grade just like Lunia Arden and had the potential to reach the power of a unique grade after meeting certain conditions. It was such a distant past. Actually, it wasn't even that far back, because it was 1 year ago before the end of the last iteration. This guy did the same thing last time, and reappeared later to kill a large number of my comrades and innocent people. Everything was for the advent of paradise, for that stupid ambition of theirs. When I first met him at the grading test in this iteration, I had vowed to myself that I would kill him without fail. Looks like you have gotten overly arrogant from all the compliments of your peers. Do you think you'll have a chance against me? Fermac Damon was the first one to move. Arise, my shadow. Shadow servant. A clone stood up from within his shadow and created another version of him. That was his specialty. It doubled the user's attacks as long as there was shadow nearby, so it was a wondrously powerful ability when paired up with boxing. It will be over in no time. Fermac gave an arrogant declaration, but there was a reason why I had chosen this place as the battlefield. Crack. Rip. Kajijik. The created clone suddenly fluctuated before dissipating due to the radiant light of the sun. Soilo. The natural counter to shadow-type moves. You already know the biggest weakness of your skill, right? It might be obvious, but shadow-type skills required shadow in the first place. Like how water-attributed spells required moisture and fire-attributed spells required oxygen, everything had a necessary cost and a procedure, whether it be a specialty or an elemental spell. Fermac avoided the rune of the sun that was eliminating his shadow and took a step to the side. Pajik. However, there was another rune of the sun in that place. He realized something after noticing that his shadow had been removed once again by the same rune. Don't tell me, you covered this entire area with Soilo? It was quite tough actually. I spent 20 days engraving solar runes all across this place. It was a lot of work, but I had a lot of spare mana these days, you see. While boiling the mandrake decoction as well as when we were practicing spearmanship for the group assignment, all the way until I had to leave for the grading test, I was practically living in this plot of land. I had been preparing for this battle in this inhabited land that had no passers-by and a secret passage leading to the basement of the laboratory before anyone else. This was a brutal stage set just to counter Fermac Damon. Damn it, that's what his gaze told me. He must be quite annoyed by the fact that his shadow servant had been deactivated after requiring so much mana to activate by such a simple and elementary rune. You damn coward. You mean organized. I do admit you have perseverance, but... Raidho. He closed the distance in an instant. 10 meters, it wasn't a super long distance by any means, but it was a distance that still required some time to travel. However, Fermac's supersonic movement happened like a flash, where the distance between him and his foe became smaller like it was folded, and did not seem like a simple sprint. I moved my spear to meet the lightning-fast fist. Pabek. But the spear ended up cutting nothing. His body vanished like it blinked out of sight. He had already accelerated next to my body and was swinging his fist at my side. Southpaw jet boost. 8 trigrams, fleeting body. Vung. My feet moved following the profound wisdoms of 8 trigrams and slid across as Fermac's punch failed to reach anything. Ho? A consecutive use of Raidho to attack the weakness, it was a decent yet straightforward combo. Did he think I wouldn't be able to dodge that or something? 4th style, spinning heaven. Using my fingers, I started spinning the spear. The spear rotated far and wide and threatened the boxer. Full back. With his lower body in the same place, Fermac lowered his back to dodge the spear. Relying on his superhuman dynamic vision and perfect calculation of distance, he dodged my sudden chain of attacks with the minimal number of movements. A nice balance of techniques polished through experience and practice. Very good. Pretending to be a professor now? I have been at it for 10 years. It's something I cannot help. How about you talk like a frivolous teacher again, huh? Continue doing what you've been doing. You cocky brat. Whatever you try to do, this will be your graveyard. I proclaimed while pointing at him with the ambiently glimmering silver spear. After hearing my resolve, he also turned serious. He must have decided that I wouldn't be an easy foe. However, his first goal was to leave this city, because he had to avoid the eyes of people who were assuming he was dead. It is a shame that we cannot see this through. I will make sure I kill you the next time we meet. That was an obvious decision on his part. If he was seriously keen on running away, no one would be able to stop him, including Lady Josephine the Dimensional Mage. But I was definitely not going to let that happen. Thud. Before he could escape using the rune of Raidho, I declared to him. It is a duel. Fermac Damon. I have no reason to respond to the duel of someone like you. Of course you do. Fermac Damon. Because that is the precept restricting you. You. Fermac Damon seemed befuddled after realizing that I even knew about the precept that was engraved on his body. He had the same precept as me on his body, and the reason he could reach the power level of a unique grade was thanks to the support of his precept. Precepts were the ways of the great warriors of the Paradise of Shadows, a high-risk high-reward system that allowed you to become a lot stronger. I do not refuse duels. Since he had engraved that as his restriction, refusing the duel was not an option for Fermac Damon. Is that why you came here by yourself? Because duels must be one-on-one. Right, the reason I came here alone without bringing Lady Josephine or other members of the party was simple. It was because Fermac didn't need to accept duels when outnumbered. Duels had to be impartial, sacred, and, at the same time, it had to be 1 versus 1. Therefore, the only duels that were forced by the restriction were one-on-one fights. If another person joined the duel, the precept would grant the rune mage a ridiculous amount of power to overcome the situation. Most importantly, Fermac Damon would have immediately run away if he had 2 or more people as his opponent, because his mission was to retrieve the primal rune. But because I was here by myself, and because he had already seen the rune of duel declaration, he had no choice but to accept my duel. He would certainly not be willing to bear the risk of going against the restriction, which he had been keeping for decades. Fermac Damon postured himself and glared at me with the eyes of a warrior. In response, I held the silver spear in my hands. We both readied ourselves for the duel, and following the sacred rules of a duel, we introduced ourselves. The first warrior of Tatesval Taser, the King of Paradise, Fermac Damon. The first spear of Arandanua, the Queen of Paradise, Corinne Lork. There were only 10 meters in between us. Victory and defeat. That would be the only difference between us two. System backup in operation. Reviewing the precept. First precept, duty, I will not disregard the misfortune of the good. Relativity, a plus. Second precept, restriction, I do not perceive spirits. Support, 50% additional damage. Third precept, pledge, I will save the world. Fermac Damon, relativity, A. Support. A plus. Aura, medium, 5530 plus 5530. Mana, low, 4170 plus 4170, strength. 67 plus 67. Agility. 66 plus 66. Vitality. 68 plus 68. Aura. 64 plus 64. Mana. 64 plus 64. Regeneration of the Tenacious Warrior. Pain tolerance. Domain comprehension x 100%. Aura core, medium, storing 500. Defeat Fermac Damon, and take a step forward to saving the world. Good luck, Hero Corinne Lork. Fermac rationally analyzed his opponent. The enemy was someone who had been fighting against Lunia Arden on equal grounds, although momentarily. Besides, his precepts were also unclear. He was grade 1 at the very least, and could even be considered a semi-unique grade. On the other hand, Corinne knew what Fermac's precepts were about. At least he knew exactly what his restriction was. After some time, the uproar will subside and others might surround them. Fermac had to go with a short decisive battle. It is rather annoying, but I will admit it. I shall use my everything to crush you. Fermac gave an arrogant statement before gathering mana at his fingers to write down runes. Tuaz. Athala. His fingers beneath the gauntlets wrote various letters at a supersonic speed. War and death. The 2 letters of the runic alphabet that represented great power were engraved in the air. When he added the rune Ingas and several other letters on top. Segment of Paradise, Shadow Fortress. Pitch darkness swallowed the ground, the empty plot of land as well as the sky. Something dark began to infiltrate the real world. The fortress covered the sun like a screen and did not allow any light to pervade inside. This fortress that turned the barren plot of land more desolate than ever, and swallowed it with the deep darkness of the abyss, was a portion of the otherworldly paradise that existed somewhere beyond the dimensional gap. Soilo. Runes of the sun erupted out in retaliation. However, after the heavy shadows of the huge fortress came to contact with the ground, they weighed down from above with its immense weight, destroyed the runes carved on the ground and spread across endless darkness. A world without a sun. A glimpse into the abandoned paradise. The fortress of shadows devoured all the nearby light as if it loathed the sun that refused to shed light unto their world. With your petty skills, you won't be able to remove this shadow. Your defeat has been decided the moment this fortress arrived here. Removing the shadow with solar runes. It was a great idea, but he probably had no idea about this point of entry into the paradise, which had only been permitted to the great warriors of the paradise. GRRHHH. Q. Demonic beasts of the Shadow Realm crawled into the enclosed fortress. They faced the two infiltrators of the paradise with endless hostility and hatred. This was a double-edged sword to Fermac. These demonic beasts would attack him as well. However, Fermac was confident because his third precept, the pledge I will serve the shadow. Gave him a ridiculous amount of power when inside the paradise. Now, the only future ahead of Corinne Lorque was either being ripped to pieces by the demonic beasts of the paradise of shadows or being killed by his fists, and yet. Within the world covered and walled off by the shadows, Fermac, who had become used to darkness due to wearing sunglasses all the time, spotted a grin on Corinne's lips. Right. I knew you would use this when you're in a rush. Corinne scavenged through the bag which had been on him from the start, and took out something from inside that was covered with dirt. Flop. Key? The plant that looked like a human gave out an adorable gasp. It was radiating in bright gold, despite being inside the paradise of shadows. Corinne's lips curled up with a haughty light. He was smiling. Countless runes carved on the ground, an empty plot of land, and Fermac's hidden trump card which could nullify any locational disadvantage. There was no way Corinne Lorque hadn't been expecting this move from him, and that was why he took out this very item right here and then. Yellow gold mandrake. It was the medicinal herb which he did not pluck out despite its astonishing effect, the hidden item that had 7 times the noise and magic damage of a normal mandrake. Heek! The golden mandrake held inside the fortress of shadows which had landed on the empty plot of land. That enclosed structure, which would echo from the softest of whispers, was filled with the scream of a mandrake. Heek! The roar of a mandrake echoed across the shadow fortress. The voice of a mandrake had sufficient magic damage to kill most demonic beasts in one go. Even normal mandrakes were like that, let alone the golden one which had 7 times the damage. Hearing the wail of the golden mandrake, the demonic beasts of shadow screamed in pain with ruptured eardrums. Even though they were demonic beasts, they still could not hold off against the one and only epic-ranked mandrake of this world. Amidst that horrifying noise, the two warriors gazed at each other in silence. Drip. Blood flowed out of their ears. The golden mandrake had heavily impacted the two warriors as well. Although they should have both received a similar amount of damage, Corinne Lorque said after floating a smile. Just letting you know, I have a regeneration ability, and one that's called pain tolerance. I'll get used to it over time, but I wonder how long you'll last. It's a provocation, thought Fermac. Whether Corinne was saying the truth or not, it was clear that he was trying to make him feel rushed. What was worse was that he was probably telling the truth. Fermac was one of the few professors who knew about the ins and outs of Marie Denereff's incident. The fact that Corinne could resist the first blood suction of a vampire made it highly likely that he indeed possessed some type of regeneration ability. He had to escape the city as soon as possible, and yet the scream of the mandrake was harassing him in real time. Plus, the opponent even had a regeneration ability, and if Corinne wasn't lying, that meant he would be getting used to the scream of the mandrake through pain tolerance. It was a very crafty set of actions that forced Fermac Damon to go for a very short and decisive battle. I admit it. You have the talent of a schemer. I told you already. This will be your graveyard. Fermac wondered why Corinne had so much hatred and killing intent against him. Even he, who knew about the hidden side of this world, probably wouldn't even imagine that it was because of his evil deeds of the previous iteration. The subject of the evil king will fall here. You insolent fool. Fermac charged forward with the compressed acceleration of his runes. Corinne reacted as soon as his body vanished from sight. Kagong. The outreached fist was blocked by the shaft of the spear. After that, the spear displayed the potential dizziness it could cause through spinning heaven. Following his retreat with full back, Fermac even had to use the ducking moves to fall back by 2 more steps, and ready himself against the incoming spear. Shadow mist. Darkness started to form shapes around him. This fortress enveloped in shadows was his spear and shield. Ominous snake, secret arts, distorted march. X, Soilo resonant activation. 3 sharp stabs of the silver spear, which was still radiantly gleaming within the world of shadows, pierced through the darkness as Fermac widened his eyes into circles. All the darkness of the shadow realm protecting Fermac was penetrated. The 3 stabs of the spear that suppressed the dimension itself easily sped through his defense and grazed past his cheek. Down ducking. Right as Corinne started retrieving the spear, Fermac lowered his head and approached him in the blink of an eye, but in response, Corinne jumped to the side. That was a foolish move. Did he not know that jumping at a close range was a stupid thing to do that opened him up to a lot of attacks? Fermac waited for him to land back down, but it was then. Void spinning heaven, turbulent spear. The fancy trajectory of the spear that turbulently rotated while he was still in midair was so dizzying that even Fermac had trouble keeping his vision straight. Kook. 7 times while he was still in the air, that outrageous consecutive strikes landed on his gauntlets 7 times and made his hands tremble. Corinne Lorque landed back down in that time frame, but the rebalance after the landing required a lot of time. Despite having just recovered the stability of his hands, Fermac charged in to land a few major hits at the cost of potentially receiving some himself. Raidho. X-jet screw combination. At a supersonic speed he approached Corinne. As soon as his first punch was about to reach his unprotected back. Tongue. Spinning heaven, second move. The spear that had been resting next to his foot started an unexpected rotation. Without even looking back, Corinne spun the spear behind him using the force of his kick. Rotating demon spear. He used that trick to fend off against the sudden ambush from behind. Slash. A slash appeared on Fermac's outstretched arm. The reason he only had a small wound despite being countered at an unexpected timing was all thanks to his superhuman reaction speed. That almost took my right arm away, thought Fermac while throwing a glance at his bleeding arm. It wasn't a serious wound as of yet, but the injury was bound to get worse the longer this battle lasted. Thud. Pajik. It almost happened at the same time. While the 2 warriors were collecting their breath after sharing that violent bout, Corinne's left ear and Fermac Damon's right ear started to bleed profusely as if a dam had been broken. Kee dash. The scream of the mandrake that they had been trying to ignore in the heat of battle had finally ended up rupturing one of their eardrums. Drip. Drip. Due to their damaged semicircular canals, the 2 of them wobbled a little and required some time to regain their coordination, but that was when the surrounding demonic beasts overcame the scream of the mandrake to run at the 2 of them. Ominous snake. Boost upper. One strike of theirs was enough to explode their heads and chests. Without paying any attention to the lowly beasts, the 2 warriors stood face to face. Hugh. Taking in a deep breath, Fermac collected mana. Shadow Servant X12. Using every bit of mana he had inside him, Fermac summoned a large number of clones. That was only possible because they were in a world covered by thick shadows, but Corinne Lorque did not let him make use of them. Flap. Corinne suddenly took off his shirt and threw it away, which greatly confused Fermac. His precept should be engraved on his bare body, recklessly revealing that was close to asking for death, so why was he suddenly doing that? After turning to his body to have a look at the precepts that were engraved on top, Fermac couldn't help but feel appalled at the sight of the engraved runes. Resonant activation. The solar runes were engraved all across his body. They were giving off a radiant light that chased out the surrounding darkness, and at this rate, the shadow servants wouldn't be able to reach him. It seemed that he had prepared everything in his kit just to fight against one warrior who went by the name of Fermac Damon. That persistence was quite terrifying even. It's sad to have your skills revealed. Because others can come up with plenty of ways to counter them, right? Even though Corinne said that, this particular move was also quite suicidal for the user himself. The Rune of the Sun wasn't something that simply emitted light, there was a reason why it was called the Rune of the Sun and not the light. The blinding light and dazzling heat of the divine sun. Carving that all across his body was the same as opening his body up to all that heat. In other words, it meant that his body would be burning throughout the fight until he dispelled the runes. To think he would do something so suicidal just to seal one of the opponent's abilities. Crazy. You are truly not sane. Not as much as you guys, who try to destroy the world for the advent of paradise. Corinne Lorque arrogantly declared. Let's stop here with these petty tricks and let our martial skills be the deciding factor of this fight. Don't try to save up on a bit of power for no reason and come at me with your life on the line. Receiving his red penetrating gaze, Fermac loosened his arms, but his face was still tense and frozen stiff with no signs of easing up like his body. He had no choice now but to admit that the warrior before his eyes was a great foe that could only be defeated after him putting everything on the line. Fermac maintained his calm after coming to that conclusion. Calmly and rationally, he settled his impatience and anger. Wind blew across the fortress. There shouldn't be any natural breezes inside the structure, so it would most certainly be related to Fermac's change of attitude. Semi-unique grade. The knight, who could call himself the subject of the King of Paradise, was able to create a wound on the fortress with his overflowing abundance of aura alone. 6 ways, Shura. That was when the air shifted around Firmak. A haze was created by his aura going outside of his body as an intangible aura was covered by a tangible energy. Shura. The explosive emanation of aura that every great warrior of paradise could use. Its effect was very simple and straightforward. All of their aura would be substituted to power and speed, all the way until they ran out of aura. It was the profound secret of 6 ways that allowed a warrior to focus all of their aura on destruction, to make them a match for thousands with no equal on the planet, that could deter tens of thousands of people. That was the last resort ability that should only be used as a finisher due to its ridiculous cost of aura, and was one that was impossible to use without a huge amount of aura saved up inside the aura core. Light straight. Kwang. The extended fist resulted in an explosive thud as it crumbled a portion of the fortress. Just from coming into contact with the gust of the attack, the golden mandrake ended up drawing its last breath. The mandrake that had been filling the background noise with its scream died, and the scream was replaced by the crumbling roar of the fortress. His attack was on a completely different scale from before. That brutal show of violence was enough to frighten most people, but phew. Corinne only seemed slightly impressed as he gave out a whistle. Unlike Firmak, who had been concealing his ability that was on the level of a semi-unique grade knight, Corinne Lorque's aura rank had yet to reach a high rank. The reason there was a big difference between high rank and below was the existence of the aura core. That decisive difference should lead to the difference in combat potential between Corinne Lorque and Firmak Damon, but 6 ways of the spear. 6th style, Shura. Condensed aura of a similar kind started leaving from Corinne Lorque's body as well. He has an aura core. Firmak couldn't understand what was going on. Even if Corinne had the precept to somehow rapidly increase his growth speed, how would anyone be able to increase their aura rank from low to high in just 2 months? Since he wasn't aware of the effect of the white-silver mandrake that created an aura core for its consumer, Firmak just couldn't comprehend what was going on. 1st style, Ominous Snake. Khajiit. The air was divided into 2. Despite being a simple warming-up skill, the force behind his strike wasn't too different from Firmak's. It's round 2. Corinne said with a smile. Demonic beasts of the Shadow Realm were the true bodies of evil from the other side of the real world. Born with innate violence, brutality, and hostility against humans, they would sometimes cross over the gaps between dimensions and earn a new body. That was what humans referred to as demons. In other words, you could say that they were the true beasts of evil. For these monsters, violence and struggle were a part of their lives, like how humans consumed food for survival. However, they were all staying still while holding their breath. A human and a human. Small, feeble, and pitiful existences who sometimes wandered into the Shadow Realm and got ripped to pieces. When they first spotted the one-on-one battle of those humans, they didn't think much about it. Let's eat both of them together, was their initial thought, but the scene before their eyes was proving how arrogant they had been. The heat of the battle unfolding before their eyes and the scale of their violence were so huge that even the beasts of evil were frightened by it. The amount of aura and weight behind their attacks both far exceeded the realms of common sense. A single punch crushed through the ground and spread across an aftershock. A raise of the spear sent the poor monsters flying into the air. Each of their steps resulted in an earthquake, and their kicks smushed the monsters in the blink of an eye. The monsters weren't even allowed to survive from the aftershock of their collision. Ominous Snake, Secret Arts, Distorted March. Boost Double Jet. Quagagang. The world quivered. The 2 warriors swung their weapons as the aftermath swallowed the evil beasts. The collision caused by 2 people that transcended the limitations of a physical body crushed the nearby monsters. Swallowing the mouthful of blood that almost spurted out of his mouth, Corinne stood his ground despite his wobbling knees. The one who suffered more damage from the consecutive aftershocks was by far Corinne Lorque, who lacked defense in comparison. Grkk. Garuk. However, his flesh wriggled and gathered back to one piece. The tenacious will of the warrior immediately regenerated his wounds. It was now 200% more effective than its original ability, thanks to his precept. But before he could fully recover from his wounds, the afro-haired boxer marched in. Rush. 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 Firmak poured out his attacks. At the cost of pain and potential injuries, he continued his fierce outburst. Horizontal sweep of a tiger. Spear was still a fearsome weapon even at close range. The long shaft of the spear bolted sideways, with the force that could swallow thousands in its path. It was an attack that threw a question at the opponent. Will you get cut, have your ribs broken, or will you give up on attack and defend? Firmak had no choice. He put his guard up in preparation for the attack. Kung. The fortress jolted from the attack. As if he had been hit by a flying meteor, Fermac's body flew across the air after receiving the swing of a tiger and the condensed aura inside it. Kwang. Kajik. Kaduduk. Fermac crashed into the wall as the watchtower of the fortress crumbled down. From amidst the dust created by the falling remains of the watchtower, the man jumped out. In his hands was a big piece of the watchtower. Using the monstrous power of his arms, the man threw it at the spearman. Hugh. 8 trigram spearmanship, Taiji. Corinne slashed with the spear as the overflowing aura inside the weapon bisected the flying fragment of the fortress. Appearing from behind the bisected watchtower was Fermac, who was wearing the darkness of the shadow fortress around him. By even making use of the crumbling fragments of the watchtower as his footholds, he accelerated himself again through Raidho. In response, Corinne Lork dug his 2 feet into the ground like tree roots, retrieved the spear and prepared for a lightning-fast stab. His body scorching from the heat and light of, Soilo made it look like he was wearing golden-plated armor. Wearing the pure darkness of shadows and the blazing heat of the sun, the two of them appeared like complete contradictions of one another that seemingly tried to deny each other's existence. Raidho. Soaring snake. At last, they used it. The explosive punch of compressed acceleration and the fastest spear of the void. Meteor strike. Rearing head of the venomous dragon. Kicking off the remains of the fortress, the fist fell straight down like a comet as a venomous dragon reared its head in retaliation. The two powers crashed into each other. As soon as they tried to overpower one another, the aftermath became like a rampaging excavator that crushed and destroyed everything around them. Kook. Corinne Lork was the first to let out a groan. That blindly fast stab wasn't the perfect one he had been after. He failed at entering the domain even after all that warming up. That might be how it seemed at a glance, but to be exact, it was slightly different. The runes of the sun were constantly burning his body. On top of that, his physical stats that had rapidly increased by 10-fold, if not more, due to the precept ensure mode were instead stopping him from concentrating on one thing. The unfamiliar power and pain were interfering with the process of him entering the domain, since his stats were originally just at the level of a grade 2 knight. A gap. Scribble. Corinne wasn't able to make full use of the crash and deal the finishing blow, and ended up allowing his enemy to approach him. Fermac used his fingers to carve a rune onto the shaft that he was holding onto. Raidho. Damn it. A rune of acceleration was engraved on his spear. Due to that acceleration, the silver spear escaped from Corinne's grip and soared into the air. Kung. It immediately pierced through the ceiling of the world of shadows, and the spearman ended up losing his spear. Come. The spear did not respond. It was deep inside the ceiling and did not heed to his call. Southpaw flicker jab. Slam. A fist struck Corinne by the face. His teeth fell out as blood splattered from the wound. A spearman without a spear is nothing. Fermac pushed his advantage. Corinne had reached a remarkable level with the spear, but he was still just a kid. There was no way a spearman could beat him in a close combat battle. I'll end it before the spear comes back. As soon as he finished his words, a rune that had been carved on the gauntlet, Raidho, emitted a radiant light. It was the compressed acceleration combo skill that he had been hiding until the very last second. This accelerated fist could even destroy a castle. Southpaw jet straight. Fermac shot out his strongest punch that could immediately destroy a person's heart. Even someone with a regeneration ability should die after having their heart crushed. 8 trigrams footwork, fleeting body. Like flowing water, Corinne flowed by using a mysterious footwork. By dodging the opponent's secret move with a mystifying set of steps, he replaced himself behind Fermac. Southpaw liver shot. Although he managed to dodge Fermac's strongest attack, Fermac responded in time. He swung his fist sideways to the back as it accurately landed on the right side of Corinne's body, at his liver. Cough. Corinne was somehow still standing up, but his organs must be in a mess. Even though he was still in sure mode, that attack should have been lethal. I won, thought Fermac. Looks like your barehanded skills are not as good as your spearmanship. Your defense is very sloppy. The warrior savored his victory, but there was something he was unaware of. He did not know that even the system had acknowledged Corinne Lork's 8 trigrams as having reached max level. Slip. In a manner that was so natural. By matching himself to the flow of thoughts and breath of the enemy, Corinne landed his hand on Fermac's chest before he could even realize it. It was on purpose. 8 trigrams, chest palm. A palm strike to the chest. Eye palm, nose palm, dot. And a palm strike each to the eye and the nose. That was the 3 palm strikes of 8 trigrams. Kook. Fermac staggered from the unexpected attack. Blood flowed from above his eyes and interrupted with his sight, but he instinctively threw a fist and made it land on Corinne's chest. Kajik. That punch made Corinne scatter a blizzard of blood from his mouth. The fundamental difference between a palm strike and a punch laid in their destructiveness. After receiving a straight punch to his liver and his chest, even Corinne shouldn't be able to last. Kung. It was then. A spear of silver light that was gleaming in white arrived in front of Fermac's eyes. I can't let him grab it. The opponent had more profound wisdom on barehanded fights than he expected. That was a painful mistake, but Corinne Lorque was all in all a spearman. His best chance at victory was when Corinne wasn't holding onto the spear. Fortunately, he was closer to the spear than Corinne. Fermac decided that he would end it here, before he could lay his hands on his spear again. Southpaw jet straight. Fermac threw a fist. As soon as Corinne Lorque reaches his hand out for the spear, his fist would definitely pierce through his chest. Right. That was only if Corinne reached his hand out for the spear. Fermac doubted his eyes. Corinne twisted his waist as one of his legs rotated for a powerful kick. A kick? Was he in a rush after realizing that he couldn't grab the spear again? It was a high kick that was aiming at his head. It was a powerful attack, but at the same time, it was one with a very high risk that Fermac could easily dodge by lowering his head to dive deeper inside. Down ducking. Bending his back down, Fermac easily dodged the incoming kick. All he now had to do was use a skill to deal the finishing blow to Corinne, who couldn't move after that wide kick, but... Tongue. A strange sound echoed into his remaining eardrum. At the same time, the spear that had been stuck on the ground was pulled back out. What? It seemed that Corinne had kicked the tip of the spear. The reaction from that kick made the spear leave the ground at a rapid speed and made it bounce up with a powerful spin. Unorthodox spinning heaven. An unorthodox skill used by the feet and not the hand, that adapted skill which was very questionable to be called spearmanship made the spear slash past Fermac's left arm. Swoosh. His left arm began to fly in the air. Fermac's little pause and hesitation was more than enough time for the spearman to grab onto his spear again. Void spinning heaven. The spinning spear slashed past both of his knees. Fermac's right arm that instinctively tried to protect his body had its veins cut off on top. Turbulent spear. By the time it spun 3 times, the spear even cut off his remaining right arm. Watching his enemy retrieve the spear for another sharp stab forward. Splendid. Fermac sent an honest and undisguised praise to his enemy. Pack. The scattering drops of blood marked the end of their fight to death. I won. The mastermind behind the second arcade, Fermac Damon, who had been living as a professor for 10 years while deceiving the Merkava Academy. If I remember correctly, the users used to call Fermac the traitor as one of the Elite Four. Help me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Corinne. Help me. Closing my eyes, I could still hear the screams and cries of that time. When we met Fermac Damon again, whom we couldn't catch at the end of the second arcade, we were imprisoned in a world of nightmares. A hell called Paradise that was inhabited by beasts of the shadow. We lost a lot of my teammates. A lot of innocent people had been killed. Fermac Damon. One of the 4 executives of the Evil King, the strongest rune mage, Tates Valtazer, who tries to bring paradise to this world. Killing him early was incredibly meaningful, because with the support of the Precept and the Shadow Paradise, his power could even reach the level of a unique grade. And I knew it. He doesn't have it yet, huh? Hugh. Hup. Hugh. While straightening my mind and my breath that could fade away at any given moment, I took a hold of my consciousness. If I lost my consciousness here, the runestone and my Goldie would be. You have successfully defeated Fermac Damon. You will now receive the reward of your precept. A faint message appeared in front of my dim vision. No, that's not the important thing here. My vision turned dark. My eyes slowly closed by themselves. It didn't take long for my consciousness to escape from my grip. By the time Corinne woke up, he found himself going down a familiar path. Of course, he wasn't the one voluntarily moving his body was still in a mess and was bleeding down the track. Is this Alicia? Corinne vacantly perceived the identity of the girl carrying him by seeing her hair. You woke up. Alicia was walking down a pathway with Corinne behind her back. She was probably heading to the infirmary. Her martial uniform, which conservative adults would consider as having too much exposure, was revealing her skin that was covered in blood. Even though it should be very uncomfortable for her, Alicia was still walking forward while carrying Corinne on her back. Working hard, aren't you? Not as much as you, Mr. Corinne. His body was still very numb. Since she was a knight, Alicia should be fine carrying a male adult on her back, but Corinne was feeling a mental burden from the fact that he was being carried by a girl. How did everything go? However, it's not like he could turn her offer down, so he gratefully accepted her help. Professor Dana has started cleaning everything up. She did seem very sad though. Mr. Doran went back while everyone else, like Ms. Yule, were looking for you. Doran, that freaking, unloyal friend. He said don't expect anything more than that from a business relationship. Also, he said you need to pay him the remaining payment for this incident by next week. Huh. Seriously? Corinne gave an empty smile while thinking about how that was exactly what he would expect Doran to say. However, he didn't hate it. Being honest about one's greed was an adorable thing in comparison to everything he had seen. Alicia. Did you? Do you mean the runestone and the golden mandrake? I took both of them. You're surprisingly quite sharp today, aren't you? Eek. You know you're on my back, right, Mr. Corinne? Do you want me to shake you? Wait. Don't. My organs are going to shake as well. Realizing once again that Alicia was such a nice girl who wouldn't even talk about throwing him away even in the heat of the moment, Corinne gave a grin. I'm alive, thanks to you. It's nothing much. Alicia smiled widely as she continued walking down the road. Riding on her back, Corinne forced open his eyes that were still threatening to close and tried his best to keep himself conscious. Say something. I might fall asleep again. You can just take a nap and rest. It won't take long. No. If I sleep, my regeneration speed will also slow down. His regeneration was based on the tenacious spirit. In other words, it was better for him to tenaciously stay conscious for a better regeneration. Okay. Then. Why did you fight by yourself? Her voice was a lot lower than usual, as if she was trying to rebuke him. Because it was necessary. Hearing his ambiguous response, Alicia slowed down her steps. Because of that sudden reduction in speed, her fluttering strands of hair tickled his cheeks. Honestly, I have no idea how much you know and what you are trying to accomplish, Mr. Corinne. She started off with the question that had constantly been on her mind, but Alicia wasn't going to delve deeper into that now. Isn't it all right to fight together until the end? Haha. Corinne looked back on the past with a bitter smile on his face as he reminisced in the memories of the last iteration. People with a good personality that risked themselves for the right things, the so-called heroes, always looked like they were in a precarious spot for the ones watching them from the side. Corinne's old friends used to ask something similar in the past. Even when he gladly offered his neck to the girl that just awakened as a vampire, and even when challenging the great evil of the world that he would stand no chance against without the support of his precepts. He simply did not look after his body, and that was very evident for everyone watching him from the side. I am aware of it myself. I will ask for help next time. Of course you should. Because we are, ehem. While Alicia was hesitantly thinking about her next words, Corinne regained a bit of strength, so he lowered his legs back on the ground. Mr. Corinne? That's enough. Let's take a rest at that bench over there. Shouldn't we go to the infirmary for a? Resting at a bench is more than enough. Okay. His voice was still energyless, but Alicia noticed the firm resolve in his tone, so she headed to the nearby bench and laid him on top. Seeing him lying down on the bench, Alicia was fidgeting her hands when Corinne opened his mouth. Alicia. Yes? My head hurts. HAHT. She quickly lifted his head and sat on the bench where his head used to be. Only after resting his head on her soft thigh did Corinne heave a small sigh of comfort. He slowly reopened his mouth. If you weren't there, we wouldn't have been able to kill the King of Iron Mountain. All I did was swing my sword once. The action itself is important, but what you achieved with that action is just as important. You've been preparing for this fight, right? Mr. Corinne? Alicia had felt her breath coming to a stop after seeing the aftermath of the fight at the empty plot of land. Back when they borrowed the land to boil mandrake into a stew, as well as when they were practicing spearmanship for the group assignment. Alicia could still remember him carving runes across the land whenever he had time. Hundreds of rune letters on the ground, and the pebbles of rune that he gave to Marie. It was extremely evident that he had been arranging a lot of things for the fight for a very long time. Yes. I did prepare for it. She didn't ask him how he knew about this beforehand. Instead, Alicia quietly gazed at Corinne resting beneath her chest before carefully raising a question. Why? Plenty of time had already gone by. There was a scorching red sunset on the horizon, and the light from the setting sun was shining brightly on Corinne's figure on this inhabited bench. Revealed by that spotlight were traces of burns all over his body. Despite his seared skin, his eyes were still burning as brightly and clearly as the sunset. So pretty. This person's eyes are always clear, thought Alicia. They were endlessly clean and tough. Even though he was stepping on a puddle of his own blood, his eyes were chasing after something remarkably beautiful. She wondered where his strength was coming from. Were adults all like this? My eyes. Ah. Let me cover your eyes. It's fine. Let's just stay like this for a while. As if he sensed her silent gaze resting on him, Corinne mischievously opened his mouth. Geez. How blessed of a mom am I to have a daughter like Alicia? You're treating me like a kid again. Didn't you say I was like a mother? It was just a figure of speech. Haha. The silly smile on his face and his heartwarming gaze that were looking at her like an adorable baby were a sign that he was considering her as a young child. Pinch. She gently pinched on the nose of the annoying boy. My bad. I'm starving. The boy easily glossed over her response and changed the topic. Due to losing a lot of blood, his mind was going back and forth. His next remark, that reached Alicia's ears, was probably an unconscious one. It's better for less people to die. That was very sudden. Why is everyone so insensitive? Was he talking about the mastermind of this incident? Or was it someone else that Alicia wasn't aware of? In any case, Alicia soothed his mind. You have done more than enough. Yeah. This should be good enough. Yeah. Fatigued, Corinne completely relaxed his body with his eyes closed. He and Alicia stayed at the bench for quite a while. You have successfully defeated Fermac Damon. You will now receive the reward of your precept. Many unspecified. Difficulty, A. Reward, even distribution of 60 points. Inside the single room of the infirmary, I checked the reward I received for this incident. It was a bit less than I thought. Until now, the rewards I had received from the precept were all from dealing with specific targets. In the case of Marie and Alicia, I had even gotten a specialty along with the stat points. But as for Fermac, it wasn't as if it was decided that he would be killing a specific good-natured person, so that was probably why it said, many unspecified, as the name of the reward. It's not like I couldn't understand what was going on, but wasn't this still a bit too small considering I killed one of the executives? You have defeated one of the great evils of this world. You will receive bonus rewards. Huh? Findiaz's son. What the heck? Why is this coming out here? Findiaz. That was the name of the mysterious land that contained Clayam Solace, which was another one of the 4 great treasures, just like Liafael. The top epic graded items, the 4 treasures. From what I knew, they were all supposed to be in the hands of Tates Valtazer. In fact, Clayam Solace was the solar sword of one of the Elite Fours, the King of Beauty, Ohad. What I received just then as a reward was the map of the place where that sword was buried. They just drove the location into my mind. Seriously. That stupid Mr. Park received stuff like this as an item in his inventory, and here I am, having these driven into my head. Isn't this player discrimination? Anyway, it seemed that those ruins would open up during the solar eclipse. I will have to look into that later. Corinne. I cut all the apples. Here. A bright voice woke me up from my rumination. Marie, who was here for a visit, handed me a piece of apple on a fork with a bright smile on her face. Just like what one would expect from her personality, she had sliced them into bunny shapes. Unfortunately, I had to wear casts because of the broken bones in my arms and I thus couldn't move them. The bones were already fine again, and yet, for some reason, it seemed that I still needed to refrain from using them. Open your mouth. Say ah. Ah. Crunch. Ehew, good boy. Marie patted my head after I bit on the apple in her hands. This isn't too bad. By that, I mean the apple of course. Jaeger and Lark, who had similarly come over for a visit with packets of snacks in their hands, had unfriendly gazes in their eyes. What? What's wrong, huh? You freaking bastard. You don't deserve to be worried. Are you jealous? Huh? You jelly? Why don't you have all your bones fractured like me then, huh? Corinne. Would you like some peaches as well? I can slice them up for you. Of course. Anything will be delicious. It has been 3 days since the King of Iron Mountain incident. Marie was staying in the infirmary looking after me without even returning to her dormitory. Mr. Carini. I'm here. Thud. Alicia pushed the door open with a slam. In her hands was a dessert set which high school girls would love to eat. Hey. Be careful with the door. You might break it. HAHT. I'll be careful. But seriously. Single rooms are great, aren't they? This room was big enough to hold a lot of visitors, which was definitely a plus. Alicia was opening the box of desserts that she brought when someone started knocking on the window. Knock knock. Looking outside, I saw Hua Ran in her nun clothes, knocking on the glass. This was the 13th floor though. Please open it for her. Alicia immediately went to the window and opened it as Huaran nonchalantly walked into the room. That's not the entrance. We have a functioning door, so why do you keep coming in from the window? While disregarding my words of disapproval, Huaran placed a flat fish on top of the table. Is this a gift for me? Please cut it. You want me to cut an 8-inch giant flathead? Where the hell did you even get this from? I'll do it later. And you can have the rest. Let's think of this as something positive. She must be trying to show her goodwill on her part, right? Since we were all together in one place, we spent time chatting and playing some simple games. There was a bizarre combination of food, a flathead, a cake and fruits, but, well, kids their age should be able to digest steel, so it should be fine. Knock knock. Thinking that we had more visitors, Jaeger walked up to the door and opened it as people I had been waiting for finally showed themselves. Corinne Lorque. How is your body? Coming in from the door were Senior Professor Josephine Clara of the Academy, and a man with an appearance that seemed a bit too young to be the chairman of the Academy. Student Corinne. Chairman Ariu Kazar. It was him. It seems that a lot of things have happened during my absence. My heart skipped a beat when I heard what happened from Professor Clara. As if. That's not even your real body. Hello, Mr. Chairman. Despite what I was thinking on the inside, I welcomed her, who was officially the chairman of Merkava Academy. I think it's about time for us to reveal our hands, Master. Josephine Clara was an old professor of the Academy who had been here for over 80 years. She was one of the old big shots who had constantly been the senior professor of Merkava Academy, and yet she had never been the chairman in those 80 years. Why? Previous chairman, Biren. Previous chairman, Bihu. Current chairman, Kazar. All three of them were rookies who had all suddenly appeared out of nowhere and had less ability and fame than Lady Josephine. Lady Josephine had never been in charge of the Academy, even though it wasn't strange for her to have been the chairman the whole time during those 80 years as the genius witch of history and a master at dimensional spells. The reason for that was simple. The position of the chairman had always been reserved for one person. Sorry for sending your friends outside. It is something that has to be done in secret, after all. I understand. Ariu Kazar, Lady Josephine Clara, and I were the only ones left behind in the hospital room. It seemed that most of our encounters in this iteration were happening at the infirmary. Firstly, there are a few questions that we have to ask you. Please understand that we cannot gloss over this with ease, unlike what happened with student Marie. She was still testing things out. In order to quickly progress our conversation, I tossed the primal rune that I collected from Fermac. Vung. Lady Josephine immediately responded with a dimensional spell as if she perceived that as an attack. The rune of the prime vanished in the air, before soon reappearing on her palm. After that, she glared daggers at me, but I could sense that she wasn't sure whether she was supposed to show goodwill or hostility against me. Professor Fermac was a spy. The two of them lamented after hearing my words. A professor of the Academy who had been working for 10 years was actually a spy and the mastermind of this incident. Even though there was no proof to back up my claim, the two should have noticed something after seeing his corpse. Precept. A vow to the world that was engraved on the bodies of the great warriors of Shadow Paradise. There weren't many people who knew of this ancient ability that offered a great amount of power to its user at the cost of high risk. But there was still something that the two of them were unaware of. Do you know who sent him in as a spy? Well, that's something for us to investigate. And how long will that take? Probably after the 4th arcade or something. Instead of waiting until that point, I decided to tell them beforehand. Tates Valtazer. Fermac Damon is that man's disciple. That can't be. 80 years ago, we. Lady Josephine reacted with an agitated voice before quickly shutting her mouth. Ariu Kazar's eyes were also trembling in disbelief. 6 ways of the spear. Void. Precept. Don't tell me you don't know them, because you're the one who taught him everything. For your reference, that's the same for me. Don't tell me you. The 3 above-mentioned abilities were all secrets of the race of Paradise. More importantly, Void, which came off of 6 ways of the spear, was a technique that only had 2 users in the contemporary times. And yet here I was telling them that I had also learned them. In other words, the conclusion they would come up with about me was, "You're Valtazer's disciple." A dimensional fissure appeared in an instant. Beyond the fissure that was activated with more speed than before were all sorts of corpses drooling while waiting to pounce at me. Partholin, the most threatening of all the shredded Shadow Paradise, huh? She was more serious than I thought. One flick of her fingers and I would be swallowed by the plagued corpses of Partholin, but... Please stop with the bluff. It's not like you're going to kill people without being sure of their identity. I cursorily carved a rune in the air that meant to close as the door to the dimension was forcibly shut down. Lady Josephine was shocked by the fact that her dimensional spell had been shut down by a single rune. There were still tens of activated spells that were ready to be fired at me, but she must be shocked that I dispelled that particular one. Clara. Please cancel your spells. But, Chairman. Do as she says. The chairman here is just a spare body anyway, right? I'm sure the true body is not even in the state to leave the castle just yet. Even Chairman Ariu was surprised after hearing those words. Undoing the cast restricting my arm, I stood up from the bed and slowly walked to the young man, or rather, my master, who should be controlling that humanoid doll. King of Iron Mountain? That's just the beginning. You. What exactly? Your disciple, Balthazar, is still alive and has built up power. He has become a lot stronger than before, and he's no longer alone either. You guys won't be enough to stop him. Because of your hesitation 80 years ago. Hearing that, Chairman Ariu slowly started to take several steps away from me. Her one and only mistake laid in her past indecisive action, which had been the result of her affection for her disciple. He survived and is now threatening this world. I reminded her of her mistake and pushed her into a corner. I made her traumatic memories to resurface. Now, because of the betrayal of your trusted disciple, the Prime has scattered all across the world. And you have only managed to recover 2 of them. One of them was the primal rune swallowed by the King of Iron Mountain. I reminded them how that one would have also been stolen without my help. She admitted it. She had no choice but to admit the truth, the existence of Fermac Daemon, who had been waiting for the right opportunity after infiltrating the academy 10 years ago, was the proof. Without giving them time to organize their thoughts, I pushed them further into a corner. The Great Stone of Destiny, Liafael, is in the hands of Tates Valtazer. And he probably has most of the 4 treasures of Danu already. Paradise. The original world of the race of Danu. When the path to paradise comes down, Tates Valtazer would enter it while carrying the 4 treasures in his hands. There was no way that Erin Danua wouldn't know what that meant as the queen. After a proper coronation, Tates Valtazer won't be an usurper anymore. What comes next is very predictable, right? Erin Danua? I uncovered her secret. Biren 80 years ago. Bihu 50 years ago. And now Khazar. She, who used to observe the world using the body made of runestone and all those fake names, was being shaken by my flood of extraordinary information. The guilt that she couldn't deal with Tates Valtazer, and the regret that she had raised someone like him up as her future successor. That was her biggest mistake as a teacher who had taught innumerable disciples, and here I was throwing those facts at her face. What exactly is your goal? I took off my clothes in front of her, who was in the shape of a man. Above the scars and wounds was the indestructible precept on my body. Josephine and Aaron, my master, gasped after seeing it. They were under the impression that I was an evil disciple of the evil king, the usurper Tates Valtazer, and yet there was a very contradictory precept engraved on my body. I had revealed all my hands and gave them my most crucial information, and yet the 2 of them were the ones that stepped back in shock. Pushing her further into the corner, I placed my hand on the wall next to her and gazed down into her eyes. I saw the stupefied look on my master's face. Even the fake body was unable to conceal her clear blue eyes. We have the same goal in mind. Are you trying to stop him? To protect this world, I will gladly become your first spear. You can even treat me like a hound. I was showing a very oppressive and insolent attitude, but there was no other way around it. There were too many suspicious parts about me for us to form a regular relationship of trust. Even so, I wanted this person to live. Child, I am an adult. As long as I am an adult, I have the duty to prioritize your safety as a child. Her back, which she showed me at the end, was still a vivid and painful memory. This time, it was my turn to protect her. It was a dark palace with no signs of sunlight. There was a red carpet on the floor, and the only source of light was from the ambient lighting of the lampstone. At the end of that chamber was a dark throne of stone, sleeping on which was a single lady. Her hair, which seemed to have been made from melting silver, was reflecting the light from the lampstone to brighten up the dark throne. Visiting her in that lonesome place was her one and only friend. Erin. A blonde-haired lady entered the palace through a dimensional gate. Josephine walked towards the lady sitting on the throne, who slowly opened her blue eyes in response. I am against it. Josephine's emerald eyes weren't as resolute as usual. Even she was confused, and that served to show just how shocking everything they heard today was. For about 100 years, Josephine had been living with Erin Danua, who was currently indulging in her past memories. Tates is still alive. Just like she did to Josephine, Erin had showered Tates with love, if not more. She, who had been alive since the ancient times, had been looking for a successor and had been considering Tates as the inheritor to the throne. However, she was betrayed by that trusted disciple and hesitated at the last second when she was supposed to deal the final blow. This was the result of her past inaction, and she had to take responsibility for it. Can we trust him? He was a strong-willed boy with burning red eyes. What exactly was he, she wondered. Aaron. I know. I shouldn't easily trust people. What she received in return for her trust was the betrayal 80 years ago. She couldn't easily trust the boy called Corin Lork, who had suddenly appeared like a comet, nor should she. However, let's keep an eye. For now, we can't be sure of anything. Yes. As someone who was bearing a large burden, it was an obvious choice. She couldn't bear more risk. Even though he stopped Firmak from retrieving the primal rune, and even though he had vowed to save the world, there was still the possibility of everything being a trap to deceive her. But one thing she just couldn't understand was, why was he looking at me so pitifully? Was she imagining things? The Silver Queen re-entered her slumber with unresolved doubt lingering in her mind. On the last day of the semester at Merkarva Academy was the grade adjustment ceremony, where they reassigned grades to students depending on their achievement. This grade adjustment was very important. The ones given during the admission were temporary student ranks, whereas these ones were official grades assigned by the Guardian Alliance. In other words, it was possible for students to have the qualification of a real guardian despite staying a student, depending on the results of this adjustment. Yun. Corin, do you want potatoes? I took the baked potato that was in her hands. The peeled potato had sugar seasoned on top, which was my favorite way of consuming potatoes. It's amazing as always. Hee hee. Right? All the students were at the festival hall for the last day of semester ceremony, and Marie was giving out potatoes to everyone. She had already given it to about 100 people, and she was still going at it. Senior. Why did you cook so many potatoes today? I inquired while helping her give out potatoes. Actually, around 20 of Marie's friends were already volunteering to give out potatoes. Looking at how they all seemed used to the task, this seemed to be a regular event. Today's the last day of the semester. Everyone will be leaving, so we have to bake and give out all the potatoes in the warehouse. Otherwise, they'll go bad. You have a warehouse? Why exactly do you have a warehouse of potatoes inside the academy? Interesting. Thank you everyone for your amazing work. Your astounding growth over this semester has been the model growth of our academy, and we were handing out the potatoes while Chairman Ariu Kazar, or rather, Aaron Danua my master, finished with her speech. The grade adjustment was about to start very soon. Shall we head over? NN. We will now be introducing the students who will be receiving an adjustment to their grades. The students walked up to the stage one by one as the chairman called out their names. Most of them were seniors of the academy. That was natural because freshman students only took mandatory courses and simple missions from the mission board, so it was hard to have enough achievements for a grade adjustment. Besides, it was rare to call freshman students for something dangerous. Highest achieving student of the second-year magic department, Marie Dinaref. The crowd buzzed, but it was still positive as if it was within their scope of imagination. Marie had been a grade 1 mage at the start of the semester. Most of the students of the academy graduated with grade 1 at best. In fact, it was very rare for the fourth-year students to even reach grade 1, and yet Marie was a prodigy among prodigies for reaching grade 1 at the second semester of her first year at the academy. Despite that, she was going through another adjustment, which was even faster than Lunia Arden. Student Marie has experienced an unfortunate event, but has proven herself with her indomitable spirit and has greatly assisted with preventing the accident at the laboratory from going out of hand. Marie's achievement in terms of missions this semester was close to being 0, because she wasn't even allowed to leave the city after becoming a vampire. However, there were things she did as the helper of Professor Dana's experiment, and the biggest reason was her mana capacity breaking through the roof after turning into a vampire. It was impossible not to raise her grade, considering her overwhelming strength. Besides, it was only thanks to her holding back the King of Iron Mountain for a long time, that the Academy had a lot less victims than what the situation called for. Guardian Marie Dinaref. With the recommendations of Merkarva Academy's chairman, Ariu Kazar, and Dina Grandia, the president of the Southern Guardian Alliance, we assign you to the rank of semi-unique grade. Wha? That's insane. Even though it wasn't anything unexpected, everyone cheered out loud after seeing her grade actually go up, because this was the legendary moment of the history's youngest semi-unique grade guardian. To be honest, Marie was already as strong as a unique grade, but the requirements to be considered a unique grade were slightly different for demons and guardians. Besides, it was also extremely rare for demons to become guardians, so the standards weren't very clear. At the end of the adjustment announcement for the second-year students alongside Marie, the crowd was bustling up after perhaps thinking that the ceremony was almost over, but unfortunately for them, it wasn't over just yet. We will now be calling out the names of freshman students who had actively participated in reducing the magnitude of the incident that occurred at the laboratory along with student Marie. The crowd buzzed in response. The King of Iron Mountain incident was known to have been an extremely dangerous one, but the beast never ended up leaving the laboratory, so there were only few things known about the incident. There were a lot of hidden secrets about the matter, including both the King of Iron Mountain and the betrayal of Fermac Damon. From the Magic Department, Ewell and Chrono Laden. From the Knights Department, Alicia Arden, Doron Warsky. One by one, the named freshman characters walked up to the stage. They weren't surprised or anything because they had already received a letter beforehand. There were already 4 freshman students that were getting a promotion in their grade at the adjustment ceremony of the first semester. It was definitely unprecedented and was thus received by a heated discussion. And lastly, Corinne Lork. Hearing my name, I confidently headed to the stage. The fake body of my master, Ariu Kazar, was on the stage presenting news about our promotion. Taking into account their achievements thus far and their dedication at the laboratory, students Ewell, Chronal, Alicia, and Doron will be officially promoted from grade 2 to semi-grade 1. It was an unprecedented promotion. With this, our grade also gained the extraordinary record of having 4 semi-grade 1 students with none being in grade 2. And lastly, student Corinne Lork was a grade 5 guardian but my name was finally called. There was a deal I had made with my master. Looking at his remarkable fights and his exceptional achievement, and with the recommendations of the 3 people, Chairman Ariu Kazar, Senior Professor Josephine Clara and Professor Heyman Welsh, we proclaim his promotion into grade 1. What? Grade 1? He came in as a grade 5 and became a grade 1 in just 1 semester? How does that even make sense? Corinne Lork. Grade 5 knight - grade 1 knight. It was a grade given after some negotiations under the table with the Guardian Alliance. Finally, I now had more social power and the right to create a guild of guardians. At last. Advanced chapters available on our site Genesistals, illustrations on our Discord, discord.gg/genesstls. You can rate this series here. My conferment into grade 1 knight was met with an extremely negative response. An ultra-high-speed promotion from temporary grade 5 to grade 1 in just 1 semester was both ridiculous and unprecedented. A guardian's strength relied heavily on innate talent. The common belief was that students entering the academy as grade 5 were all ungifted, and only those above grade 3 were considered talented with a decent future waiting ahead of them. It was rare for even those grade 3 students to reach grade 1 in their lives, and yet I had suddenly gone up from grade 5, the ungifted students, to grade 1, so it was natural for people to strongly disagree. How is this even possible? This doesn't make sense. Corinne Lork is the guy that fought against Ms. Lunia during the interim exam, right? But even so, it should be impossible for him to become grade 1 in an instant just from that. We never had anything like this happen before. Honestly, complaints like this were bound to be raised even if I had been promoted to semi-grade 1. Whatever the case, I was a knight who had perfectly cleared the grade assessment for a semi-grade 1, assisted with dealing with the King of Iron Mountain, and had dealt with the traitor, Fermac Damon, one-on-one. All the professors that were aware of these restricted pieces of information seemed convinced by my promotion, and that puzzled the students and other professors even more. Wow. Mr. Corinne. That's great. Alicia said in surprise while watching me walk down the stage. She wouldn't have expected me to go straight to grade 1 in one go either. I thought you would be semi-grade 1. Is it because of that? She asked while secretly implying about Fermac's incident. That one is a secret. Officially, this promotion to grade 1 is because of the King of Iron Mountain incident. My master Aaron and Lady Josephine appeared to be hoping to hide Fermac's betrayal for the time being. It was partially to slow down the speed of the news of his death reaching Valtazer, but it was also to prevent chaos from breaking out. Because of that, the only higher-ups that knew about Fermac Damon's betrayal were Aaron Danua, Lady Josephine, and lastly, Dina Grandia, the president of the Southern Guardian Alliance. With the agreement of those 3 people, I was able to go straight to grade 1 even though I was supposed to stop at semi-grade 1. The thing of most importance was the right of a grade 1 guardian. This was the most important one. The right of a grade 1 guardian was something that was only available in the 3rd year in the game, and even in the last iteration, it was something we barely laid our hands on in the 2nd year. It was something that would have a great impact on the future. After all, the members of my Guardians Guild will make me have more influence inside the Alliance. It will be perfect if Marie can join as well. If the semi-unique grade mage, Marie, or the successor candidate of the Arden family, Alicia, were to join my guild, even the Alliance headquarters wouldn't be able to ignore my words. That would translate to authority, and more authority meant that there would be more things I could do in the future. That will allow me to lay my hands on power that was unthinkable for mere students to have. Even when taking in the heroic legends of Arhen and the last iteration into consideration, this was the first time that the player's social power had gone up this early. For now, I guess I need to contact those three first. Renya, the waitress of a bar. And the Wolf siblings, Ren and Ron. Leaving aside Renya the waitress, the Wolf siblings were related to the hostile group acting in secret inside Merkarva City, so I had to deal with them before the festival. It's a holiday now. What are you guys going to do? After the ceremony, most of the students were leaving the stadium while the freshman acquaintances gathered in one place. Earn money. First to reply was Doran. That was exactly what one would expect from him. I am going to go to the lands of other druids. We have kept in touch with few of our kindreds after all. Yule, who had lost her homeland from the demonic beasts, appeared to be planning on looking for other druids. I'm going home. I applied for an internship at the Tower of Mages this holiday. Jaeger was heading home while Lark was doing an internship at the tower. I heard that was tough though. I'll be going to the west. Apparently they're planning on demolishing an old castle. It will be the best place to make a new core. It seemed that Cronel would be leaving for some golem materials. Judging from how gloomy he looked, one might think he was the type to stay holed up in his room at home, but he was more diligent than what one would expect. I think I have to return home. Grandpa was looking for me. Next up was Alicia. So she was going back to the Arden family, huh? Well, now that Lunia Arden proclaimed that she wouldn't touch Alicia, she shouldn't go through anything dangerous at home. Well, good luck. Where are you going to go, Mr. Corinne? Will you be going back home? No. In the last iteration, I returned home this holiday by relying on Corinne Lork's memories, and found out that no one was home. Apparently, they're going on a family trip. Without me. Oh. Due to postal errors, the letter arrived 3 days after the beginning of the holiday in the last iteration, which was why I had to suffer for no reason. I see. When I told her that I wouldn't be going back to my hometown, Alicia started fidgeting her fingers and lowered her head before raising an offer. In that case. Would you like to come with me? Me? To your house? It's scary to go by myself. It was reasonable for her to be scared. Nothing happened back in the game, so there shouldn't be any problems, but I could understand why Alicia would be so frightened. Unfortunately, I have things to do in the south, so I don't think I can. The south? Let's go there together next time. I do want to visit the east when I have time. Alicia's household was in the east. It wasn't in another continent, but it was still quite far from the south. Why do you have to go to the south? There's a place I have to go to, because someone told me to check that place out. Sabancia Duke, whom I met at the Great Library at the start of semester, told me to have a look at the office in his castle. This holiday should be the best time to have a visit. Korean. Marie shouted while running to me from a distance. It seemed that she was finally done bidding farewell to her friends. Senior Marie. Congratulations on your promotion to semi-unique grade. Congratulations on your grade 1 promotion too, Corinne. If it's you, you'll easily be able to go up even more. Wearing a bright smile on her face, Marie handed me some potato chips as a celebration. She still had more potatoes, it seemed. By the way, Corinne. Are you going to the south? Did you hear that? By chance of course. Weren't we a bit far for it to be by chance? Was it because of her physical traits as a vampire? Let's go together then. Together? My house is also in the south. So why not? Well, if we were going the same way. Well, I guess there's no reason not to. Like that, it was decided that my trip to the south this time around will be with Marie as a company. Oh right, Yule. Can you do me a favor? You have something to ask of me? What a surprise. What is it? Yeah. If you happen to meet other druids, can you ask around for a place called Findias? It'll be great if you can also look for a druid called Uskias. I will try. Findias. The place that concealed the sun, Clayum Solace, under the protection of the druid, Uskias. As long as I could lay my hands on that item, which was one of the 4 great treasures, I would be able to ruin Tate's Valtazer's plans by a lot. Golden Mandrake. It might go easier than expected if I use this. It was crushed during the fight against Firmak, but it was alright, because I could still use the Golden Mandrake in another way. After the ceremony, I bid farewell to my friends and headed off with Marie. Soon, we arrived at the station for magic carriages heading to the southern cities from Merkarva Academy and were met with countless carriages. The carriages of this world were completely different from the horse carriages that were used in Europe during the medieval times. These large transportation devices that moved with the power of a mana crystal had 12 specially crafted wheels that were each 1 meter thick and were as tall as 7 meters. It was about as big as 2 triple-decker buses put together. It was a widely used transportation method in the game that allowed fast travel between cities while keeping a fantasy feel to it. Corinne. I got the food. Marie said while bringing the giveaway meals from the first floor of the carriage. The meal itself wasn't too bad even though the carriage was quite bumpy at times. After 4 hours, we arrived at a carriage platform which was similar to a service center. We are departing again in 1 hour, right? I heard they were selling udons at the platform. Do you want to try that out? Shall we? We were returning to the magic carriage after a light meal when I found new passengers boarding the carriage. New passengers, please head up to the back seats of the second floor. They were customers who were changing carriages in the middle. Excuse me. Carriage coming through. The new passengers made their way through the carriage to their designated seats. They looked like nimble men. Oh no. I heaved a sigh after seeing them, and Marie asked a question with a tilted head after seeing that. Is there something wrong? No, it's nothing. It would take 9 hours for us to reach the next platform, right? How about you get some sleep first, senior? Maybe I should. Because the carriage doesn't stop even at night, we had to sleep in the moving carriage. Something was going to happen on the way, so sleeping now was better than sleeping later. After sleeping for about 4 hours, I woke up and felt something leaning on my shoulder. HNN. It was Marie. Marie was resting her head on my shoulder, while letting out a soft breath in her sleep. Doggo. In response to my call, a large blood dog revealed itself from Marie's shadow. Other passengers would have been frightened if they saw him, but it was in the middle of the night with most of them asleep, and the lights were also off, and it thus didn't cause any chaos. Let's get rid of some flies before your mom wakes up. Woof? Rattle rattle. Hearing the wheels of the carriage that had been running across the road for hours, Jackie opened his eyes. Oops. He was supposed to pretend to be asleep but ended up actually falling asleep. But a question appeared in his mind, his partner Rock should have woken him up when it was time. Was he also sleeping? Rock. Rock? He wasn't here, the partner that was supposed to be sitting next to him was gone. Maybe he was in the bathroom? Standing up from his seat, Jackie went around the carriage looking for his disappeared partner but couldn't find him. What? Where did this idiot go? Jackie turned to his pocket watch and noticed it was already about time. Even though Rock was nowhere to be seen, he still had to send the signal by himself. He immediately headed to the cornermost seat, opened the window, and turned on his magic flashlight. He repeatedly turned it on and off. Like that, he sent the signal a few times, but nothing happened. What? Isn't this the right place? The carriage was already speeding through an empty plain with nothing but nature surrounding them. If they quickly stole everything inside and crushed the wheels, it would take 2 days for news to reach the nearby public security officers. Right. Jackie was a member of carriage thieves. His job was to board the carriage and pretend to be a passenger before sending a signal to his buddies outside. Like, fuck. What is going on? There were problems with the plan. One was that his partner, Rock, was nowhere to be seen, and the other was that his buddies, that were supposed to be following carefully from behind, weren't responding to his signs. These retards. They didn't fall asleep or anything, right? It was actually quite convincing because he was also sleeping until just then. But. Nope. They were drinking coffee and were all wide awake. Walk. By the time he perceived the sudden voice, his neck was already being grabbed by someone. Swish. Without even having the time to scream, Jackie was pulled outside the carriage through the window. After getting off the carriage in the blink of an eye, he stared at the one holding onto his neck. Hello? In the barren land of darkness, the voice of the man under the moonlight resembled the howling voice of a wolf. Who are you? What do you mean who? Of course I'm a Sir Knight, who's here to catch bad thieves. K. Knight. Huck. Wait. Sir. It's a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding my ass. I've seen your faces in the last iteration as well. What do you? It was then. A humanoid figure was dragging something with a growl. Upon a closer inspection, Jackie realized that more than 20 men were all tied up and being dragged by a red demonic beast. They were most certainly his buddies. Rock, who had disappeared from the carriage, was also in the mix. Demonic beast? It's a familiar. Don't worry about it. The man with a wild atmosphere kicked Jackie by his chin and made him faint, and tied him together with the carriage thieves, before telling the red beast. Tie these guys up and put the signboard next to them. Security officers will pick them up on the way when they find them. Woof. I'm so sleepy. Why do I have to do this in the middle of the night? After a yawn, the boy dashed forward and immediately caught up with the distant carriage. When the morning sunlight began shining through the curtains of the window, Marie gave a big stretch and raised herself up. Yahoo! It had been a while since she last stayed on a seat for this long, so her body was very sluggish even after a sleep, and her shoulder was in more pain than usual. Yoon? Shoulder pain was nothing new, so she was about to ignore it, but for some reason, her right shoulder was heavier than usual, as if something was resting on it. Turning to the side, Marie realized that it was Corinne. The boy was leaning his head on her shoulder in his sleep, without even knowing that it was already morning. Should I wake him up? Wait a second. Is there a reason to bother waking him up? The boy's everyday life was as arduous as a farmer leaving for the farm every day. Building stamina, practicing spearmanship, and researching at the Great Library, it was very rare for him to have any day off. The reason she invited him to her house after hearing that he was heading south this time around was because she wanted to give him a nice holiday at her house. So was it correct to wake someone like that up when they were in such a deep sleep? No. Of course not. So what if my shoulders hurt a little? With her wondrously ethical standards, Marie decided to sacrifice her shoulder for the benefit of another person. There was not a single ulterior motive behind it. Yes. It was a generous consideration on her part with not even 1 millimeter of ulterior motives. Thump thump. Even though her heart was beating out loud, she decided to ignore it. Moving her trembling eyes, she looked at Corinne's hairs that were touching her cheek. It was very disheveled because it was morning but, wait, disheveled? I didn't get to wash today. That was the inevitable downside of long-distance travels with a magic carriage. Unless you were to get off in the middle on one of the platforms, there was no way you could have the luxury to wash your hair or take a shower. Of course, that was something that applied to all the passengers inside the carriage including Corinne Lorque. However, it was a huge problem for the girl who was deeply in love, and was a problem that she couldn't compromise with. Doggo. In response to the hurried voice of the girl, a large blood dog showed itself from her shadow. Woof. Shh. Be quiet. What if he wakes up? Woof. See, can you go to my bag over there, and get a brightening cream and some perfume? And for the perfume, give me one that's a bit thicker than usual. Marie tried to reach for her bag, but quickly pulled her hand back after hearing Corinne go, as if he was about to wake up. Doggo. Hurry up. Instead, she sent a desperate gaze at Doggo. Woof. Seeing his mother, Doggo couldn't help but shake his head. Doggo. You. How can you say something so mean? The girl's voice was so soft that her complaint was buried by the background noise. By the time we were at the second platform, I opened my eyes and saw several other people that were also waking up from their sleep. Corinne. You woke up. Oh. Was I leaning on your shoulder? I'm sorry. No. It's okay. That's nothing, so you don't have to worry about it. Well, thank you. It seemed that she was such a nice girl that she didn't even know how to say no. I had to be more careful from now on. Sniff. Senior, are you wearing perfume? What do you mean? I think you smell a bit different today. Oh, why, you don't know it, huh? This is the smell of potatoes. If you have enough potatoes, your body will start to have this scent. Isn't that way too fake no matter how you see it? Sure. If you say so. If you say so? Corinne? Do you think I'm lying? No. Of course not. I smiled before changing the topic. Phew. Finally, time to get some fresh air. The first platform that we got off at was like a service center that you would often see on highways, whereas this platform had a small village surrounding it. People who gathered to sell food and items to passengers and technicians that were here to look after the carriages gathered one by one and eventually formed a small village. Feeling a bit hungry now. Should we go have some food? I know some good places. Have you been here often? This place is our transfer station, after all. A transfer station? This place was sitting at the entrance of the Southern Plains. Transfer was, therefore, quite a strange word because all the carriages going through this place had to stop by the biggest city of the South, Ref City, which took another 8 hours on the carriage. If you see over there, there's the transfer station that we are going to use. Marie was pointing at an empty plot of land that was managed by tens of workers busily walking around. Something different, I guess, would be that there were wyverns tied in place. Is that a wyvern landing zone? NN. We'll be heading straight home on a wyvern. I see. Wyverns were a transportation method that I've used quite often, even back in the last iteration. It was tremendously faster than carriages and was just a strictly better method for moving across plains in the undeveloped countryside. However, the cost of hiring a wyvern rider was incredibly expensive, so we couldn't use it very often. If we were moving around as a party, we had to hire 2-3 wyvern riders at once, and that was way too costly. There was a time when we had to solve an extremely urgent situation and had to hire a squad of 12 wyverns to take all our party members across and, damn, even that Mr. Park was appalled by the price of it. How much is it here? A one-way trip is like 30 silver coins, right? NN? Nope. My family will be sending us a wyvern. Because I always catch one here. Wow. Her family possessed a wyvern? Looking back, Marie was from a family of farmers. I've heard how some rich farmers that had an enormous plot of land used wyverns to water the crops. That was how to water crops like a badass, using wyverns. Senior Marie. You said you were from a family of farmers, right? NN. What about it? Since you also have a wyvern, I assume you own a large piece of land. Is that correct? It is quite big. She scratched her cheek in embarrassment. Since she wasn't the type to usually boast about being rich, she seemed shy about bragging about her wealth. Please excuse me if this is disrespectful, but how big is your land? I heard how people watered the crops using wyverns, but it sounded like a story from another world to me. I don't know exactly though. Maybe about 2 million? 2 million? Wow. That's crazy. I was living in a house that was less than 50 square meters back when I was on Earth though. 2 million square meters, that's ridiculous. 2 million square meters, it was such an unfathomably enormous plot of land that I couldn't even imagine how big it was. It seemed that Marie was incredibly rich. 2 million square meters? The unit is a bit different. HNN? It's not square meters. It's hectares. HNNN? 2 million hectares. So. Roughly 20 billion square meters. While my mind was going in circles from that absurd set of numbers, a squad of wyverns were approaching the landing zone from a distance. It wasn't an overstatement to say that the Duff village, which was sitting at the entrance of the southern plains that slowly grew to the size of a village from a carriage platform, was living off of that industry. Mac, who was in charge of the wyvern landing zone, was one of those people. His job was to manage the safe landings of wyverns and the monster carriers on the landing zone of the village. This is Ref 1. This is Ref 1. Approaching Duff for the VIP. Mr. Mac. Ref 1 is here. I heard that too. Ref 1. That was the broad title of the wyvern squads and the monster carriers of the Dinaref family, which was in charge of the hypermega plantation all across the vast plains of the south. Was something happening at the Dinaref this month? It's probably because of the Academy holiday. So the princess is coming back, huh? In the southern regions of the continent, the Dinaref family was overwhelmingly more famous than even the royal family. There was no way the people wouldn't know about the genius mage who regularly returned to the household every holiday. While the guardians representing the east were the Sword Emperor Garand and Sword Master Lunia, the people of the south were supporting Marie as the future representative of the south in a war of regional pride. This is Duff. We will now organize the landing zone. Cat 1. Cat 1. A visual reference confirmation is required when 200 feet in the air. Roger that. We will arrive in 10 minutes. We are slowly lowering the altitude. Copy that. Mac used a magic communication device to announce to the workers of the wyvern landing zone. Ref 1. Ref 1 is about to land soon. Bring the wyverns of the zone indoors. And make sure you clean up the area. Some organization work was mandatory when there was a VIP. Stopping the other wyverns from setting off and landing on the area, they readied themselves to accept Ref 1. This is Ref 1. Landing soon. Roger that. Ref 1. Mac replied while looking at the squad of flying beasts that were slowly coming down from the air. Now. Ref 1 is about to land. That means Ms. Marie is also going to come very soon. Get ready for some hot, burning welcome. While the squad of wyverns were coming to pick up Marie, the workers of the landing zone dropped everything they were doing and prepared themselves to welcome the VIP. Wyverns were expensive. I wasn't just throwing that out there because I didn't know about their exact price, they were extremely, extremely expensive. Sometimes on the news, they show how fighter planes and helicopters cost this and that, right? Wyverns were exactly the same. 550 gold coins. 5.5 white gold coins. That was about $550,000 in dollars, but that was the bare minimum, and wyverns with a good heritage easily went over 10 white gold coins. But that wasn't even the end. The cost to maintain wyverns was also abnormally ridiculous. Maintenance fees, hiring riders, training fees, and food. I heard how each wyvern costs about 60 gold coins each year. In the game, you only had to buy it once, and that was it, but here, you had to consider the maintenance fees on top of that, so buying wyverns in real life was definitely not an easy feat. Wow, there's a whole squad of them. So in other words, that meant that those 12 wyverns that were swarming in from the distant sky cost at least 6,600 gold coins and ate up 720 gold coins each year. It was scary how that was still the bare minimum cost. Huh? Poppy's not here? Ah, he swapped places with June from the 8th squad, huh? Maybe he's sick? Okay then. Right now, the minimum number of wyverns in Senior Marie's family just soared all the way up to 96. 96 wyverns meant it was at least 52,000. Oh, shit. This is making me dizzy. I didn't even know what to say after thinking about the sheer cost of that thing. But there was more. Why, you also have a monster carrier? Wyverns weren't the only ones that were slowly descending from the sky. There was also a monster carrier that was carrying a whole house. Monster carriers. It was a common way to refer to enormous flying monsters that were domesticated through long years of genetic modification and training. Although they were demonic beasts by nature, these docile monster carriers that were a result of several genetic modifications were able to carry more than 50 tons and still carry out a stable flight. The one coming down right now was an eagle that was mainly white. One thing to note was that it was even bigger than 6 wyverns combined. Hresvelgr. You know what it is? Of course I did, because that was the endgame mount of Heroic Legends of Arhan. That was the final mount of the game that could only be earned after collecting materials like a madman and doing everything, including a special egg quest, training quest, private nest construction, and more. You had to have a Hresvelgr to call yourself a veteran on the web because otherwise you'd be flamed. As for the price, I'd just say that it's more expensive than the most expensive price of that wyvern squad. It wasn't an endgame mount for nothing. Gung. The fact that the Hresvelgr gently placed down the large cubicle building hanging on its neck on the ground without even making any noise, was proof of how perfectly trained it was. Soon, the wyverns also landed one by one, and an experienced middle-aged veteran came down from the biggest wyvern. Lady Marie. Uncle Verg. Marie was about to approach the man called Verg, but he politely stopped her before gesturing at his men with his eyes. Toot toot. Along with a noisy fanfare, an old gentleman and an old lady wearing butler clothes came out of the cubicle building and walked up after rolling a red carpet in front. Great job studying as always, Ms. Marie. Grandpa Paul. Seriously. I'm telling you, you don't have to do this every time. That won't do. After all, you are the first daughter of the Dinaref of the South, Mississippi. Butler Paul, with a benevolent look on his face, greeted Marie before turning towards me. This gentleman over here is. Ah, he's Corinne. Corinne Lork. He's a freshman this year. Ah. So he is the one. Paul walked up to me and suddenly grabbed onto my hands. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, for saving our miss. It is an honor to see you. Okay. It seemed that they were already aware of what had happened to Marie. Paul wasn't the only one, all the wyvern riders and workers simultaneously lowered their heads at me. Thank you? Honestly. I was quite overwhelmed by the wyverns and the Hresvelgr in front, so I didn't even know what I was supposed to say. Now. Please come into the guest room. Thank you for everything. After shouting that, Marie greeted all the wyvern riders and nonchalantly walked on top of the red carpet all the way into the so-called guest room. What are you doing, Corinne? Hurry up and come inside. On top of the guest room, the Hresvelgr was looking down at me with a majestic gaze. Damn it. I seriously want one of these. By the way, I only gained access to the Hresvelgr at the end of the game scenario. I barely got to ride this handsome eagle towards the end and yet. Dinaref family. They were apparently the practical rulers of the southern regions of the continent, who possessed 2 million hectares of land and operated a super-megalo farm. Using the vast piece of land that they have possessed from a long time ago, they supported the kingdom's finances, and it seemed that they were in charge of 1/3 of the crops of the entire El Rath kingdom. Starting from crops and produce like potatoes and cotton to pastoral farms that have hundreds of thousands of domestic animals freely roaming around the green pasture, they even had plantation factories that produced magic plants like mandrakes. Instead of thinking, you only needed to listen to Marie's explanation to tell just how enormous everything was. From all the way there to there, we have flower farms, and from there to there, we can't see because of the horizon. Anyway, for about 30 minutes on a wyvern, we have potatoes. That mountain over there is this year's grazing land. We will be moving back to that mountain over there next year. Oh right. Was that where our gold farm was? Mississippi. The gold farm is further north. That place is the diamond farm. Right. I see. When it's millions of hectares big, everything's just on a whole different scale. Is that a corn farm? NN. Ah, you saw the Alhambra. It was so far down, and yet I could still see their shapes through the window of the guest room. Just how big were they exactly? That's called an Alhambra, and it's super big. Probably about twice the size of the carriage that we were on. So, it's bigger than the King of Iron Mountain, huh? Those unimaginably enormous animals were collecting corn with a harvesting tool on their necks. 20 or so of those massive monsters moving around in a group was, truly a mind-numbing sight. So this is normal for rich people, huh? But wasn't this still too much? While I was dumbfounded by the ridiculous scale of the farm, Butler Paul brought a large roast turkey from the kitchen of the guest room. This is a special meal we have prepared for our two esteemed guests, he said while serving a gold-roasted turkey, beneath which was a garnish made with a potato puree. The cocktails had several tiger prawns sticking inside. This was something I only saw in movies. After having the best food that I haven't even had on the ground, we arrived at the Wyvern landing zone that was just outside the big city of Ref in about an hour and realized that there were still many things to be surprised about. Lady Marie. Congratulations on your holiday IE. Congratulations on your promotion to semi-unique grade E. Around the landing zone were thousands of people welcoming Marie, who just got down on the red carpet. It was fearsome at this point. I had never seen such a warm welcome, even when the stupid Mr. Park was saving the world and being called a hero, and even when he returned after defeating the unique grade demonic beast that attacked the city. Grandpa Paul? Why are there so many people? They have all heard about the things that happened to you, Mississippi. I see, they must have been worried. It seemed that even Marie wasn't used to such a big welcome when returning from the academy, so she had a slightly embarrassed look on her face. Uncle Verg. How many people are there? And it was just yesterday that I had my grade adjustment. How do they know about it already? Well, we have already heard news from our Wyvern writers. And there were so many people that we had to return some of them back home. What? This is after you sent some back? I'm sure you guys are busy with other things though. I feel a bit sorry. Please don't say that, Mississippi Ms. Marie, you are the pride of everyone in the South after all. It's not like I couldn't understand her popularity. In this day and age, the most popular and well-received occupation was a guardian. They were few in numbers, and had the public image of heroes that protected humanity from tons of demonic beasts. If the most well-known guardian across every generation was Garand the Sword Emperor, the current representative of guardians was Sword Master Linnea Arden from the Arden family of the East. There were several famous guardians in the West and North, but there was no one that was particularly famous in the South. Marie, who was well known for being a genius mage, was definitely more than enough of a talent to become the iconic figure of a generation. Regional pride was probably one of the other reasons as well. Now then, let's head straight to the mansion. Waiting for us at the landing zone was a carriage, not the magic carriage that moved with a crystal, but a horse carriage that was dragged by horses. It was surprising that this was the first normal domestic animal that I was seeing for the first time today. Getting on the carriage, we entered Ref City. Wait, the name of the city was Ref. Don't tell me. Senior Marie. Is the name of this city? It comes from our surname. There's also Duna City if we go slightly to the east. Looking back, the name of the platform was also Duff Village. It was in fact surprising that I was unaware of this until now. Although I hadn't been to the South very often, it was still shocking that I had no idea about this. Even when we were inside the city, I could still spot the influence of the Dinaref family. Dinaref Barber. Dinaref Groceries. Dinaref Post Office. Dinaref Farming Cooperation Association. Dinaref Professional Wrestling Club. Seriously, the entire city was full of Dinaref. And why the heck was there a pro wrestling club? We have arrived at the entrance. We soon arrived at the mansion that was standing tall inside the city and I was trying not to get surprised by size at this point, but I couldn't help it. There was a time when I went to the royal courtroom of the El Rath Kingdom. Back then, I was shocked by the size and fanciness of the royal palace of the fantasy world, but it's really not any worse than the palace. Wow, Corinne. Have you been to the palace? I haven't even been there that many times myself. At the entrance of the mansion were ornaments and an emblem of a potato flower, and those flower petals appeared like they were sculpted with pure gold. Starting from the entrance all the way down was a vast garden and a fountain. There were several sculptures and artworks that were most certainly made by famous artists that were decorating the roadside. The most mesmerizing of them all were the flowers blooming all across the garden. It reminded me of the overwhelming tulip fields of the Netherlands that I saw on TV. The only difference was that it was FHD resolution back then, whereas this was about 16K. Plus, there was a queue of countless guests lining in front of the entrance. What exactly were those people? It seemed that Marie wasn't sure either, and she, therefore, asked Mr. Paul. Do we have a party today? Ah. Guests are coming from all across the southern regions, including the mayor of Ref City, after hearing news about your great adjustment, young Mississippi. Again, let me reiterate this. The great adjustment was yesterday, and the news of Marie's promotion was something she shared at the DEF platform about 2 hours ago. Considering the time it would take for wyverns to fly in and send the news, that meant that those people had come here in less than 30 minutes immediately after hearing the news. Currently, we only have guests that either live nearby or have private wyverns, but we will have more guests coming very soon. I'm sure they're all busy though. Judging from her words, I could tell that even Marie wasn't seeing anything strange about the current turn of events, as if it was natural for people to come congratulate her. What kind of life have you been living, Marie Nuna? Senior Marie. Why did you never tell me you were rich? My parents are rich, but I'm not, right? That's what rich people always say. You sell this mansion and that alone would be enough to feed 100 generations. Haha. Mississippi. You will be inheriting all this eventually anyway because you are the oldest child of the Dinnereff family. You didn't need to say that, Grandpa Paul. Marie wasn't denying his words though. What's this sense of betrayal that I'm feeling? The Dinnereff family often takes in in-laws when the head of the family is a lady. Of course, we also provide a portion of the businesses that we own to the in-laws family along with incredible support. Oh, Kay? But why are you looking at me when saying that? Ms. Marie has been renowned for being both beautiful and clever ever since her childhood, and has been called the flower of the South. There were so many people that wanted to marry our young miss, that the marriage proposal letters didn't even fit into one of our potato warehouses. I see. In the last generation with Sir Lurgan, Miss Letitia, who used to be the family head back then, even gifted him with a mansion built with jewels. Ha ha ha. Even that was only worth less than 8 hectares of a potato farm, though. It seemed that this old gentleman was a person of the Dinnereff family, after all, considering how he was comparing things to potatoes. Gee, Grandpa Paul. Why are you talking about that all of a sudden? Ha 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 ha. I'm just saying things. Ha ha ha. His expression facing me was a bit burdensome, so I changed the topic. Sunbay. You know the castle that I was talking about? You mean Castle Duke, right? I asked her if she could look into the castle of Sabancia Duke, who used to be hailed as the hero of the South hundreds of years ago. It seems that someone has bought the castle recently. Right. Castle Duke was one that was under someone's possession even in the last iteration. The owner was like a trader from the archipelago at the southern tip of the continent or something. Castle Duke has indeed been recently purchased by Count Cassius, who does trading at the archipelago. Oh. He's a noble? By the way, nobles were an honorary title in this world, like how famous actors were knighted and old nobles appeared on TVs in the modern Earth. Mississippi. Our Dinnereff family also has peerage. Oh, right. What were they again? The family head is the Duke of Ref, Marquis of Wrangel, Count of Cardrial, Viscount of Crancia, Skip. He has the above 25 peerage titles. I'm sure you're the only one who remembers all of that, Mr. Paul. It is a must as the head butler of the Dinnereff. Right, the thing called peerage existed per region, and it was indeed possible to have multiples of them, like how King William I of England was both the King of England and a Duke of Normandy of France. But still, isn't 25 too much? I think Corinne wants to visit the Count's castle. We are very lucky then. Count Cassius has visited Ref City for his business. If we invite him to our mansion, he will gladly join us for the party. I see. That's great, Corinne. We can talk to him about it today. Count Cassius. That was indeed the name of the one who possessed Castle Duke in the last iteration. But, was this quest meant to progress this easily? In any case, after 30 minutes on the carriage, we finally arrived at the actual mansion. Grandpa Paul. Where's mom and dad? The family head and madam will be coming tonight. They told me to apologize for not being able to make it in time. The other young masters and young misses will have their holiday starting in 3 days. Then we can rest until then. Corinne, follow me. I'll show you your room. After getting off the carriage, I followed Marie, who was hopping up the stairs. The first floor is where all our workers stay. We have rooms starting from the 2nd floor, but our family stays on the 3rd floor. Then should I stay on the 2nd floor? No. You can come here, Corinne. She led me to one of the rooms on the 3rd floor, with Mr. Paul following from behind. This is my room. And yours is here. The evergreen room, I see, commented Mr. Paul. Evergreen room? Yes. For generations, it has been reserved for the future family head's fiancé. Mr. Paul. You don't have to say that. I'm just giving this to him because it's the best room we have. After saying that, Marie explained several things about the evergreen room, before going into her room, which was connected to the evergreen room. The bed was a queen-sized bed that was a bit too big for me to use by myself. It was my first time seeing such a fancy and large bed. Knock knock. I came out after a shower in the bathroom connected to the room when someone knocked on the door. Who is it? My name is Wilson, sir, and I am a massager working in the mansion. Please come in? The man who then walked into the room looked like a professional massager that you would see at expensive spas. He asked whether I wanted to have the massage in another room or not, but I told him that I wanted to do it here. Creak. Crack. Ah. That feels good. Haha. You have a lot of cramps. Let me start from your shoulders. Thank you. This was so relaxing. Was this paradise? I wanted to spend my whole life here if I could. Meanwhile, Marie was being served by maids for the first time in a long time. Oh my. Mississippi. Your skin is as soft as a baby's. Your skin's very beautiful. Even prettier than last winter. While looking after Marie's skin, which was as soft as a mochi, the maids were bustling with noise. It was normal for maids to say things that would put their masters in a good mood, but all their compliments for Marie were genuine. Actually, there was something the employees at the mansion had decided on before Marie's arrival. You remember, right? Don't ever talk about vampires in front of Lady Marie. Everyone was greatly shocked when they heard how Marie had awakened as a vampire. Even though it wasn't that rare for people to sometimes awaken into a demi-human, the reception and public consensus against them was by no means positive. But even so, Marie was still Marie. Those who knew about Marie knew how adorable and gentle she was. The maids who had been serving her for a long time felt like they were sending off their daughter when she headed to the academy, and yet she had come back as a demon. In order to make sure she didn't feel down, they decided to be careful with their words. Actually, the newspaper companies that the Dinneref had shares in made sure to portray her as a victim, and the public perception was therefore not as bad as it could have been. As long as there was enough money and power, it was possible to make a serial killer into a saint in this world. And besides, who would dare openly pick a fight with the royal princess of the Potato Empire? Ms. Marie. How is life at the academy? NNN. I think I need another uniform. It feels stuffy around my chest. Oh my. That proves you are still growing even more. We will prepare the best designers and master dressmakers. And, can we get one for a male as well? For a male? Ah. Is that for your peer that you came here with? This is it. The maids looked at each other, before immediately deciding on the next topic. He was a very handsome-looking gentleman, right? Very amicable and had a great personality as well. NN. He's a great person. Marie replied while slightly burying her head into her clothes with flushed ears. The maids paused after seeing that conspicuous change. That's youth. Youth it is. Does anyone know anything about that gentleman? He's a grade 5 knight, apparently. It's a bit low for him to become Mrs. Spouse, don't you think? No. Mr. Verg told me he's a grade 1 knight. Apparently, he is on a similar level with Sword Master Lunia Arden of the East. Ho. After silently sharing information in less than 3.7 seconds in front of their master with nothing but eye contact, the maids decided on the next direction of the conversation. Oh really? He looked like a very reliable person. What kind of person is he? First off, he's handsome. Is he? Objectively speaking, I guess. But not as much as our Mississippi. Very responsible, nice. His personality seems good at least. How about his family? It doesn't matter when Miss is from the Dinneref. You're right. He said he wanted me to be happy. He called me a good person, nice and pretty. Hee hee. Hearing those last words, an ominous feeling struck the three maids. His tongue is quite smooth. Is he a player? No way, right? The maids all got an ominous feeling, because this lady from the Dinaref family had been protected from the surroundings due to her absolute position in the south that she had been living a life that was very distant from men. Even though there were enough marriage proposal letters to fill up a warehouse, that meant nothing because someone burned them all down while screaming, "These guys are all after my daughter's wealth." In other words, it meant that Marie Dinaref knew nothing about men. By the way, Mississippi. This might be a very sensitive topic, but... NN? What is it? Did you perhaps provide the young gentleman with any financial support, or were there talks about borrowing money by any chance? Why, you idiot. That's way too straightforward. But... She won't tell us if we don't ask like this. For some reason, she was right on the mark. I did invest some into his business. Oh. None of the maids had the room to scold the one who accidentally let out an audible gasp. After a while, they carefully asked a question with a shivering voice. Their hands weren't even moving at this point. By business, you mean? He said he wanted to create an inn. And he said he would definitely multiply the money by 3 times. Corinne is very smart and capable. Shit. The maids all shared the same sentiment. Considering how all the influential people of the area were invited, including the mayor, the party itself was a comparatively normal one held at the garden. Of course, even a normal one was extremely big when held at the Dinaref mansion. Corinne. Everything here is delicious. Do you want some hash browns? Yes, please. Marie was in a casual dress, leading me forward by the hand. Since she was the protagonist of this party, we naturally ended up gathering a lot of eyes from the crowd. It was called a party, so I was thinking of a banquet of nobles, but this is quite different from what I expected. HNN? Well, it's because everyone's just here to say hi. She said as if it was natural for the influential people of the area to greet her. Seeing how there was a whole crowd that was eager to strike up a conversation with her, it might be correct to say that it was a part of everyday life for her. Oh right. We need to deal with your thing first, Corinne. With Count Cassius? NNNN. He's right there. It seemed that she was going to prioritize my business first. It's your party, so how about you enjoy it first? Why bother? Damn, she was just built different or something. Was she implying this was just an everyday stuff for her that she didn't need to bother enjoying it? Was this the dignity of the rich farmers that had control over the continent? Together with Marie, I headed to a corner of the garden, where a man with a slightly darker skin that was normal for people from the archipelago was sharing a conversation with the guests. Count Cassius. He was a named character that you inevitably had to meet when clearing the quest of the unique grade demonic spirit sealed inside the Great Library, Sabancia Duke. While looking for news about Sabancia's wife and his daughter, Rowena Duke and Cecilia Duke, there was a need to visit his castle and the player had 2 choices. One was to infiltrate Castle Duke in secret and look for clues. Of course, patrol guards would come for you if you got discovered and killing them would increase your infamy points, so it was way too risky if you weren't maining stealth. The standard procedure was to finish Count Cassius's questline and get the official permit from him. The problem, however, was that he would ask you to defeat the sea serpent that was wreaking havoc at the archipelago. In any case, Count Cassius was a strict and seasoned NPC that matched his appearance of an old merchant. Even when he was talking to us, the heroes of the country, he was strict in the sense that we had to finish his quest beforehand if we wanted to ask him for any favor. Hello, Lord Cassius. Lady Marie? What was going on? Why does he have such a bright smile on his face? When we were looking for him, he was like, "You're a guardian? Maybe I can get a permit for you if you deal with this troublesome problem of mine," with a discontent look on his face, was he not? I'm Marie Dinaref. Cassius Flandria. Nice to meet you, madam. Marie pushed her hand forward for a handshake, as Cassius received the offer with a wide smile on his face. I am the director of Dinaref Construction. Of course, Mississippi. And I am the head director of the Flandria transportation business. Wow. I love the buttons on your coat. Did you make them by carving obsidian? Yes. We have stores in each port city that take care of jewelry. No wonder. Oh, by the way, I have a monster carrier, one that's called Hresvolger. Right. Actually, I saw it on the way, it looked incredible. You see, the bed inside the guest room of the carrier is a bit shaky, and it's quite uncomfortable. Well, that's not good. You see, my wife runs a furniture business. She also has very firm beds, and maybe she can do something about it. Sounds great. I would love to see her if I can. If you may, please come to our castle. It would be an honor to introduce my wife to you, Mississippi. Wow. Castle Duke, right? The castle of the hero, Sabancia Duke. Can I please have a look at the office as well, then? Of course you may. Would you be okay with this week? I think Friday would be great. If you're busy. No, we definitely have time, and we would make one even if we didn't for your visit, Mississippi. We would love to see you on Friday. Then, see you on Friday. After making an appointment with Count Cassius in the blink of an eye, Marie came to me with a wide smile on her face. I got the appointment. It's this Friday. I had to board a ship, dive 60 meters underwater, and fight against a dam snake inside the ocean just to go into that castle, and yet. Corinne. Do you want to go shopping tomorrow? He said he will be hosting a party, so I think we need to get some formal clothes. And it's also boring to stay home doing nothing, right? Sure, of course. Let's do that. To prepare for Count Cassius's party, Marie and I headed to one of the shopping districts in the city. There, I noticed an interesting street name. Marie Street? UHT. It's nothing important. The name of the shopping district was Marie Street. What in the world was this? Can you explain what this means? Ugh. Like, when I was born, Dad built this place to celebrate my birth. It seemed that the Duke really cherished Marie. All the stores here look very expensive though. Marie Street was like a fashion street that was filled with all sorts of branded clothing stores and jewelry shops. Montijo? Guesquire? Oh damn. Even though it was a fantasy world, there were branded stores that were on the same level as famous places on Earth. After living in this world for 3 years, I reached a point where I could somewhat recognize a few of those names. Senior. Are we going to shop here? NN. Why, is there a problem? Unlike Marie, who was born as the daughter of the Super Potato Farm, I was a salaryman who just became a grade 1 knight. I had yet to even receive my first support fund, so there was no way I could afford these expensive items. Sorry, but I don't have enough money. Marie blocked her mouth as if she wasn't expecting to hear such a thing. What she then said was very unexpected as well. Why would you consider using your money, Corinne? Sorry? Of course I'm going to be buying it for you. Like, that's a bit. I had my pride as a man and couldn't afford to receive something so expensive. Grip. That was when Marie tightly grabbed onto my hand and said with a bright smile. I really wanted to buy you clothes. Can you please let me buy you presents just for today? Her eyes were very clear. Okay, sure. Well, then can I please ask you to buy me a couple of clothes? Really? She seemed extremely glad to hear my words. Everything was fine as long as she was happy with it herself. Then I will give you everything we buy today as a present. Wait, did I hear something wrong? Did she say everything instead of one? Let's go there first. I really wanted to be the one to get you your first tuxedo. Pulling my hand, Marie hurried me forward. Her following words that today was too short to go looking around all the places was a bit puzzling though. Well, it's not like we would be buying that many clothes, right? What I should have known was that looking around was definitely not the only thing we were doing. One for daytime and one for nighttime, please. What kind of style would you like? 3 buttons, obsidian would be good. Ones that are carved in the southern style. Isabel Eastwood Dress Shop. I almost lost myself after seeing how dozens of gold coins for a single suit was the bare minimum. Please make sure you show his neckline. Because Corinne has a beautiful neck and collarbones. Oh my, as expected of Lady Marie. You have amazing eyes for this. Right. Also, Corinne has muscles and wide shoulders, so a roped shoulder fit would be nice. We will also make sure his trousers are so perfect that he can even squat with them on. Won't the design be a bit plain though? I think adding a bird's eye jacquard or a herringbone pattern would add flavor to the suit. In that case, we will add a faint pattern arrangement that makes it seem seamless at a distance, but with a hint of herringbone pattern when nearby. If you add this handkerchief and this tie on top of that. Holy moly. What in the world were they talking about? Was this the same Marie as the one who was boiling potatoes every morning to give to her peers? As expected of Isabel Eastwood. I can trust you with this. It is an honor, Lady Marie. We will send them to the mansion in time before the party. Under the devoted care of the workers, I left the store while carefully holding on to the container of handkerchief that they gave as a souvenir. Even though it was just a souvenir, I was shocked upon hearing that this cost 3 gold coins, and that was why I was being exceptionally careful with this. Aren't we using too much money? NN? Did we use that much? Wait. Looking back, I don't think we even paid for them though. They'll send the bill home, so don't worry. Is that okay? Corinne. Marie suddenly called my name with a serious look on her face. Yes, senior? My name is all the credit they need. Huh. She was dazzling. I would love to become someone like her who can say things like that. Ha. I said after a sigh though. Aren't you teasing me too much? Ah, you figured it out. Of course I would when you are smirking all the time while waiting for my reaction. Hee hee. Because Corinne was always the one teasing me. When would I get to tease you if not now? Well. If this is how you tease, then I'd welcome it any time. We used a white gold coin for a single suit. I was somewhat expecting that to happen after seeing her spend dozens of gold coins for a necklace and boots, but it was still shocking nonetheless. By the way, we also bought a ridiculous number of casual branded clothes before going for the tailored suit. Those only cost 3-4 gold coins each, so they didn't make me as uncomfortable as this suit, which was a plus. The fact that I unknowingly thought to myself that they only cost 3-4 gold coins after buying a bunch of shirts that were worth thousands of dollars was the frightening result of today's shopping. Anyway, this is everything, right? What do you mean, Corinne? Is there more? You have to buy a watch as well. Men need to be wearing good watches before doing anything big. It will break in the middle of a fight. It's okay. We can get a few spares. After going to a watch store, Marie said the following. Please give us one each from here to over there. Wow. I thought I earned a fair bit of money myself in the last iteration after working hard for 3 years, but I finally noticed something after seeing Marie use a blank check. Whether it be a hero of a war or whatever, it was impossible for an individual to reach the financial level of a truly wealthy family. The last place we went to was a workshop. What is this place, senior? NNUC. There is something I prepared for you, Corinne. Oh my. If it isn't Lady Marie. You are finally here. Hello, Miss Serriere. A master craftswoman who had brown skin, which was unique to those from the southern archipelagos, welcomed Marie as if she had been waiting for her. Are you here to collect your requested item? Yes. In response, the person called Serriere headed somewhere before carrying back a large box and opening it. Inside was a piece of iron that looked like normal steel. But I knew how this changed when going into the domain. Unbreakable stone? NN. This is the same or as the one that went into Junior Alicia's demon-slaying sword. How did you? It was something that even the Academy did not have. I received refined silver instead, but it wasn't something that could be used perfectly like the unbreakable stone and was something that would one day crumble after entering the domain too much. However, the unbreakable stone was different. This one never broke. It was a unique grade magic stone that instead became more powerful after entering the domain. How did you even get this? They're hard to find on the market, aren't they? NN? I don't think it was that hard to find it though. I see. If we cover your spear with this, it will be possible to use your spear inside the place that you call domain, without a problem, right? Yes, but this single stone was incomparably more valuable than everything I received today. The unbreakable stone wasn't classified as unique grade for nothing, it was the one that was used for the sword of Garand Arden, the Sword Emperor, before he gave it to Alicia. It was hard to obtain because it was pretty much impossible to see them on sale. Corinne. This is my last gift for you. And yet Marie handed it over to me with a bright smile on her face. That night, I was invited to a family meal of the Dinaref family. This way please, Sir Corinne. K. Kuhum. Following the directions of the butler that was assigned for me, I arrived at the dining room. The explanations he gave about the history of the Dinaref mansion and the artworks decorating the corridor were mind-blowing. The butlers were excessively kind to me, whereas the maids were rather antagonistic for some reason. As for the butlers, it was probably because the head butler, Mr. Paul, had a good impression of me, but I had no idea why the maids hated me so much. When I arrived at the dining room, I found 3 people sitting on the seats, including Marie. Needless to say, they were her parents. Ah, hello. Nice to meet you. Oh my. What a handsome-looking gentleman. A middle-aged woman who looked exactly like Marie was the first to open their mouth. The charming middle-aged lady, who looked like a future version of Marie, welcomed me with a deep smile on her face. Humph. You call that handsome? On the other hand, sitting on the highest seat of the table was a middle-aged man with water-colored hair. It seemed Marie had received her hair color from her father. From what I heard, he was a very skilled mage. I could see him sitting in the unique posture of a mage in a tidy robe. It is an honor to see you, Duke Dinaref. Although I may look like this, I had to meet quite a lot of nobles and people from the royal court in the last iteration. Duke Dinaref had a slightly surprised look on his face after seeing my decent etiquette. Take a seat. Thank you. Corinne. Come here. Here. Marie invited me over to the seat next to her by tapping on the chair. I sat down on the seat, which was in between Marie and the Duke. Veins immediately popped up on Duke's face. Kuhum, Kuhum. Dear? Anything wrong? Kuhum. Mari? How about you sit next to Daddy like you've been doing all the time? No, it's all right. Because today, I want to introduce Corinne to you, Daddy. Introduce? Oh my oh my. Her words were very open for misunderstandings, which thus resulted in two contradicting reactions. Duke glared daggers at me like a thief who stole his seat from him. Is this my fault? I asked with my gaze, and he returned, it is. Even though this was quite unfair, I could understand why he was vigilant as a father. If I had a daughter like Marie myself, then I would have done everything for her as well. Again, it is an honor to meet you. My name is Corinne Lorque. I am Mard Dinaref. And I'm Alencia Dinaref. So you are my son-in. I mean, student Corinne, right? Nice to meet you. I thought I heard something strange just then. I was hearing things, right? So, said the Duke. I heard you are 1 year younger than Marie. Yes, sir. That is the case. And I heard you are a knight of excellent skills. To the point that you became a grade 1 knight in just 1 semester. It is still far from enough. Something I've noticed from conversing with a lot of people was that it was better to hide your pride and ego. They generally considered it rude for you to proudly talk about yourself. When I gave a humble reply, it was instead Marie, who was sitting next to me, that praised me with a fuss. Corinne is super amazing. He fought on equal grounds with Sword Master Lunia as well. Against Lunia Arden? NN. It was during the interim exam. He was amazing. Even Duke Mard seemed surprised after hearing that I had a close fight against Swordmaster Lunia Arden. Her name was incredibly powerful even in a place this far from the center of the continent. Just letting you know, I was promoted to grade 1 mage 20 years ago. Is that so, sir? I was 20 years faster than you. I see. Congratulations. Ehem. Congratulations on doing that before I was even born. So, what kind of work do your parents do? It was strange that he was suddenly asking about my family, but I answered his question by going through the memories of Corinne Lorque. My parents run a restaurant. Do you have siblings? I have a younger sister. I see. A normal household. Quite normal, yes. It was a normal family that you could see anywhere on both Earth and here. Now, listen carefully. Mr. Corinne Lorque. This question is the most important one of all. Duke Mard gazed at me with a serene and serious look on his face when saying that. He was the ruler of the South, the emperor of the Potato Empire that was running the Omega enormous agricultural business of the Dinaref. I got to see a portion of their wealth today. What question was this man, who could move the entire southern region with one word, going to ask me? If this was still a game, this would be the turning point of an important scenario quest. Are you a virgin? Sorry? Come on, dear. Why would you ask something like that? Duchess Alencia slapped him by the shoulder and the Duke explained himself while throwing glances at her face. Of course the son-in-law of the Dinaref family must be a pure virgin. Dad? Oh. So he is misunderstanding our relationship, huh? Anyway, Mr. Corinne Lorque. Marie took everything after me, she's very clever and is very kind at heart. I see. I don't think she took after your personality though? I am not trying to brag or anything, but Marie was able to use magic ever since she was 7. She's a prodigy among prodigies. Aren't you bragging at this point? She is the apple of my eye, and my precious daughter that I raised with everything I had. Ah. I see. Well. Duke Mard glared at me with a bloody gaze. I could sense his wariness in his eyes. So I will never give you my daughter. Dad? Dear? As expected, he suddenly started rambling on. He was as unstoppable as a bulldozer. Mari said, I'll marry Daddy when I grow up. I will never give her to you. Dad did. Marie shouted while looking at Duke Mard with an appalled look on her face. What are you saying? To someone you're seeing for the first time. With a deeply flushed face, Marie pushed him and hit him by the shoulder. Even though he was double her size, Marie was the one overpowering him. Ugh. 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 Wait. Mari, it hurts. Why are you so? You take all these bad things from your mom. Please just stop talking, Dad. It was pitiful seeing him be dragged out like that by Marie. Now that I thought about it, there was probably no one in this family that could resist Marie's power. Now that Marie dragged Duke Mard out of the dining room, Duchess Alencia and I were the only ones left behind inside the room. Sorry for the mess, Mr. Corinne. Haha, I am jealous of the open atmosphere here. A bit too open, I might say. The Duchess, wearing an amicable smile on her face, looked at me with an elegant gaze, before suddenly standing up from her seat. Duchess? Then, she deeply lowered her head. Thank you very much for helping Marie. Please don't lower your head like that. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Does it? And I was just doing it because I could. Plus, more than anything, Senior Marie is someone who has the right to be more happy. It was better for good people to have better end to their story. In fact, that was the natural thing. Hoo-hoo. In response, the Duchess returned a refreshing smile that was similar to Marie's, before covering her mouth. I was worried that she was way too blinded when I saw her letter, but... and I do welcome you, Mr. Corinne. Unlike my husband, I am not the type to bind my daughter too much. I see? About what? And what's with this letter from Marie? Ack. No, you cannot, Marie. Your daddy will not allow this. Please stop. Why, you can hold hands. But you can't do anything more than that. Stop saying weird things like that. I hate you, Dad. You idiot. Ach. Marie. Eheu. It was an illness at this point. Were all fathers like that after having a daughter? Soon, Duke Mard came back and gave both an apology and a word of gratitude, but he still couldn't give up until the very end. You may hold your hands, but that is it. That virginity of yours. You better keep that until the end of your life. Slap. The best cure for the rampaging husband was a slap to the back from his wife. On the day of the party, after wearing the delivered suit, dress shoes, and the watch, I stood in front of the mirror. This feels unbelievably comfortable. It's not like I never had to wear suits in the last iteration and my previous life. Both in interviews and when I was meeting people from the royal court or high officials, I had to dress myself up. But because I was still a knight, I didn't have enough money to spend on a suit as someone who constantly had to fight. I remember buying a cheap one from one of the stalls for 70 silvers. Was that why the second princess gave me cash? So that I didn't have to wear clothes like a beggar? It was quite expensive for me back then though. Right now, the suit I was wearing was already worth 1 white gold coin, and the watch and shoes added up with the tie cost about 1 white gold coin and a half in total. The scary thing was that Marie bought me even more than this. There were so many clothes that I probably didn't have to buy anything else in my entire life, but the problem was that I had to take them back. How am I supposed to carry all of them back? Corinne. Are you ready? Yes. There was a door connecting the evergreen room to Marie's room. Opening the door, Marie came into the room. Oh. It was breathtaking. Along with transparent glass shoes, she was wearing ivory-colored stockings and a dress with a hint of watercolored drops. The daring exposure of her chest and her shoulders was probably an expression of her unreserved pride. Marie was even wearing some makeup unlike her usual self. Her skin that was already as white jade became as bright as the star of a night sky with the help of makeup. How does this look? It just arrived today. Lifting the sides of her dress with her pure white opera gloves, Marie rotated on the spot. She was as bright and mystifying as a dancing fairy. Honestly, seeing her made me feel worthwhile. If I hadn't saved this girl, I wouldn't have been able to see her in this dress today, and the people of the South would have forever lost their beloved princess. It was definitely worth the trouble. And Marie tilted her head, but without paying attention to that, I unhesitatingly walked up to her. When in front of an attractive lady, it is the courtesy of a gentleman to give her a kiss and ask for a dance, Knight Corinne. I remembered being scolded in the last iteration by someone, so I decided to be a courteous gentleman this time around. By gently holding onto her hand through the opera glove, I gazed up at her after going down on one of my knees. Could you please give me the honor of having your first dance tonight, my lady? UHT. Her cheeks were visibly flushed. Even her ears were reddened, and it seemed that she wasn't used to things like this. How cute. I will be asking you like that tonight, so it would be nice if you could accept my offer for me. Huh? NN. Of course. Of course I will. Okay. I will definitely do that. For some reason, the maids were whispering to each other, behind Marie. I knew it, he's a player. Our Lady fell for a gold digger. Isn't this dangerous? It looks like she would give everything to him. Even with the incredible ears of a knight, it was hard for me to pick up all the words in their conversation. They were exceptionally skilled at practically talking in silence. In their conversation, there were a few words about real estate and inns. Are they interested? To be fair, real estate is the best way to multiply your money. They are overpowered after all. Maybe I should talk to them later about investment. Now, shall we get going? Yes. Can you be my escort? Of course, my lady. Please stop. Then should I call you the Princess of the Potato Empire? She was tempted there for a second. Anyway, stop calling me by strange names. I am your senior, so you need to listen to me. Of course, my princess. Corinne. You. Marie punched my arm in protest, and honestly, it was quite painful. Her strength was nothing to scoff at. In any case, we got into the guest room of Senior Marie's enormous beast, the Hresvelgr, and headed to the Count's castle located further south. It would have taken a few days by carriage, but it only took a few hours on this guy. Eheu. I wonder when I can get myself one of these. NN? Do you want me to give it to you? Don't even say that as a joke, please. You are pampering me too much. It was scary because she really might give it to me if I asked her for one. Even if she did give it to me, there was no way for me to use it. Large beasts like wyverns, let alone Hresvelgrs, needed a place to dock, and I didn't have any. Merkava City prohibited the entry of flying animals for security purposes as well, so it was all the more useless for me. We will get off in the middle and change into a carriage. Can't we just jump off from here? Jumping straight down from flying beasts like the Secret Ops was something I had often done in the last iteration. No. My dress and my hair will become a mess then. A mage at your level should be able to stop that without a problem though. Right? Other people will also be surprised. It's not good etiquette. That's true too. In any case, we landed on a nearby plane and moved into a carriage of the Dinaref family that was waiting for us beforehand to head to the castle. Ah. Lady Marie. Welcome. As if he had been waiting for her the whole time, Count Cassius hurried his way over immediately after spotting the golden potato flower emblem of the Dinaref family. I swear this guy wasn't like this before. Was he really the same guy as the one who stubbornly refused to open the castle gates before we killed the sea serpent? Hello, Lord Cassius. It is an honor to see you again. Our Vlandria family will wholeheartedly welcome you for your visit, miss. After saying that, Count Cassius led us to the side of the queue of people that was waiting for inspection in front of the castle's entrance and simply let us through. Oh my. It really is Lady Marie. The news about having a guest from Dinaref was true then. Lord Vlandria must be doing very well these days. What I realized the past few days was that it wasn't an overstatement to say that the influential power of the Dinaref family was at an absolute level in the south. Let alone the ridiculous size of their farm that reached 2 million hectares in size, they were a big shot that pretty much had full control over 25 cities and the continent's trade market. The archipelago, where the headquarters of Count Cassius was at, wasn't a subject of the Elrath kingdom, but they desperately needed the cooperation of the Dinaref family to open a trade with the continent. Therefore, the fact that the oldest daughter of the Dinaref family had accepted the invitation to the Count's party was a green light signal that the Vlandria family could dream of a smooth sail. In that sense, I guess Marie showing up to the party is a lot better for them than killing a sea serpent. A sea serpent was something that could be dealt with by striking a deal with the Guardian Alliance with money or something, but moving the Princess of the Potato Empire wasn't something that could be done with money. Eheu. What's wrong, Corinne? I was just thinking of how amazing a person you are, Senior Marie. Really? Ehem. That's right. Your senior is an amazing person, okay. In response, I gently pressed her nose down. What are you doing? I had to, because you were being a bit too snobby. Your nose was about to reach the sky at that point. Isn't it okay for me to say that much though? Well, I guess. Because you are the Princess of the Potato Empire, after all. It is a good name, but it sounds like you're teasing me, so I don't know if I should be happy or not. Seriously. Just how much did this girl love potatoes? After entering the castle, we were unloading the carriage when Marie tilted her head. Corinne. Did you take your weapon? Where is it? Yeah, I did. Here. What about you, Senior? My spear was wrapped with a piece of cloth, but I couldn't see any weapon on Marie. I left it in the carriage, just in case. But is it okay for us to carry around weapons? People actually think it's cool for guardians to carry around weapons all the time. Besides, you never know when you'll have to fight against monsters, so it's okay to bring them. I see. It was probably not a good idea to carry a weapon into the banquet hall though. Entering now are Lady Marie of Dinaref Dukedom. And Sir Knight Corin Lork. The door opened along with the sonorous roar of one of the servants, allowing us into the well-decorated banquet hall. The chandeliers were made with crystals and had fluorescent stones. All the windows were made of stained glass, and on the walls were tapestries of the Vlandria household and representative ornaments from the southern archipelago. What's wrong, Corinne? It's nothing. Everything looked exceptionally different from the last iteration. All the items were new and were fancier than the ones in my memories. Did they remodel the entire building because of Marie's visit? Oh my. Is that Lady Marie? She has recently been promoted to semi-unique grade mage, right? Semi-unique grade? Isn't that practically the same as Swordmaster Linnea Arden? That's right. The Dinaref family must be feeling joyous then. My son is entering the Mercarva Academy next year. Maybe I should try to put them together? Won't that be difficult? I heard there's a whole warehouse full of marriage proposals. More importantly, who is that young gentleman by her side? With just her appearance alone, Marie created a ripple in the banquet hall. Back in Mercarva Academy, everyone was a student, so her influence was a lot smaller, but it seemed that Marie's position in her homeground was unmatched. All the important guests gathered before long, so the host, Count Cassius, started his speech on the stage. I am Count Cassius Vlandria. Thank you everyone for attending our family's party today, and especially a warm welcome to Lady Marie Dinaref for honoring us with her presence. As expected, Count Cassius started by mentioning Marie. He was pretty much flaunting that this was how close he was with the Dinaref family. Now that she was at the center of everyone's attention, Marie returned a wave and a faint smile until the host gathered their eyes back to the stage. Soon, the party officially began as the performance of the orchestra resonated across the hall. Lady Marie. I am the Countess of the Rotenand region, Dash. Your dress looks amazing today. I run a small business in Sebastian, Dash. Whether it be a noble or an influential member of the region, they all looked for Marie for a conversation. Marie started a fluent conversation with all of them with a bright smile on her face and satisfied everyone that came to her. As expected of a human capybara, she was very friendly and great with people. The banquet hall is where tongues dance like swords, Knight Corin. You have to be careful with your words at all times. According to the words of the second princess in the last iteration, the banquet hall was the battlefield of tongue swordsmen that could turn 180 degrees at any given moment, but that didn't seem to be the case for Marie. To be fair, that was natural because the royal palace had factions and political positions, whereas the Dinaref family had an absolute position and wealth in the south. I guess Senior Marie will be untouchable in the south at least. After all, there was no one in the south, unlike the capital, that could fight against her on equal grounds. I carefully approached Marie, who was in the middle of a conversation, and whispered into her ears. Senior. We should go to the office in a bit. And Marie and I had already prepared our weapons. Once the party was well and truly underway, we would talk to the Count and retrieve our weapons that we assigned to the servants before heading to the office. Around when the orchestra started changing the theme of their music, a young neat-looking man came to Marie with Count Cassius. Lady Marie. He was a young man wearing the ornamented pure white formal clothing of a knight. If I remember correctly, that was his son. Lord Cassius. I hope you are enjoying the party. This here is my son. Hello. Young Lord Vlandria. My name is Levent Vlandria. Nice to meet you, Mississippi. After the bow, Levent raised his head up, with his back still bent, and stared at Marie with sparkling eyes. Haha. I'm not saying this because he's my son, but he has exceptional skills as a knight. He was recently promoted to semi-grade 1. Ho. Semi-grade 1, huh? He looked like he was still in his 20s, which meant he was probably hailed as a genius by his peers. I see. Congratulations. Still lacking, compared to you, Lady Marie. Levent said in modesty. After that, Count Cassius opened his mouth, with a cough. Haha. Well then, let me go greet other guests of the party. Young people should talk with young people, so an old man like me will leave you to your own devices. Following Count Cassius's suggestive invitation, Marie started having a conversation with young Lord Levent. You are a student in Mercarva Academy, right? I am also from Mercarva Academy. Is Instructor Heyman still doing well? You were a senior, huh? Yes, he still goes, you guys, and is very strict with his lessons. Haha. He's the same as always it seems. If I may, can I talk to you more casually, Junior? Of course you may. Senior. Then I will be more casual from now on. Levent naturally closed the distance. He then shifted the topic to make faint moves at her. The holiday just started, right? If you're okay, how about you come to the salt mine that we have? The scenery inside the mine with all the rock salt is as beautiful and pretty as you, Junior Marie. Ah, we have some salt mines too. Around 20 of them. HNN? Ah. I see. Then how about you come over to the beach that we bought recently? It's famous for having an emerald color. Wow. My mom said she sold a small corner of our land. So your family was the one that bought it. I see. Right. You mean the one with a resort in construction? That's the one. She mentioned giving me some things to do because there wasn't much construction work these days. I am the director of the construction company, you see. I see. Do you like seeing taxidermied bodies of demonic beasts? In our house, we have some that I killed, I love it. My father even made museums for me. Do you know the dinner of taxidermy museums in all the cities? All the demonic beasts, there are the ones that I defeated. Sorry senior. I missed your last words. No. It's nothing. Stop, Marie. Levent's HP is already at 0. What was this? Was she trying to embarrass him on purpose? But there was not a sliver of bad intention on Marie's face for that to be the case. At this rate, it was like he was trying to teach a fish how to swim. He couldn't boast about money in front of Marie because of the overwhelming difference in finance, and she was a semi-unique grade mage for him to boast about his strength. Unfortunately, there might be no one in this continent that could brag about anything in front of Marie. But Levent didn't give up and continued striking a conversation with her. There were a lot of hyenas nearby that were aiming for Marie. They were openly facing her with greedy eyes but couldn't dare approach her, and Levent knew that he was in an overwhelmingly advantageous situation compared to the rest of them. Slowly, the pace of the music changed. The ones who attended the party started looking for their partners as we neared the dancing time. Lady Marie. Although I might not be perfect, Levent said while slowly reaching his hand out. The point he was trying to get across was very straightforward. Even Marie, who was tactlessly shaming him, knew what this meant and turned her gaze towards me. Right when we looked at each other, a young man stood in the middle to block my sight. Lady Marie. I am Garlai of Rondinium. I am one of your devoted admirers. Could you please grace me with your first dance? Ho. He was sipping on his drink while throwing glances at her, so I wasn't expecting him to have the guts to speak up like that. Looking at his face, he probably just hit 20 or something. Lady Marie. Me too. Please grace me with your first dance. No. Lady Marie. As soon as the guy called Garlai spoke to her, the guys immediately pounced forward like hyenas. Marie didn't know how to deal with the sudden flood of guys and was flustered for a second. So. It was great that they had guts, but they didn't have enough manners, it seemed. The slightly better choice for Marie would be to have the first dance with Levent, who was the son of the host of the party, but the basic etiquette of a banquet was to have the first dance with the partner. Clomp clomp. Marie. Corinne? Her face turned visibly bright after seeing me walk to her. She then sent fierce gazes at me, asking me to save her from this trouble. You are. I am Corinne Lork. Young Lord Lork, is it? You are Lady Marie's partner. After noticing that I was her partner, the guys, including Levent, immediately showed their vigilance. You can call me Sir or Knight Lork. I'm not a noble, you see. You're not a noble? Again, peerages in this world were close to honorary titles. This world already had a centralized state and centralized military rules in place, and the noble peerage of this world was but a name. They didn't have the right to collect taxes or run private militaries. Without power to support it, titles weren't as powerful as before. But even so, they still had value in that they were proof of someone's social position. For instance, in Marie's case, she wasn't even interested in the peerages she will be inheriting, but there were still a lot of them under the name of their family to prove their position. In other words, having a peerage meant that you either had a relatively high social status or were rich. The guys immediately started looking down on me. Everyone here were from noble families, so they probably didn't care much about a single knight. I am Levent Vlandria, a semi-grade 1 knight. Sir Lork. You seem to be one of the peers of Lady Marie, am I correct? Look at him put emphasis on the semi-grade 1 part. How cute. I am her junior. I see. Lady Marie must have brought you here to guide you to places and show you around, I believe. That is somewhat true. After all, the pretext was that I was here to have a look at Castle Duke. If you're Lady Marie's junior, that means you're my junior as well. Junior Corinne. If you are okay with it, I would like to dance first with Lady Marie. Can you please concede for me? If I were to translate his words, I would get this: I am a semi-grade 1 knight and I'm your senior as well. Fuck off if you understand your position. Translating the words of the high-class people was daunting as always. It was surprising how princesses had to deal with these every time. But of course, there was only one thing for me to say in return. No. I don't want to. No. I don't want to. What did you say? Hey buddy. That wasn't very elegant, was it? You need to put your etiquette mask back on. Listen. Junior. We are not in the academy, senior. What? And if we are talking about hierarchy, it is you who should be showing your respects, Sir Vlandria. Levent frowned as if he couldn't understand what I was saying. What do you? It means that I have a higher rank than semi-grade 1, Sir Vlandria. That's nonsense. The young noble masters buzzed and whispered to themselves after hearing me imply that I was a grade 1 knight. How could a freshman be a grade 1 knight? It is not wise to tell lies that. He's not lying. Marie was the one who refuted Levent's words. Corinne was promoted at the same time as me. I can guarantee it. That was the guarantee of Marie, the lady from Dinaref Dukedom, who became a semi-unique grade mage before the age of 20. She was at the pinnacle of the southern regions of the continent and there was thus no one that could talk back to her. But even then. Levent Vlandria stubbornly held on as if he couldn't back down yet. Marie's first dance is mine, you see. I gently grabbed Marie by the shoulder and pulled her towards me as she then landed in my chest. Now, what did it mean for me to do something like this, you might ask? I am so close to Marie that I can even hug her like this, and I am free to do so. You are the one that needs to go away. That was what I was suggesting with my action. Corinne. Marie mumbled something from my chest, but I didn't really hear what she said. It was probably embarrassing, but she had to hold on a bit because this was the fastest way to get rid of these people. While openly hugging Marie, I gave a victorious smile to the infuriated young noble masters. Seeing them made me recall how the first princess said that the envious face of a man was the most humorous sight out there. I used to think she was a very bad-tempered princess, but now I could somewhat agree with her words. Marie. Can you please dance with me first? Yesh. She replied with her head stooping low. For starters, we walked away from the crowd of young masters. You are very popular, aren't you, senior? N. Was that a bit too violent? Sorry if that put you in a bad mood. No. It was feisty and I actually liked. Nothing. Things became a little awkward. It might have been a bit embarrassing for her. I felt slightly sorry, so this time I decided to be more polite, like a gentleman. Kiss. After kissing her on the back of her hand, I offered with a soft voice. Will you please dance to a song with me, my lady? Resting on one of my knees, I raised one of my hands and lowered my head. After being frozen stiff for a while, she grabbed my hand with a full smile blooming on her face. With pleasure. We walked to the dance hall hand in hand. The sound of footsteps loudly echoed from Marie's clear glass shoes as we walked forward with a minimal distance between us. Stopping our feet, we looked at each other. Behind Marie, I could see that everyone's eyes were on us. This is not good. Even I was feeling quite embarrassed now, and I became worried that she might notice the speed of my heartbeat. Whatever the case, the music began and we were at the center of the hall. Matching ourselves with the pace of everyone around us and the music, we started to dance. Gently holding on to both of Marie's hands, I guided her on. Honestly, I wasn't that confident in banquet dances since I only tried it a few times and only had some superficial knowledge about it, but it wasn't that distressing since it was something that required a physical movement. However. Clomp. Sorry. Unexpectedly, the flower of this banquet, Marie, was fairly clumsy with dancing. It was her second time stepping on my feet and it was quite painful because she was wearing hard heels. Ugh. Sorry. I'm not good at dancing. It seemed that she just wasn't good at everything that required her to move her body because otherwise, it would be hard to explain how someone at her social position couldn't dance. Marie sweated profusely while trying not to step on my feet. Since she was now intentionally trying to avoid my feet, her steps turned more stiff, which ended up interrupting the pace of our dance. Seeing the reddened face of my partner, I quietly whispered into her ears in a voice that only she could hear. Place your foot on top of my left foot. Let's dance like that. Huh? But then. My shoes might get a bit dirty and our dance might not be the most aesthetically pleasing one to see, but that's all there is to it. Isn't that? Marie mumbled while glancing at the crowd that was focusing their eyes on her. Even though she didn't need to be conscious of anyone else, she couldn't help but notice everyone else's gaze when they were blatantly looking at her like this. You don't need to worry about anyone else right now. Just focus your eyes on me, your partner. All you need to do in a dance is enjoy it. Even when I was at the college welcome party, even when I was at a club, and even when I came to a banquet for the first time in this world, what I always thought to myself was that dance was a fun entertainment activity that was fine as long as you enjoyed it yourself. Honestly, I even wanted to do some breakdancing right now, but it created a commotion when I did that in the last iteration, so I had to hold back on that one. Acrobatic rock and roll and breakdancing was a bit too much for the people of this era. I returned the advice I received before to Marie. Now. Place your foot on my foot and follow after me. Your eyes are good, right? Look at my eyes, look at my feet and read whether I'm trying to pull or push you. Saying that, I looked into her bright golden eyes. Her quivering eyes became stable again after we stared at each other for a while, and before long, we started to smile at the same time. In alignment with the beautiful melodies of the orchestra, Marie did a spin on her foot with the support of my arm embracing her waist. Under the bright lights of the banquet hall, she and I danced together and shared a dreamy moment together. After the song was over, we walked away from the center of the dancing hall. A refreshing breeze swept across as soon as we let go of each other's hands, and that reminded us how the warmth from before was due to us clinging onto each other. Even though both of us had superhuman stamina, we still had to collect our breath and settle our fever. Lady. If you may please. No. Please let me have the honor of. Guys ran in at her without even giving her the time to have a break. In response, Marie raised her arms with an apologetic and troubled look on her face. Sorry. I'm a bit tired and would love to take a short break. It was the right of a gentleman to ask for a dance, but it was the right of a lady to accept or refuse the offer. When Marie talked about having a break, the guys had no other option but to retreat back while hiding their dejection. Shall I guide you to the resting lounge, lady? I would appreciate that, Sir Corinne. Walking up to Count Cassius, we talked to him about how we would like to visit the office as we had mentioned beforehand and received his permission. The Count seemed slightly disappointed by the fact that his son didn't get to create good ties with Marie, but wasn't in the position to complain about it. We unhesitatingly left the banquet hall as laments echoed from behind. Lady Marie is being taken away by that scrub. Well, they were probably swearing at me for taking Marie away from them. Well, did you see that? Yes, I did. Dancing with their feet piled together. How romantic. The gentleman was very considerate. It was a clumsy but amazing dance. Did you see that bright smile on Lady Marie's face? That is 100%, right? I would say it is definitely above 99%. Ignoring the words of those behind us, we headed straight away to Sabancia Duke's office. Using the key we received from Count Cassius, we opened the office and entered the antique-looking room. The bookshelves were full of old books made of orc skin. From what I heard, it seemed that Count Cassius kept this office as it was without touching anything. So this is the office of Sabancia Duke, huh? Sabancia Duke. He was the Grand General who had the entire continent under his command 800 years ago. He was a legendary figure and a hero of the kingdom. You could say he was like the combination of Isun Sin Sun Sin, a famous historical figure of Joseon dynasty in Korea who held off the Japanese navy during their invasion. Famous for making the turtle ship and the Battle of Myeongyang where he defeated 133 Japanese ships with 13 of his own. There is also a movie about the Battle of Myeongyang. And Cheok Jun Jyong 2 * Cheok Jun Jyong, called the Sword Master of the Korean Peninsula, he is widely believed by Koreans to have been the strongest swordsman of Korea throughout history. Since this was the actual castle and office used by someone like that, Count Cassius must have kept things as is since moving things around would be a waste. Who knows, this castle might become a famous tourist attraction after a century. Corinne. What are we looking for here? Anything is fine. Let's try to look for Sabancia Duke's traces. NN. Marie and I started searching through the office. I first went to the bookshelves and found a familiar journal. Story of the Duke Duchy. This was the article written by Cecilia Duke and was an item describing the histories of Irina, the wife, and Cecilia, the daughter, that the player had to search for in the game for Sabancia Duke's questline. Taking this item to Sabancia Duke was the way to complete Sabancia Duke's quest. But even in the game and in the last iteration, he never talked about searching the office, so what exactly was it that we needed to look for? For a long time we searched through the office in vain. Drenched in sweat, we threw our body on the couch. Wah, I can't find anything. It's certainly not easy. Are there any clues? I was expecting to find some kind of secret passage, but there's nothing. We mindlessly searched through the office, but couldn't really find anything. Adding this up with my experience from the last iteration, I had a feeling that we wouldn't be able to find anything at this rate. I'm hungry. Did you not eat anything at the banquet hall? I didn't have time to. Corinne? Yes? That gaze on her eyes was a signal that was naturally formed as we started this relationship. Undoing my tie, I placed it on top of the coat that I took off a long time ago as Marie started deeply staring at my neck. Not sure if I mentioned this already, but your neckline and your collarbone are really pretty, Corinne. I would prefer hearing handsome over pretty though. Oh, of course, you're very nice and handsome too. I might smell like sweat a little, but please bear with me. Even bet. I mean, don't worry. In a fluster, she sat on my lap with me still sitting on the couch. Can I start? She carefully buried her face into my neck after seeing me nod. Stab. I could feel her sharp fangs digging into my skin as her soft lips rested on my neck. Gulp. Gulp. Huh. The sound of a gulp and heated breaths echoed at a regular pace. After who knows how long. I opened my eyes and took a deep breath, and Marie flinched in response, but she refused to move away. It seemed that she still hadn't had her fill yet. My blood was being sucked out in an irregular direction. At the start, it felt a bit spooky because it felt like my life was being drained away, but these days, it feels like I'm sharing my life with her. Perhaps thanks to pain tolerance, it wasn't painful in the slightest now that we repeated this process a few times. Squash. Indulged in sucking my blood, Marie pressed her body on mine and squeezed my body. As if trying to make up for the decrease in my body temperature as a result of having less blood, she increased our touching surface area and squeezed me towards her in an attempt to bring our hearts together or something. Phew. Now that I had more room to take in the surroundings after my heart started fiercely pumping out more blood, I gazed down at Marie mindlessly sucking my blood. Gulp. Huh. What I could tell from her rushed and heated breath was that Marie was frantically craving my blood without even taking a break. And the heat being conveyed from her cheeks was a sign of her satisfaction. Huh. Are you done drinking? And after mindlessly drinking my blood, she powerlessly leaned on my body while gasping for breath. Her chin rested on my shoulders as we both took some time to take a breather. We had a moment of silence without saying anything. Thump thump. I could hear her heartbeat across the aligned chest. Unlike my heart that was furiously thumping out blood, Marie's heart was beating at a softer yet more frequent pace. After a while, she raised her head back up from my neck and retreated, but she still had a dreamy look on her face as if she had yet to wake up from the pleasure of sucking blood. I waited a bit for her to calm down and regain her sense of self. Sorry. I drank too much, right? I regenerate just as much, so don't worry. It doesn't hurt either. Sorry. When I drink fresh blood, my body doesn't feel like my own. It's okay. Life is about helping each other, isn't it? I wiped the leftover blood around my neck and soon, my skin wriggled and refilled the wound with flesh. The regeneration of the tenacious warrior was at work like always. Wait a second. Regeneration of the tenacious warrior. Soul warrior. A grimoire that we gained from Sabancia Duke at the secret area in the Great Library. Suddenly, a trail of thought sparked across my head, so I immediately said to Marie. Senior. Can you summon Doggo? Okay. Doggo. Doggo immediately gained a form from within her shadow. Since his usual body existed in real life, he was closer to a demonic beast than a demonic spirit. Senior. Can you make the summon dimmer? What do you mean? Make him closer to an astral body, like how he would look before obtaining a body. A vampire's familiar was by nature a spiritual existence that could gain access to a body using the blood and mana of their master as a catalyst. In other words, just like how gaining a body was possible, going the other way around was also equally doable. Okay. Doggo. Can you hold on for a little? Woof. Doggo seemed discontent from the fact that his body would now go through a semi-destruction and wailed, but Marie started demolishing his body and made him closer to an astral body. After a while, he was no longer visible to my eyes that could not perceive spirits, and it was then. Sheik. A faint chilliness started to fill the office. Since I could also perceive the sudden drop in temperature, it was definitely not because of a spirit. Senior Marie. Be careful. My vision turned upside down before I could even say anything. Thud. A thick layer of pressure oppressed my body along with a sticky reverberation of mana. This was something I was used to. A blood realm? Everything flipped upside down, and by the time I reopened my eyes, I was at a pitch-black location that was full of darkness. I wish he explained this to us beforehand at the very least. The one that was sealed inside the grimoire of the Great Library was the soul of Sabancia. Sabancia couldn't even kill himself and had to constantly suffer from blood-sucking impulses, and thus, what he chose to do was separate his body from his spirit. After separating his spirit, he sealed it inside a book forever. And that raises a question. Duke Sabancia Duke. The great and legendary hero of all time. He, who used to be revered as the strongest man of all time, turned even stronger after becoming a vampire. At that point, he gained a body that was essentially unkillable. The question raised was this. His soul was sealed, but what happened to the body of the strong vampire called Sabancia Duke? The answer to that question was right in front of my eyes. This was supposed to be something my soul left behind for my daughter. I wonder why a random bloke came here with the scent of my soul. A man wearing crimson-plated armor with long hair and a dignified beard opened his mouth while gazing at me. Let me ask you, visitor. Why have you come to my castle? Footnotes. Wonhee Sun Sin, a famous historical figure of Joseon dynasty in Korea who held off the Japanese navy during their invasion. Famous for making the turtle ship and the Battle of Myeongnyang where he defeated 133 Japanese ships with 13 of his own. There is also a movie about the Battle of Myeongnyang. 2 Cheok Junjyeong, called the Sword Master of the Korean Peninsula, he is widely believed by Koreans to have been the strongest swordsman of Korea throughout history.